And their opponents for today's session, representing Greece, team captain Theodoros Angelinos, Valentini Grammatikopoulou, Petros Tsitsipas, Stefanos Sakalaridis, Despina Papamikal, Maria Sakkari, and Stefano Tsitsipas. If you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Kazakhstan and Greece.
Nice to hear the national anthems of both teams. And both of these countries we've mentioned in the last 10 years really have become powerhouses, thanks in a large part due to Steph and Maria flying the flag so proudly for Team Greece. They've always enjoyed this team competition. Have Greece third appearance here for them. Second appearance for Kazakhstan. They lost in the round robin phase 2023. They came third in the group on Poland and Switzerland. She's well traveled. She's been to the Laver Cup. A lot of the fans enjoy these team competitions, Mark. You get to see the players in a slightly, shall I say, I mean, a less formal environment with those team boxes. I think that really appeals. So listening to them chat with one another, change of ends, always fascinating to see what goes on behind the scenes, eh?
Yeah, Rob, I love this format. Obviously, the most important thing is you're representing your country, but being a part of the team, because tennis can be such a, you know,
a lonely sport.
Lonely sport,
Yeah.
exactly. So you have an opportunity to be involved in your team, your country's team, and get that energy and feed off each other is absolutely beautiful.
Photo afterwards. So everything's normal. We've got the electronic line calling. You've got clocks in every corner. You have people in the corner to help you with the towels if you want that. The ball kids are not bringing the towels, but the people with the boxes will do that. Do you have any questions about anything? No. Right, heads, tails?
Heads, please.
Heads is AO. Okay, thanks, Ella. Go for it. Perfect. So your choice, Stefanos.
So,
You're going to serve. You want to stay? So then we'll just do a photo.
That was a nice coin toss from Ella. She's got some good revolutions.
Thanks, guys. Have a good match.
Probably inspired by that topspin forehand of Tsitsipas. And the chair umpire for this one is the second best chair umpire when it comes to golf. It's Richard Haig. Second on the rankings to John Blom. He's held down the top spot for a long time now. And I don't see Richard surpassing John in that capacity anytime soon.
Really? Good hitter of the ball?
Yes, but not as good as Blommy. Got to stick with our Australians. So somebody who does hit the ball awfully well is this guy, and he loves playing in Australia. But 2024 season, it's not as good as the previous that he's had. He's finished outside the top 10 for the first time in a number of years, and it's time to get back on track as far as he's concerned, Mark.
Yeah, Robbie, I couldn't have said it better. Look, he had an incredible clay court season and just lost his way a little bit. And I hope he does find his path back. He's got all the repertoire that you need. I mean, incredible athlete, amazing physicality, strong mentally, but does lose his way as far as his game. And I feel like he does get a little confused with what he needs to do out there, and there's no clear vision as far as, again, the shots need to be played at certain times.
3 minutes.
Look, these matches are incredibly vital to start off the year for anybody, but especially for him. He gets plays some of his best tennis in Australia, and I hope he could keep this going.
Yeah, we hope so too, because he's such an exciting talent when he is in full flow. Lost to Zverev last year. It was the only match, incidentally, that he's lost ever here at the United Cup. So testimony to what Mark is suggesting. This guy's a young man on the rise, Alex Shevchenko. He's under the tutelage now of the great Joachim Nystrom. He hits a big ball, and I remember the end of the 2023 season when he really came onto my radar when he beat Taylor Fritz in Basel. Fritz was trying to qualify for the season-ending finale in Turin. He had just previously lost
2 minutes
in the two tournaments, 7-6 in the third, and then he lost again to this guy. And testimony to how well he can play against good opposition. He is a proper player. He hits a big, big ball. And of course, this year for Shevchenko was the first time he's playing pretty much full-time on the ATP Tour. Was very good the previous year, winning a couple of challenges, so just getting used to the big time. And it does take some getting used to, doesn't it, Mark?
It does, Robbie. You know, you've got to find your way sometimes, your feet out in this tour. This tour is tough. And, you know, just figure out the way he likes to warm up between, you know, for matches. Certain people like to get here earlier, a little bit later.
1 minute.
You know, get that confidence against those top players.
Yeah, well, it's a good chance for us now to go down courtside and speak to the playing captain of Kazakhstan, Alexander. Alex, it's Robbie Koenig up here. First of all, good luck today. It's nice and simple. You guys win, you go through to the quarterfinals. What advice have you got for Shevchenko today as he takes on Steph for the first time?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, obviously it's going to be a tough one. We know what
30 seconds.
In order to go through the group stage. I mean, obviously we need to win. For Alex, yeah, it's a tough one, but the strategy clear. We talked with him earlier today what we have to do. Steph is a big player with a big, big game. You need to be aggressive with him. You don't give him a lot of time, you know, to run around the forehand and etc. So, I mean, it's going to be exciting match and game. So we're looking forward to it.
Alex, one more question. Of course, tennis in Kazakhstan has had some big help from one of your businessmen there, Bulat Utamaratov. And give us an idea of how things have changed over the last 10 years. It's fantastic to have you guys back here.
Oh, wow. I mean, if we're talking about the changes, we're talking about the whole strategy of the Kazakhstan Tennis Federation, opening up a lot of tennis center all around the countries to give the opportunity to all the kids to have the best possible conditions, you know, to improve, yeah, obviously Mr. Utamaratov is the key person in the Kazakhstan Tennis Federation, and a lot of things depending on him. He's deeply engaged in all stages and in the Kazakhstan tennis sense, and without him it wouldn't be possible.
Well, best of luck today, Alex. Thanks for having a chat with us, and it's so nice to see your country showcasing itself on the biggest of tennis stages.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Conditions set fair. Perth has rolled out the red carpet, and the opening 4 days for the United Cup. She has been such a wonderful host over the last couple of years. And today she welcomes Team Kazakhstan, represented by Alex Shevchenko. In picture will be taken on Team Greece, spearheaded by Stefanos Tsitsipas. We're good to go. I'm Robbie Koenig. I've got Mark Philippoussis alongside me.
Tsitsipas representing Team Greece to serve.
And we'll check in with John Fitzgerald, who's courtside in a moment or so.
Ready.
Scenario,
play.
Pretty simple. Whoever wins this tie goes through to the knockout stages in the quarterfinals.
Light for serve.
Fitzy, I'm not going to waste any time getting down to you, because we'd love to know what conditions are like down courtside.
It is warm down here today, Robbie. Not brutally hot yet, but apparently in the next 48 hours it'll get warmer. So I'm sitting on the side under an umbrella, and it's actually very pleasant where I am, sort of out of the direct sunlight, but on the court it'll be quite taxing, I would think, as this match wears on in the next 3 or 4 hours.
Clearly is one of the great shots in the modern game, isn't it, Mark?
That forehand, as I said, definitely one of the biggest weapons on the tour. It's good to see him take that one early, looking to move in right behind it.
Steph with a win in his opening match against Pablo Carreño Busta. Both have played PCB. Tsitsipas beat him in straights. Shevchenko lost, in 3 sets. Tsitsipas winning 6-3 in the third. Shevchenko losing
Team Greece
in the straight sets to the Spaniard. One thing to look out for on the Tsitsipas serve is, Mark,
It's his targets, you know. He does like to go out wide, as you can see. On the deuce side, he's got 68% on that wide one, and on the advantage side, 58%. He does a good job of mixing it up, but you can clearly see that's his two-go serves, especially on the big points.
Why?
That's naturally, he likes that ball. I think he hits on the outside of the ball, especially on the advantage side. And as well as he does hit that one down the tee on the deuce, he does like to slide it out because that opens up the court for him to use that off forehand.
He uses it pretty well.
Alexander Shevchenko representing Team Kazakhstan to serve.
Suggesting that Steph is the heavy favourite. Almost an 80% chance of winning.
Seats quickly, please.
Come on, doesn't matter.
Take the nearest seats, thanks.
Yeah.
Got to get used to playing with a bit of crowd movement.
Love 15.
That is a shot that Steph does very well. That last second change of grip, showing some good touch and then coming in behind it. Cut off that angle.
$15 all. $30-15.
He's made some nice progress as Shevchenko in the last couple of years. He broke into the top 300 in March of 2022. A couple of months later, he was in the top 200 by June. And 8 months later, top 100 in April of 2023.
40-15.
And the good news for him, reached a career high ranking just inside the top 50 earlier this year, after defeating Holger Rune for the biggest win of his career in Rotterdam.
Game. Team Kazakhstan. One game.
Here's the great Joachim Nystrom, who has been working with Alex the last couple of seasons and has got him on a nice trajectory. What a player he was. Former world number 7. Quarter-finalist at the French Open in singles. I think US Open as well, if memory serves. Remember Joachim back in the day, Mark?
15.
Guy never missed a return.
No, I do. Incredibly solid. I mean, I've yet to see a Swede with that it was not solid, especially on the backhand side.
30 love.
He also won the doubles at Wimbledon in, I think it was 86, alongside Mats Wilander. I mean, imagine playing against those two. I mean, every 7 volleys is on the shoelaces. You're picking those off like there's no tomorrow.
Yoki also had a heart rate that never got above 22, I think.
Brilliant, Fitzy. You must have come across him a few times.
Oh, yes. Yeah, he gave me a few lessons. But I can say, you know, we all like to pump people up about how good a bloke they are in this country. He's one of the nicest people ever on the tennis tour, Joachim Nystrom.
40-15. I think we can say that about a lot of the Swedes. They just get it, don't they? Of course, you had a pretty good career alongside Anders Jarrett. Fitzgerald Jarrett. What a combo that was back in the day.
Well, I hope Anders is watching. I'm still thanking him every day for paying for half of my house. In fact, he was that good. He paid for 3/4 of it.
Oh, stop it.
Gee, they were a great bunch of players in those days. They had a real run, didn't they, the Swedes? Following on from Bjorn Borg. Just a conveyor belt of top tennis, they were.
And guys, just quickly, that's 3 sloppy, unforced errors off the backhand side. With just one large step, no footwork, not putting himself in position. Just lazy errors. Great pick up off that volley. Good approach, and that was a good backhand. Got it at Steph's toes here. Gosh, this is a good approach here on the open. So look at that nice pickup. Big point there for Deuce.
Team Greece. Team Greece lead 2-1.
Got there in the end. Took somewhat of a detour, did Tsitsipas. But Team Greece leads 2-1 early doors. Well, let's take a look at this man's serve. What do you make of it?
Well, it's changed, Robbie. First of all, starting off, look, it's a nice high ball toss. Uses a lot of legs to jump into this serve. But a lot of things, a couple of little small things have changed as far as his service motion, starting off with his front foot. He's bringing up the toes. Never used to do that. Also has a little bit of a kink as far as the wrist when he takes it back. He was actually very simple as far as taking it right back. Now he's got a little bit of a motion within like a little wrist thing. It's hard to explain, but there are a couple of things that have changed. But he's still getting up to that nicely, using his legs, extending into it, and good finish. That is a part of his game that when it's working, everything else in his game flows naturally after that.
Coach of Greece, Theodoros Angelinos.
Time. 15 love.
Team Kazakhstan actually sit atop this Group C, only just. They've both played 1 matches, 1 tie. Both won their ties. 2 matches to 1. Kazakhstan winning by 4 sets to 3. Greece's sets were 4-all. And they played Spain. So a slightly better winning percentage in sets for Kazakhstan. But as we've mentioned at the start of this one, whoever wins goes through. It's nice and simple. And it'll be a similar scenario
30-15.
this evening, when Team China take on Team Germany here. Group E. Whoever wins the group and advances to the quarterfinals. Beautiful. As Mick Jagger would say, he has practiced in the art of deception.
30-all.
Saw a picture of Mick alongside the Greek dressing room today. Of course, he's one of the guys that's performed here with the Rolling Stones. Some big acts have been here at the RAC Arena. Don't get much bigger than the Stones. So, break point for Tsitsipas. Well, there's definitely more pep in his step than what we saw in his opening match. Looks a little more energized, does Alex. Someone who was schooled at Gunter Bresnik Tennis Academy in Vienna, where it's grip it and rip it. Gunter, of course, so instrumental in Dominic Thiem's career.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan.
Just, you know, a couple of unforced errors coming more so because of the footwork, I feel, Robbie. That one, you don't seem too many times not being in good position, that forehand side. You see it on the backhand, but that one just didn't get out of the way and an opportunity missed.
Juice.
Не спеши, время есть, Давай.
It's pretty warm out there. I had a hit yesterday afternoon. Couldn't believe how suffocating the heat was. You see these players taking maximum time between points.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan.
safe to say, Robbie, you can fry an egg in a few seconds out in the court right now. I think to be like 33, 32 degrees, but on court temperature, another story.
What combination of shots.
Nice turn of shoulders, nice and compact and simple. And then just that huge slap on the forehand, so strong off the back foot.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan. Team Kazakhstan.
That was a hard hat hold from Shevchenko. Went to work, and he's evened things up at 2 games all. Nip down courtside because John Fitzgerald has got another Tsitsipas that he wants to talk to.
Good to see you. Good to have you. Good to have you back in Australia.
Thank you.
Look, I just noticed. Well, you're a man who knows Stefanos better than most, I'm sure. He's a little upset with his grip at the moment. It seems like, is it slipping or is it more the racket?
Well, I'm not very sure, to be honest. But as far as I know, he's made small changes in his grip size. Maybe he's trying to get used to it. That's all.
His ranking is a little bit lower this year than in previous years here in Australia. His preparation's been good. He's ready for a big summer.
Yes, he had a solid preparation a whole month actually in Dubai, like he does every year. So yeah, he's been having the same, let's say, routine, adding things to his game, working on his game, trying to improve as much as possible. So yeah, I think he's going to have a pretty good Aussie summer.
Okay. He loves this event, doesn't he? He's played well here in Perth. Oh, there's a change-up. Oh, nice serving volley. Did you teach him that one?
Well, no, he has it in his repertoire, I would say. He's trying to bring it back to his game. I feel like last year he was a bit hesitant with coming to the net. I think he's a natural, attacking volley player, so he should do that more often.
Well, in this match and also in his previous one, he's hitting a lot of very good stuff. Occasionally he gets a little bit, maybe not as consistent so far that I've seen this year, but the best tennis is still there, isn't it? And it's a matter of playing more of the best tennis, more consistently.
100%. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world, in my mind. It's all about small adjustments and mental, going through those mental blocks. The moment he's gonna get his tennis and his mind right, I'm 100% sure he's gonna be back to where he belongs.
Yeah. And this event has been very good to the Greek team, and the Greek team has been very good for this event, mate. So his record is good here. Maria's also feeling good.
30-15.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Maria hasn't played many matches the last 5-6 months, so it's definitely not easy to get out there representing your country, feeling the pressure in your shoulders. So I feel like match by match, she's also going to find her level, and they're all going to connect as a team, and great things might happen in this United Cup.
What about you, mate? Are you going to play a little bit of doubles here?
Yeah,
certainly at the Australian Open too, right?
Yeah, the Australian Open as well. Me and Steph are signed together, so
40-15.
Yeah, we love playing in Australia. We had a couple of great matches the last 2 years, so and we love the Greek support. It's very big here.
Well, there's plenty of that in Australia, mate. So I better leave you because Stefanos is about to come back to the box. So thanks for your time, Petros.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Team Greece.
Nice to get inside the team. Get some insights thanks to Fitzy, thanks to Petros. Team Greece, thanks to Steph, are ahead 3-2. So just 5 games in, and Team Greece a couple of chances to go up a break. Steph not able to convert, and Shevchenko will be very happy about that for Team Kazakhstan. This battle well and truly joined. That's Richard Haig, just reminding both players that they are taking a fair bit of time between points. And there are buckets at the end of the court that if you want the tiles to be brought out to you in those buckets by the ball kids, you can, just to expedite things. But it is a very warm one today. And of course you'll have the heat radiating off the court. It just accentuates it. Shevchenko will be glad that he hasn't gone down a break early like he did in his opening match against Pablo Carreño. He didn't really recover, couldn't get going against the Spaniard. It's been a little better today. So both these teams winning the opening tie. As I mentioned at the start of this one, whoever wins the tie goes through to the quarterfinals. It's nice and simple. And it'll be the same a little later on when Team China take on Team Germany here in the evening session. The winner of that tie will also advance. Your peril, Fitzy.
Exactly. You know me well, Robbie. That's just a mistake, that approach. I mean, maybe it suits his game a little bit to hook it that way, but straight to a running forehand, good luck trying to get that volley.
Not only that, Fitzy, he ran, instead of following the ball, he runs completely into the middle of the court, leaving the whole line open. Oh, that was nice.
That was about difficulty factor. That was 9.8.
Love the decimal. Love it. It's probably the only place on the court that he could hit if he wanted to hit a clean winner, and it had to be that good. Look at the check he gets on this. That's Elvis Smiley stuff there. Nice short game.
Yeah, he can play a bit of golf. Young Elvis. And he doesn't look overawed. Shevchenko here, he's not taking a backward step to Stefanos, and I think it's a bit like his previous match. Tsitsipas looks really good at times when he's up and about and he's intense, and then he drops off for a few points. I think sometimes that helps the opposition mentally.
I agree, Fitzy. That first match against Busta, he did not drop off at all. He was solid from first point to the last point, and like you said, he's having opportunities to recover, and he's getting some easy points. He wasn't getting these in the first matchup, and Steph's playing some great points, but then completely switching off and getting some very loose and easy errors. So definitely looking a lot more comfortable today is Alexander.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
It's a much simpler hold. Shevchenko's beaten some good players, 2023. Mentioned that win against Fritz and Basel, where he saved 2 match points, beat Taylor 7-6 in the third. Also beat Karen Hashanov. Of course, earlier this year, he was able to beat Holger Rune indoors in Rotterdam. So he's getting used to the big time. We've seen that in his ranking progression as well. It's been an upward trend, a career high earlier this year. Lots to look forward to.
Big game here, 7th game. Steph has to be very careful with those double faults and those gifts. Doesn't want to go down 4-3. We've got new balls next. That's his go-to serve. We spoke about that earlier, Robbie. The one out wide in the deuce.
30-50.
It's not the fastest serve you'll see, but adorned with all manner of spin. It's the spin that's done the damage there. Beautiful away swing.
Lex for serve.
This guy's got some serious racket head speed.
30 all.
He can generate some pace. He's not as polished on that inside-in forehand as he was in his opening match. Team Kazakhstan with a break point.
Game. Team Kazakhstan. New balls,
Shevchenko will
please.
take that double fault with open arms to get
Team
the early
Kazakhstan
break and lead
4 games
4-3.
to 3.
Давай, новые мячи, сейчас так же смело, смело, смело.
Главное, не перезрот.
Plenty to ponder on this change of ends. as well when you lose your serve in the 7th game, is that your opponent has the chance to serve with new balls.
Time.
It generally is a big help to the server. That ball will be pinging through the air. Nice and warm out here. Get good bounce, good speed. Change of balls.
Let's go, Steph. Come on.
Come on, Bella.
New racket gets pulled out. Of course, just a new string job. Coincide with the ball change.
The new balls, that is a tough shot to control, to change the direction. And with a one-hander, which he's been catching a little bit late at times too, just to change direction and go there. It's a toss of the coin whether you can make that one. And he's a bit unlucky, really, but a difficult shot. Especially with the new balls, because they are flying a little bit more through the air.
If it's especially on a humid day like this, on this court surface. Tell you what, he was lucky to get away with that one. Get that open court to the backhand side.
30-15.
Went straight back to Steph here. And I think Steph made a mistake. I wasn't sure if he was going to do a drop shot and he changed his mind, but lucky to get away with that one. Huge, big difference between 30-15 and 15-30.
Let's push up.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
That's a big hold.
Team
Alexander.
Kazakhstan lead 5 games to 3.
Even 5-3 lead, taking advantage of that break. I think there's two things that Steph's fighting against. Obviously his opponent, but I think the second thing is the heat right now. I know this is his second match, but the first one was played night session. You know, Alexander's played that first match up during the day. You know, getting used to that heat is a big thing, especially in Australia. And right now, Steph looks like he's just struggling out there.
Yeah, well, you know him better than any of us do. But he has been breathing reasonably hard a couple of times after longer rallies. And it's not necessarily that he's not fit. It's just that getting used to the conditions on the first time you meet this, or you have this increased heat. So he'll have to adapt to that. But I wonder, Mark, whether also, I know he's sort of got this aloof body language sometimes, which is natural, you know, and fine. But I wonder about his interest level sometimes down here close. Like some points, it just looks like doesn't want to be there to me, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
No, you're not. I touched upon this in his first match where he was lucky to get out of.
40 love.
Yeah, well ahead in the ace race. Handful of them now for Steph. His first serve percentage has actually been okay. It's at 68%, but when Shevchenko has made a meaningful return off the first, he's made it count. And just that 7th game when he got the breaker serve, it was all over some of the seconds. And the odd double fault doesn't help either. Shevchenko's only had a look at one break point and he made it count.
Game.
And Shevchenko's going to have to try and serve out the opening set. He will sit down with a 5-4 lead.
Team Kazakhstan lead 5 games to 4.
Well, John Fitzgerald has been telling me about Esperance, and I can understand why. It's about 700 kilometers southeast of Perth. It's a fair drive, but I tell you what, when you get there, this is what greets you. Stunning scenery, beautiful ocean, plenty of cool four-wheel drive adventures on the beach. Nothing like a swim in an ocean that looks like that. This is where we are, the RAC Arena, our host for the week. It's looking a little sapped of energy, and just had some information from courtside that we might have heard in Greek that he's just struggling with a little bit of a stomach bug. Is Steph. If he is feeling flat, that would explain it. Let's a look at the Shevchenko serve, perhaps for the last time in this set, but Shevchenko serving for a 1-set lead.
Love 15.
Yeah, Robbie, if he's not feeling great, doesn't help with his heat, but he certainly doesn't want to go down 1 set to love, that's for sure. It's a
very untimely first double fault for Alex.
I mean, I like the one where he's staying in and blocking it back. I think there's a difference, Robbie, with blocking it back and taking a big swipe at it. You know, sometimes I would like to see a nice chip. Getting the ball back in play. Love 15. It was a small opening. Oof. Well, I guess, you know, what do I know? If you're going to do that, why not?
Oh, that is a filthy return, and everybody in Team Greece knows that. He has absolutely flushed this. A little late, perhaps a little lucky, but there's no comments column.
30 all.
I like this one. Shevchenko just taking his time here, understanding the importance of this next delivery. beautifully executed.
40-30.
High percentage play, but still an aggressive play. And the first ace brings up a first set point. He only needs one.
And first set.
Shevchenko
Team
wraps up the
Kazakhstan.
opener against Team Greece. 6 games to 4. Well, well, well. What do you make of that set, Mark?
Well, let's look at the percentages here. It's very close, but the biggest thing for me, obviously, those 3 double faults coming at a bad time for Steph, giving him the break against him. Steph having an opportunity for a break himself, but not taking advantage of it. Look at that. That's one thing that I understand. I mean, there's 16 unforced errors, obviously a very sloppy set from Steph, but it just shows every time he comes in, it's a very important part of his game to put more pressure on his opponent. But Alexander was just that more solid and played the bigger points better. But I think also not having to do anything special. Served well when he needed to. Made Steph play.
And that's what we spoke about yesterday. In order for, a good example was Felix Auger-Aliassime beating Taylor Fritz. He had to play at the peak of his powers for the entirety of 3 sets in order to beat Fritz, and that's what you want your opponent to do against you. Hasn't been the case so far for Tsitsipas. So Steph looking a little lackluster.
He really does, doesn't he, Robbie?
Sorry, Fitzy, carry on.
Well, sorry, Robbie, but he really does look lackluster to me. Like, that body language is just not... You know, at this level, I mean, he is one heck of a player. We know that. And, you know, we just heard his brother say in his mind he's one of the best in the world. Yes. But everything has to be firing to be at that level every time you go onto the court. And if you feel or look a bit lackluster, it affects you and you drop off that high level. So he needs to, I think, more than anything else, get his mind in the right place so that he can actually compete at 100%, not 92%.
I agree, Fitzy. And it starts with energy for me. I know he's not feeling good. He's battling something in the stomach, which is unfortunate. But you've got to try and find a way to get through that, get some energy. You know, there's a lot of Greek fans in the crowd. Give them something to cheer about. Try and feed off that energy. Get something going here in the second set.
Thing that, if we consider that he does have a lackluster approach at the moment, and we're just assuming a little bit, but his body language suggests so. But if you do that, then Shevchenko is going to start really believing in himself that he can win this, and with the set under his belt.
Okay, we'll go to the bench and we go there. Ladies and gentlemen, the physio has been called to course.
Yeah, we thought there might be an issue. So, confirmation of it. I don't know if he's feeling like he's going to throw up or need some medication. Or...
Yeah, I think he feels unwell.
Yeah.
Feels like feel bloated, we're here. Feel bloated, I feel full, I feel heavy.
Do you have any nausea?
A little bit. Yeah, I feel like
mostly like heavy, full. Yep. Do you any like reflux, anything like this? Any burning or anything?
No burning.
No.
It's just like, it feels like I ate a lot of food.
Yeah.
And I had a decent breakfast, like it was not something crazy. So in terms of quantity.
Does your stomach feel like it's like churning a lot, or you just feel full?
I just feel full, and whenever I put a lot of effort, it feels like I'm close to being nauseous or...
Yeah. Yeah. I can give you something for nausea that works quite quickly. It just sits on the tongue and absorbs very quickly. But otherwise, most medication is more for reflux or diarrhea or something like this. So if you don't have this sort of reflux, it might not work quite as quickly.
I see.
But we can try something for the sort of the stomach. Yeah. Sure. See how you go. If it doesn't have any effect, I'll take a few minutes to work. So that one there, just it's called Atopisol. Just helps you a little bit with reflux and heaviness, trying to get it's just swallow. See how that goes after maybe after a couple of hours. Always something else we can try.
Yeah, so there you have it. Clearly not feeling great this morning. Something's upset him.
Yeah, but Robbie, at the risk of being, well, sounding like a tough guy, I mean, a little bit of nauseous, a lot of people have that in the workplace, and I know it's physical, this game, and there's some heat at the moment, but he doesn't sound like it's too bad. I mean, the way he verbalised it, so you learn to play with that sort of stuff a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tsitsipas is now receiving a medical timeout.
Am I being too harsh, Flipper?
Look, there's a couple things to be real about. Is number one, we don't know obviously how he's feeling. The heat is definitely not helping as well. But you know, sometimes too, if you're not in the right frame of mind,
yeah, that's it.
This will just times it by 10.
I think you've hit it on the head, because it is not that hot out here. I mean, by Australian summer standards, I know this court is hotter out on the surface than sitting in the shade or inside a commentary box, but it's not super hot. To me, he just doesn't have the energy to take it all on.
Look, again, like we said, first of all, we don't know exactly what he's going through, but even with, I'm just going off the energy, even what he had in the first match, that he was lucky to get through and competed well when he had to, but even then, like you said, just looked like he was plodding around a little bit during the match, and now he's first, you know, practicing in this heat in Australia, especially Perth, Western Australia. It is tough, it is hot, and having that first match where you're breathing heavy and you've got stress and the body's, you know, stressful as far as the mind, you're working twice as hard, and that's definitely not going to help the situation.
Yeah, he's definitely under duress, no doubt about it.
But look, I mean, he said himself a few months ago that doesn't feel like he's the player that he is. He's feeling a little bit lost, that he feels like he's played a lot of tennis and he's traveled a lot, and he's lost that fire, he's lost that hunger. He's, you know, that's just coming out, you know, that's his own words. So if you're not up for it for the first event of the year, an incredible event like the United Cup representing your country, it's going to be a long year, Fitzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, first time he's been outside the top 10. I'll make it since May of 2019. He's been a model of consistency, competing at the sharp end of a couple of majors. Losing out on 2 occasions to Novak. He's won 3 Masters 1000s, all coming in Monte Carlo.
Love 30. Love 14.
You know, right now, sorry, Robbie, go ahead.
I was going to, just to follow up on what you said, the tennis season is long. And when you're playing a lot of matches, I think this is where scheduling is so important, Mark, to give yourself those breaks at the right times of the year so you don't feel like you're on that hamster wheel and you can't get off of it.
Couldn't agree more, Robbie. You know, you want to be fresh into the big events mentally and physically, and that's what the top players in the world do. Federer, Nadal, Djokovic have done for years.
Game, Team Kazakhstan. First game, second set.
Best possible start for Team Kazakhstan. Setting a break, always got a nice ring about it. And he'll be infused by what he's seen on the other side of the net. He'll know that Tsitsipas is there for the taking.
Gee, it changes the whole complex, approach for the women's singles, doesn't it? Here, if there's an upset here in the men's match.
Yeah, because you'd fancy Rybakina against Sakari, wouldn't you, Fitzy?
Oh yes, I mean, look, I'm a fan of both of these young ladies, but in terms of form and versatility, you know, we've got a Wimbledon champion on one end of the court in Rybakina, and her form looked pretty good in the opening match, so tough one for Greece if they lose this.
Yeah, Maria hasn't played since the US Open, bar the match she played first up against Team Spain. Just shaking off some rust. That pickup.
30 love.
How do you like that, folks?
Alexander's just playing a very smart game right now, understanding that his opponent is not feeling the best, making him play one more ball, keeping the points going as long as he can.
Team Kazakhstan lead 2 games.
Of course, another way of thinking about this period of play is that if the medication does help Tsitsipas somewhat, you want to get as many games under your belt while he's still recovering.
Yeah, while he's only on 5 cylinders out of 8, I'd say. That's where I'd put him right now. I mean, when he's stretching wide for those balls, he doesn't have the end range power. Or he's not producing it anyway, meaning physically to get to the ball. I'm talking about him. He's a little bit sluggish.
It's important, this match, for both players, points and prize money, but especially for somebody like Shevchenko. Group 1 against a player ranked between 11 and 20 is worth 45 points. Sets of passes up and running for Team Greece in set number 2. He's down a set and a break though.
Come on.
You can see the spots that he's hitting on the court. Nice illustration of how well Steph spreads it on that occasion.
Σύμφωνα μας που το παίξουμε αργά πάμε.
Όχι να μπαλάκια. Εκεί που πάει να γίνει.
Plenty of enthusiasm on Team Greece bench. Well, we mentioned Shevchenko with a group win against a player ranked between 11 and 20. He would collect 45 ATP points. And for a group win as the #1 singles player, that's $42,800.
Not a bad day's work, Robbie.
It's a good gig if you can get it.
Tell you what, guys, if I could say one thing, if I was sitting next to Steph right now, what I would say to him is, okay, you're not feeling 100%. Fine. Let's try and shorten up the rally, okay? Let's look for that short ball. Let's get some height over there in the backhand. Look for that forehand. Hit it, look to move and come in and shorten up the point. Fitzy?
Yeah, I was going to say the points have already been shortened up because physically he's not in you know, top gear. The points are already shorter, but yes, I mean, they need to be, I think, if he's going to get through this period. But to Shevchenko's credit, he's playing some pretty good points here, and he's moving Steph around and not giving Steph a chance to have a short point on his terms. So he's missing a lot, Stefanos. And one other thing I'll say, Mark, he's never been short of people giving him advice.
That's true.
Holy smoke.
Nothing's changed, even that change of ends.
You know, advice is good, but there's sometimes a line you draw in the sand about how much.
As you guys said earlier, less is more at times. But important to keep things simple.
I
haven't seen Dad Apostolos around. Don't know if he'll be coming down for the first major of the year or not.
No, it was, his father is traveling with Pavlos, the youngest brother, and helping him. So, don't think we'll be seeing him.
Oh, it is so early and so accurate. And I can tell you, guys,
14-15.
Shevchenko has taken 57% of his ground strokes on the rise. The average for the top 100 is about 45% of those groundies on the rise. So he is really rushing Steph beautifully.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
That's really important, Robbie, because if you're taking the ball earlier, you're giving your opponent less time. And then
Team
on the other hand,
lead 3
if you're
games to 1.
Stefanos and you're struggling to move as well as you normally do, that's like a double whammy against you. So it's his style of play at the moment is suiting the situation, I think, Shevchenko.
Yeah. Thanks to Ollie from the Gig Stats department. It's furnishing us with some good info.
The boy's coming through. I know that you're a genius, Robbie, but now I've realised you're getting a little bit of help.
It's all about who you surround yourself with, Mark.
That's right.
So I got you and Fitzy alongside me.
But your delivery is second to none. Speaking about deliveries, how's the Aussies doing today? Fitzy in the cricket? Is that a bad question? I see you dropping your head already.
I've been watching every ball hit here intensely, Mark.
Talking about tennis, of course, right now, right?
Yes.
All right, good.
You see, it's a struggle at this time of the day from that side of the court.
Beautiful feel. He certainly has the talent, doesn't he? Tsitsipas, you don't get to #3 in the world for no reason.
30 love.
The second break is what Shevchenko will be desperate for. That could almost sew this up for him.
Yeah, Fitzy, I still believe one is not enough. I know that he's not slugging around the court, but he can just slap some winners out of nowhere and be back on serve very easily. We have witnessed some incredible turnarounds in the last few days, guys. So,
Mr. Tsitsipas would like to see a replay of the call on the right baseline.
Of course, with bolt 6, we have electronic line calling system. No call means it must have got a piece of the line. 87% in.
what do you like to say, Robbie? 2% on the line is 100% in or something like that?
Come on, Mark. Been commentating alongside me long enough now. 99% out.
Out, that's right. He's 100% in.
You got it. I'm going to tee you up for one of those later, so make sure you get it right, okay?
Oh, God, please make it easy. I'll have Google on standby.
Good feel again, not for the first time in this game. And he needed every ounce of it.
Well, I think he was forced to go for my least favourite approach. The one before that, hooking it to the forehand. Savchenko hits a pretty good pass, but it's the athleticism this time of Tsitsipas. So that's maybe a good sign from him to use his legs, get to that ball beautifully, and we know he's got some feel with those hands.
Juice.
Dangerous moments here, though.
It's the Greek captain, Theodoros Angelinos. He'll know that.
Guys, just looking at these stats in the second set, 33% of first serves in, and even when they do go in, he's only won 40%. I've never seen those numbers so low.
Advantage, Team Greece. Juice.
You know, the body language from Shevchenko is fantastic. I love it. I mean, he believes he can win this now. I mean, obviously he's a set and a break. He's pushing for a second break. And there's that early ball on the rise, Rob. He's confident, believes he can win.
Yeah. 12% up on the tour average in that department. That's a good chunk in a sport where just a few percentage points here or there can determine the outcome of a match. Captain of Kazakhstan, Alexander Nedovseov, mentioned that at the start when we interviewed him. There he is there. Got to try and take the ball on the rise. Try and find the backhand of Tsitsipas. He's got a break point to go up a double break. Okay, once just kissed the line.
Juice.
Wasn't the biggest serve, but it got a piece of the paint. Just accelerated it.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan.
So Alex there looking at his box and saying and pointing to his head like that was the wrong decision to go way back. He was almost behind the Perth sign there for the first return. And he hit the ball well, but it was in the middle of the court. Didn't get the depth or the direction that he needed on the first return there.
Advantage, Team Greece.
8 minutes and counting now. It's just the kind of game that can turn the momentum if Tsitsipas holds.
Robbie, you're right. I mean, Alex was still thinking about the break point opportunity he missed. And
Team Kazakhstan lead.
That's a big moment potentially in this match.
3-2 second set. Well, if you love the water, the Margaret River might be known for its impeccable vineyards, but it doesn't stop there. Surrounded by some of the most stunning scenery. You can enjoy nature at her finest, from hiking, kayaking, or even going beneath the surface. You can check out the limestone caves. I mean, that is pure serenity there. Just need a fishing rod in your hand. The beautiful Margaret River and the surrounding areas. Well, it's day 4 of the live coverage here from Perth. We got started a day earlier in Sydney. Both these teams winning their opening matches against Spain.
Time.
But I can tell you, he sounds a bit more chirpy, and that's a good thing. Team Greece down a set and a break.
I'm hoping Mark can help us there, guys, because
15 love.
He was chirpy, but I'm not sure he was positively chirpy.
They were discussing. He said they have yet to win 1 point when we're staying that far back, or told him to get further back on the baseline. He said he's lost almost 99% of those points when he was that far back.
So he was disagreeing with the information he was getting.
Yes.
Yep.
No, he's annoyed there, but I don't mind that pattern of play. If Shevchenko's having to hit those kind of shots to win the point, that's too good. There's not a whole lot of court to hit in there. Changing direction off a high bouncing ball down the line, highest part of the net.
40 love.
Who was he looking at there, Mark? It wasn't Petros, was it?
No, it was his traveling coach.
Was it? I thought he was looking past the coaches. Okay.
I'm not sure. You had a better angle than me, but it only makes sense with the discussion I had.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan.
Pretty sure of that.
New balls, please.
I tell you, he is happy, this guy.
Team Kazakhstan.
Just what he would have wanted. Keep his nose out in front. Keep Team Greece at arm's length.
Yeah, that was an important game from Alexander there. Letting go of a huge opportunity and just holding to love. That was big.
Lights for serve.
That's impressive play. Bad second serve out wide, but boy, did he handle that. Look at the depth he got. And then again, quick to take that one on the rise, as Robbie, you mentioned. Hitting that forehand beautifully right now.
15-all.
Definitely found a bit of a second wind as Tsitsipas. Energy levels, while still being low, from what they were in the opening set.
Yes, and by preventing that second break of serve, gives him a live chance, doesn't it? He is gradually getting a bit more energy, I think. And he's going to give Alex the opportunity to make a mistake when he serves for it. So, or if he serves for it, which looks likely.
Time violation, warning, Team Greece.
I'll tell you what, we've concentrated a lot on Stefanos, but Alex is solid here. He looks a different player to me than he did in his first match, and he's got some confidence going, but he's solid, doesn't miss much. He hurts you when he needs to. He's got the backhand down the line, which is a shot that in modern tennis you hit a lot of your winners with.
He's getting some good depth off his ground strokes, isn't he, Fitzy?
Yeah.
It was a close second serve to the outside of the line.
Yeah, Shevchenko's been making some nice progress season upon season. Won 2 challenges in 2023. This year, his first full year. Playing tour events, just getting used to the level. He's already had 3 top 20 wins in his career. fourth one today.
He quit on that volley a bit. Like he wasn't intense through the ball there. He just threw the racket face out. That was a bad miss.
I mean, this is a must hold. If he goes down 2 sets, 2 breaks in the second set, for me, it's pretty much done deal.
Advantage, Team Greece.
You know, again, just only one break. All of a sudden, 4-3, 5-4, 7 for the match. Alexander might start overthinking things, get a little tight. So, very important to hold serve here. Give himself an opportunity to get back into this match. Oh, wow.
There's a sign of his confidence. We know that is not an easy shot. The ball jumping up. I mean, he's got the 2 hands to help with the strength needed on this ball, but to cover that spin and go over the high part of the net down the line, that's about as good as it gets.
That was textbook perfect.
Advantage, Team Greece.
He's hanging on in here. He reduces the arrears. Team Greece still playing catch up. It's 4-3.
Πού είναι το λους, έχουμε το λους, εδώ είναι. Αλλά είναι τρίκυνα μέχρι τώρα. I don't care, I don't care. I don't care, it doesn't go anyway, so it doesn't matter. Backhand doesn't go anywhere. I need to put my fucking, I need to put a truck behind it for it to go. It's impossible to do anything with it. It's like playing with 4G almost, it's the same feeling.
Apologies for the language. Frustration clearly evident for Steph.
It just like flies down the line. It doesn't even press.
Guys, is it possible to find out if he's no longer using 4G by the sound of that conversation? Has he changed strings to start off the season?
I don't know, but the guys he's talking to are the people that look after his rackets. They weight them, they prepare the rackets, they string them. That's the tension.
Right.
They're like the racket doctors, and he's saying it's not to his liking.
Well, so I don't. From what I heard, it sounds like it's not 4G because that was an issue even when I was working with him with string. Changing string during the year, even almost trying to change it during the tournament, where I was very much against, but is always tinkering and looking for things in the wrong area, in my opinion. And a lot of these misses got nothing to do with the string. Body positioning, to footwork.
Yeah, sometimes it's the archer, not the arrow. 4-3. Really done a good job of compartmentalizing everything on his side of the court as Shevchenko.
$50.
Wow. Here's an opening right here.
50-30.
Big first serve down the tee. Nice chip back, getting the ball in play. A little bit of a tricky one, staying low, and 15-30.
It's 3 chip returns of serve in this game.
Well, you cannot blame the strings for that because he didn't hit the strings with it.
He got the shot he wanted.
He did.
Fitzy.
He did. He didn't prop, did he? He ran straight through that. And as talented as he is with that wrist and hand, he just totally mishit that one.
That's 34 unforced errors so far. 2 sets for Tsitsipas. It's a lot of free points.
$40-30.
Well, again, another good chip to get himself into the point from Steph, but it's the ground stroking that's let him down. It's not often we say it that way around.
And on the forehand side.
Yep.
Yeah, and his reaction there just lets you into his mind a little bit. He's a bit anxious about the second serve on a big point.
There's a deceleration there, Fitzy, on that one.
Yeah, we saw it in his first match a bit. It's maybe where he struggles, and in big moments that hurts you. He's got it again here. It's actually not a bad play, is it? The chip short to make Shevchenko move forward. And his first choice is not to go in here, but he has to, because look where he is in the court. He has to go in and makes him vulnerable. So that chip short in this game has worked.
That's more like it. Tsitsipas is back.
Game, Team Greece.
The Team Greece bench delighted that their charge has finally found some form.
4 games all.
He got a helping hand though, didn't he?
Oh, he definitely did. But look, that whole game he made the returns. He chipped it back on the backhand side. He chipped it back on the forehand side. Got himself into the point and gave himself an opportunity.
For all.
$15 love.
And look at the difference. Straight away in the body language. Alexander knowing missed a huge opportunity. Head hang a little bit lower. Little shift in energy. sort of try and put that behind him. He's still in the driver's seat. He's still the one that's a set up.
This is the time when you've got to play those mental games with yourself. Just remind yourself that at the start of the match, you would have taken this scenario to be up a set, 4-all.
Let second serve.
That's the pattern of play that he wants to get involved with.
13, 15.
And he keeps him to the length on the backhand. Shevchenko is winning the vast majority of the rallies. Guys at bolt 6. Helping me out with some of the stats. I think just 3 points in the entirety of this match. Steph has won when they've traded backhands. Foy's different story. Hasn't been great, but it's starting to get better and better. It's just a real skill to hang around, keep asking questions. It's a nice passage of play for Team Greece. Tsitsipas starting to turn the tables in his favour. And he leads in this set, 5-4. What a very important sit down there for Team Kazakhstan. So having to stay in the set. Good start. Fitzy, why do you think it's the case that as you approach the finishing line, if you are the player that's in a winning position, you actually get tight? Because it doesn't make sense, right? You're the one winning. You should be the one that that doesn't feel the pressure, because the other guy's the one who's going to go out. He's the one who's going to lose.
Can I preface the answer by saying I'm not a psychologist, Robbie?
That's okay. In your experience as a top pro?
Well, I think it's got a lot to do with the opportunity. You see an opportunity to beat a higher ranked player. This is his biggest win on paper, if he could win this. So it's an opportunity, and that doesn't mean you're always going to have positive thoughts about finishing it off. You know it's an opportunity. You don't want to lose that opportunity. You've got a lot to lose. So I always think the first point serving for the match is a big one. It's like a 2-point swing, isn't it? You're either down a point or up one. But I can't give you the psychological reasons. I think it's why a lot of players are actually better when they're behind. They play with a looser frame of mind. They go for their shots more. They've got less to lose. When you're in front, serving for the match, you've got a lot to lose. So the great players back their ability probably more than the lesser players, I think, and they're better at doing it. So some of them may not think that way. They just grab the balls and go, okay, I believe in my ability, let's finish it. And in an ideal world, that's what we all should do. Good game there, wasn't it, from Alex?
It certainly was. Controlled aggression, intelligent tennis, a little bit more aggressive than the previous two that he had played. Simply stunning.
Is that the shot, Robbie and Mark, that's going to win it for him? Because that's where he can hit a lot of winners. It's a lower percentage ball. We all know that because the net is higher when you go down the line. But if you can get a reward, it's worth taking the risk. And he's been able to hit it a lot in this match, and it looks like it's his go-to.
Yes, Fitzy, look, that is a tough one. You're the highest part of the net. But that's a shot that, number one, you want to try and open up the court to get into Steph's backhand.
Well, he's got a violation here, and he has to hit a second serve because of it.
Oh, that's huge. That's just too short. You know, he's got an opportunity there to really try and put some pressure on Steph.
15 all.
He cannot hit the ball in the middle of the court like that, allowing Steph that forehand. A little tentative on that love 15 point.
I think his mentality now has to be, I need to win these points rather than just rally, keep them in, and maybe Stefanos will miss. I don't think that is not the right way to approach it. He's got to go after his best game here, Shevchenko. Just like using that backhand down the line.
Yeah, Steph has tightened up his game. He's using the chip on the backhand a lot more. Cannot, like you said, Fitz, he can't be content to sit back and wait for Steph to miss, because his game can only go up from here.
Game, Team Greece.
Oh, such an important second point there from Tsitsipas after getting a second time violation.
6 games to 5.
And he dealt with it well. He leads 6-5 second set.
you say new balls? What?
Όχι, δεν είπε new ball.
Κάποιος είπε new balls μέσα εδώ πέρα. Κάποιος στο box είπε new balls.
Όχι, ball boy. Ρώτα το ball boy.
Και όταν κόβεις την μπάλα, εκεί θα σου έρθει ευκαιρία ίσως να το κάνεις. Okay. Το drive σου αρχίζει να λειτουργεί καλά, πάμε προχώρα, πιστέψε εγώ και πήγαινε το. Πάμε.
Αυτός με περιμένει ήδη εκεί πέρα. Εδώ πέρα. Περιμένει ήδη.
DJ breaking out an 80s classic. Who doesn't love a little bit of human league? I remember seeing you on the dance floor back in the day, Fitzy, on tour, bopping and weaving to these tunes.
You know, Robbie, the people that know me know that that is completely false.
Oh, they don't know you like I know you.
Oh, that's not true.
Let's see if Team Kazakhstan can take us into a tie break.
15 love.
If I'm Yoki Nystrom, that's how I want him to play. He saw the opportunity. It was the right ball to hit, and he went for the lower percentage shot, but it's the one that gives him the most reward. He hasn't got a lot wrong here, Shevchenko. I mean, yes, he was up the break, and I think it was the chip backhand that got him into a bit of trouble in his previous service game from this end. But he hasn't really done anything wrong. He's been good.
I agree.
14-15.
Steph took his game to that next level. And there's quite a few levels there's left. I mean, you know, there's only upside for Steph, and he's starting to move better. His energy, there's more energy in his movement, in his play. And for me, that is a point that needs to be just locked into his mind. Chip the ball back in play, especially on the first. Get yourself into the point. Look to use that forehand V's and put that pressure and move forward on the short ball. I mean, it's not, you know, just he's got to keep things simple.
Thank you. Game Team Kazakhstan. Six games all, tiebreak.
Big reply from Alexander there, and that's something he's going to have to continue to do to have a chance to finish off this match. He has to stay positive and be aggressive in these points, as you said, Fitzy.
Yeah, that last forehand was a beauty, and he hustled, didn't he? That's what we're looking for Steph to do, to hustle, get around, hit the forehand. And when he had the opportunity, he pulled no punches, and you got to admire that. Here we go.
Tiebreak time.
Team Kazakhstan.
Well, he'll be happy for that gift again. His footwork letting him down that forehand.
If you're Shevchenko, you have to play to win here. Play to win. Don't think that the other guy's going to give it to you. You have to have a mentality where when the opportunity's there, you go for your best stuff. Just like I saw Philippoussis do in the Davis Cup final, Robbie. In fact, in 2 of them. Go for your best tennis when it matters here.
Nice. Play to win.
Oh, massive error, massive. Is that the telling point?
3-0, Team Kazakhstan.
So he's talking about a technical issue there with his forehand, not the strings or the equipment. He just felt like he was late with the wrist, I think. That was a bad miss, wasn't it?
Oh, given how good the return was.
I mean, he ran into that shot. Didn't get out of the way, give himself room to hit that forehand. Just cramped up.
You've got to remember as well,
Team
to come on the
Kazakhstan.
women's singles, Team Kazakhstan has got Elena Rybakina. And if this guy can give them a one-match lead, that could prove pivotal.
Team Kazakhstan.
Shevchenko's looking pretty good right now. He's had a helping hand. But the intent early on in the tiebreak was good.
Team Kazakhstan.
Shevchenko would have given you a good chunk of his prize money if you told him he's going to have a 6-love lead in this tiebreak. He has just been focused, he's been concentrated, he's been on it. Tsitsipas has given him 2 donations. And he's received them with open arms. And he's got 6 match points. It's a 20 win for Shevchenko. He was impressively sharp today, and Tsitsipas was pretty blunt. The Kazakh wins in straight sets, 6-4, 7-6.
Yeah, Robbie, I mean, you nailed it. Not a lot of energy from the Tsitsipas side. And Alexander, look, all hats off to him. He played some great tennis today. He was aggressive. He made his opponent play. And when it counted, just believed in his game, went 3 shots.
He's put Team Kazakhstan in pole position with a major winner to come in Elena Rybakina. A little flat today, no question about it. Couldn't summon up the energy that he needed to get the better of this man, who was a lot sharper than what he was in his opening match. And nice to see him step it up. Let's go down to Fitzy, who is with Alex right now.
Alex, wow. You look happy, you must be happy. That's the biggest win of your life right there, eh?
One off for sure, because he's absolutely amazing player, but I think he was probably not at his best today, but still I think I played really well, and I found the moment to win that match, but definitely it's going to go in my records for the best wins.
Well, congratulations, mate. Yeah. You know, for a player that still has a young career, these moments are so important, and I can understand your joy of winning that. I mean, he wasn't quite at his best, but in the big moments, you played your best tennis, I think, and you went for the right shot at the right time.
Yeah, 100%. I was risking with my backhand on the line. It worked out really well, and yeah, for sure, I was dreaming to play these events. I remember coming for ATP Cup 3 years ago and just, you know, supporting Medvedev and Safin, and now it's just unbelievable moments to me to play on this court and in front of you guys. Thank you so much. This is a joy.
Well, you might have enjoyed today, but there's maybe a lot more to go, because you have a pretty strong partner in this event, don't you?
Very strong, very strong.
Can you imagine being a Wimbledon champion one day?
I hope so. I still cannot imagine it, but I hope so.
Well, you have a partner that's about to come out and play for your country and go to the next level. I want to mention your coach, and I may say he's an old friend of mine, Joachim Nystrom. He's been a very experienced coach for a long time, and you have a very good man in your corner now. What did he tell you before this match?
He just said that I should stay relaxed, play point by point, and I mean, Joki is an amazing coach, and obviously how good he was as a player. You know, he had some terrific results, and you know, just to have him in my corner, it's just great. You know, I'm also enjoying time off with him, and we have a good laugh, and he's just really great for me. So he's an amazing man.
Good on you, Alex. Well done. Look, we're very happy for you, mate. I can see the joy. Keep it going.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Lovely interview with Fitzy. He's always got a knack of making the players so relaxed when he chats with them, and he will be feeling pretty good. As I mentioned, it's a fourth top 20 win of his career. He's beaten some good players now, Tsitsipas being one of those. Yeah, the likes of Karen Khachanov, Holger Rune. It's a nice stable of wins, and perhaps more to come. He'll get another crack at it if Elena Rybakina gets the win. But quick look at the numbers and what stands out for you, Mark.
I mean, look at the unforced errors. You know, 40 unforced errors for Stefanos, 17 for Alexander. Just played very solid when he needed to. And that's what it came down to. It was a very loose day from Steph, but Alexander, all credit to him. He played some great tennis when he needed to, went after his shots, and it paid off.
So just under 2 hours, Shevchenko gets the win for Team Kazakhstan. And of course, it'll be Maria Sakkari and Elena Rybakina who will take to center stage for their fifth meeting in about 10 minutes or so. But a big thanks to Fitzy and Flip alongside me, Rob Koenig. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. It's Alev Shevchenko who gets Team Kazakhstan off to the perfect start.
tricky question, huh? The happiest person I know is probably Stefano Sottolaleo. He's always smiling. I think I'd say this now. Happiest person. I have to go with Stefano Sottolaleo. Steph too. Yes, it's you. Wow, so we have an outside user. Yeah, I just want from here as well. I would say a big overthinker. I would consider myself a pretty competitive guy who enjoys the arts of life, anything artsy. I think I'm a happy person in general. I love spending time with my family, my friends, and my loved ones. I speak 4 languages, but all of them are broken. No, you're very good with languages, I would say. Definitely the funniest. I don't care about being funny. When I just answer just to be myself. I don't want to be the funniest in the room, not the smartest. You do have to go through stuff. So, okay, the smartest. Thank you. But the funniest means that you're dumb? Or... Okay, then it's funniest. I'll go with funniest. I want to be the funniest, but every time I try to be the funniest, I mess it up. So bad, so I think just being the youngest is a step number 2.
please welcome for our next match representing Kazakhstan, Elena Rybakina. And their opponent for today's match, representing Greece, Maria Sakkari.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the RAC Arena here in Perth, and it is warm today inside this stadium where we have our second singles match ready to go. Maria Sakkari there of Greece, the woman with all the pressure on her shoulders. She needs to win against this woman, the former Wimbledon champion Elena Rybakina, in order to keep Greek hopes alive of qualifying for the quarter-finals. Shevchenko, Rybakina's countryman, has put Kazakhstan in the driving seat of this final Group C tussle. Now Maria Sakkari has it all to do for her team. She's done it before. She's been a stalwart of the Greek team at the United Cup. But it's been a tough few months in her career. So it'll be very interesting to see how she handles that pressure today, whether it brings the best out of her.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, this is pretty cool, isn't it? Okay, let's face that way so you can see a beautiful face in the cameras. Usual conditions, live ELC, so the close calls will be shown on the big screens. 25 seconds. We do follow the ATP timing of starting the time, which means that it's automatic for them. Yeah, so if you go for the towels, that's when I really need you to be careful with the time, okay? Apart from that,
Once you call the score?
it starts automatically after 3 seconds after the point finishes. So I have less control. Apart from that, the towel boxes are marked with your flags. Any questions from your end? No? All right. Well, who would you like to ask? Maria? AO? John Newcomb.
I'll go with AO.
Yes, so AO has been called. And AO it is.
I'll receive.
Receive. This side. Okay, photo that way, please. Perfect. Thank you. Have a good match. Awesome. Well done.
Well, the completely adorable Hot Shots kids doing the coin tosses continue to steal the show here at the United Cup. Positively adorable. Here we go then. Elena Rybakina against Maria Sakkari. If Rybakina wins, Kazakhstan are through to the quarterfinals. If Sakkari wins, then it's all on the mixed doubles. And it'll be very interesting to see if we see Stefanos Tsitsipas back out in the mixed doubles. He would ordinarily be expected to play, but he was not himself in that opening men's singles match against Alexander Shevchenko. I'm Catherine Mitchker, alongside me Jill Krabas, and we have Bojana Babusic courtside as well. Maria Sakkari then, 29 years of age, 32 in the world at the moment, but has been on the decline of late. Of course, has been world number 3 and a stalwart of the world's top 10 as well. Qualified numerous times for the WTA finals, has struggled with injury in the last 12 months and with confidence as well. She is such a confidence player, is Maria Sakkari. Had a tough time in her opener against Jessica Buthas-Monero a couple of days ago, 6-2, 6-1. Did have the opportunity to come out and win the mixed doubles to put that defeat behind her, at least. She's kind of the ultimate confidence player, Jill, isn't she?
She does, and I think, you know, it's important for her to get a lot of matches under her belt. You mentioned she's been out struggling with injury. She had a shoulder injury. It's the first time really in her career that she's had a 4-month period where she's been away from the sport. Now, you know, she was rehabbing quite a bit, and she was trying to get back on the practice court. So she does lack match play right now. You mentioned the mixed doubles, that she was forced to have to go play after that, you know, tough loss. She didn't play her best tennis, but I think that was a good thing for her to have. So you're not dwelling on that loss, right? You get back out there, you go to work. So I think it was good that she got that mix. I think she's going to be a bit better today.
And on the other side of the net, Elena Rybakina, oozing quality, 25 years of age now, currently number 6 in the WTA rankings, but had a spotty season last year, missed a lot of tournaments due to illness or injury. There were a lot of retirements, a lot of withdrawals, but her peaks are as high as anyone's, and she does play great tennis down under, of course. A former Australian Open finalist, Brisbane champion last year, beat Sabalenka in that Brisbane final. And Sabalenka went on to win the Australian Open. So look, Elena Rybakina is the heavy favourite in this tie, but their previous meetings have been close. Rybakina leads the head-to-head 3-1. But their last 2 matches won by Rybakina on hard courts have been incredibly close. The WTA finals in 2023 went down to a deciding set tiebreak, and their meeting in Miami last year, 6-4 in the third in Rybakina's favour.
1 minute.
As I said, it's a hot one in Perth today, 31 degrees. It'll feel hotter than that in the sun. Luckily, a lot of shade for the crowd inside this RAC arena. And it is a pretty comfortable place to sit and watch tennis, even in the heat. But in the sun, which is where the players will be throughout this match, it can be absolutely scorching. Jill.
30 seconds.
I think even on a hard court, I mean, you can up the degrees right there, because hard court just makes it feel so much hotter because the heat is exuding from the court. But yeah, I mean, but all these players are very experienced. They know how to take care of things. There's ice towels available for them on the changeovers, so they're going to be well prepared.
Bojana, what's your ice towel situation down there?
I don't need to have one. I'm sitting in the shade and feeling very comfortable, but certainly the players, I think, would be taking out the ice towels nice and early. We've seen so far throughout this tournament how important it is for the players to stay hydrated, and it all starts the night before, doesn't it? Because we've seen the cramps, we've seen the tightness in the legs. So these, as Jill touched on, these players are used to playing in these conditions. I guess something to think about for them is some of them coming from cooler climates, not having played matches, so that recovery and that preparation, it all really starts the day or two before.
And you got just a peek there in the background of that shot of Elena Rybakina's new coach for 2025, Goran Ivanisevic, 2 Wimbledon champions working together. What impact will he have on her game? It's going to be fascinating.
Elena Rybakina representing Team Kazakhstan.
Oh, nice long rally to start off. I did have the sense that Sakkari might come out a little bit more sharp in this match. She hadn't played a match in 4 months, and so you can't blame her for being a little bit nervous against Busas Monero, but playing Rybakina, she knows she has to hit through the ball, so I think right away you can see that from the start. Good movement forward here from Rybakina. Did a good job of not hesitating. As soon as she saw a little shorter reply from Sakkari, she was right on top of that ball. It's an incredible angle from the center of the court. Great acceleration through that ball.
Already early on front. Sakkari, the change in her body language and the way that she's hitting through the ball, because she looked so hesitant in her singles match the other day against Team Spain. So it's a really good positive start for Sakkari so far.
Good to see Tsitsipas watching on.
Much more calm and comfortable out of the gates, Sakkari.
Seems very clear that she intends to attack the second serve of Rybakina.
Well, that's the key, is you don't really want to give Rybakina time. You really want to take time away from her, and you want to be the one that gets that first strike on the ball. Because that's Rybakina's game style, feeding off that big serve of hers and really trying to attack off of the return.
Obviously didn't make that one, but do you like the play?
I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, she didn't have to cut it so fine either, because I don't think Rybakina, she has that long levers and those long legs, but she's not quick off the first step forward. So I do like that play from Sakkari. Tough game to get through, Rybakina, but did well, served well in the end.
You really have to think for Maria this morning, it's more about the process. She has to sort of put the outcome to the side and focus on what she really wants to achieve, considering she hasn't played for a number of months. She seems to be a lot more energetic out on court. She's just striking the ball a lot nicer today. So 1 point at a time, I think, will be key for Sakkari today.
Okay, so Maria Sakkari serving for the first time in this critical match for Team Greece. Seems a good time to check in with the captain of Team Greece, Theodoros Angelinos. Ted, thanks so much for talking to us. We've been talking a lot about what a confidence player Maria Sakkari is, how brilliant she can be when she is full of confidence. What have you done to try and big up her confidence ahead of this match?
Just go back to basics. I mean, she hasn't played since the US Open, so it's always hard to, you know, get rhythm, get confidence back. So she started the match much better. So yeah, we can work through it and get the win somehow.
And tactically, what are the keys against a player of Rybakina's quality?
Yeah, I think you obviously have to serve well and pick your spots on the return and be consistent as possible. Even, you know, be a bit more aggressive.
It's a hot one out there today, isn't it? Is the physical edge that Sakkari feels like she has over players, could that come into play today?
I think so. If the match goes long or we keep it close, I think that's in our favor. I like, you know, Maria is one of the fittest person on tour, and it's a hot day, so hopefully, yeah, that will work in our favor.
And if Maria is able to take this to the doubles, will we see Stefanos back out there? How's he doing?
Yeah, we'll see. I think so. He didn't, you know, he didn't have a great day on the singles court. He had some issues with his stomach in the beginning, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, fingers crossed. Thanks so much
Thanks
for speaking to us, and best of luck to Team Greece.
Yeah.
14-15. Well, it's good to see Stefanos Tsitsipas back out at courtside. Good for him, because it was very clear in that opening match, very clear from how he looks right now, quite frankly.
He's back out quickly, too. He's back out quickly, too, for, you know, having a stomach issue and stuff like that. Obviously, he got everything under control. He ended up fighting very hard in the end, so that was a good sign that he was feeling a little better.
Yeah, tough day for him today. Clearly not feeling great, but good on him for being there to support someone that he's known for a very long time. They've been through a lot together, Sakkari and Tsitsipas.
Well, this is something that Sakkari is going to be having to pay attention to from Rybakina. She loves, this is the forehand placement against her previous match. The Spaniard Buses Monero goes cross court the majority of the time, and most of her winners are that direction as well. So that's definitely a pattern that Sakkari's got to be aware of. We already saw a beautiful angle from her in the first game. Just really accelerates through. Is able to get that ball off the court.
Is that something that a new coach that Goran Ivanisevic might want to work on with Rybakina, getting her to mix up the forehand placement more, take it down the line a bit more?
I think adding variety is always good, especially, you know, when you've been on the tour for a while. Players, your opponents pick up certain patterns. They know where your strengths are. So I think it's always good if you can throw in variety to surprise your opponent. I know there's Goran. I know he's working on wanting her to come forward a lot more, wanting her to finish points more at the net, because she gives herself those opportunities. She's such an aggressive player. So to really follow that in and back yourself. That's good depth from Maria. I like that play too. Against taller players, it's a good play to try and go deep down the center of the court, because they have such long levers. It's tough to get out of the way, but as long as it has good depth, that can be a really good play.
It was tantalizing, wasn't it? She had so much court to play into there, Sakkari. Just execution letting her down. Still an opportunity, though, at 30 all. Do you want the lead for Kazakhstan and Rybakina in the opening set?
Can I have a
Well, speaking of coaches, you've got Alexander Nadovyazov there, the Kazakhstan captain, giving Rybakina a pep talk. Goran Ivanisevic just lurking in the background. You might have seen on the Greek bench Raymond Sleuter, who is the new coach of Maria Sakkari for 2025. Now, that's an interesting appointment, Jill. He has a lot of pedigree.
He does, yeah. He's a very experienced coach, obviously former player, so I think it'll be an interesting choice. Sometimes it takes time, though. I mean, you never know. It can look good on paper, the matchups, and I think he would be a great addition to her team, but you do have to give it time. You got to be willing to give that coach time to work with you. I mean, especially if you're making small changes and the players want it instantly, but sometimes it takes a little while for things to develop.
He worked with Alina Svitolina on her comeback from maternity leave, didn't he? And had a huge impact. She really kind of repackaged her game and became a far more aggressive player with great success. So that's a fascinating appointment, I think. Of course, Sakkari was with a former coach, Tom Hill, for a very, very long time before they eventually parted ways. Then she worked with David Witt.
And that one was for a little shorter time.
Yeah. So she's not used to this kind of coaching carousel. She had a lot of consistency for a long time.
Well, we were talking about how she feeds off, you know, that confidence and how she needs matches, and I think that's where Sleuter will do a good job. I think he always has a very positive attitude, you know, so he's going to bring just that extra bit of confidence. Wow. That had some heat behind it.
Smoked that one.
Well, she certainly doesn't seem like she's struggling with the pace from Rybakina's racket. She's really holding her ground off that baseline, and I really feel that backhand when she steps in will be a real weapon today.
Just got a little jammed, caught it into her body too much. Like Sakkari's previous match against Bustos Monero, she had a little bit more time to think. Rybakina has a little more pace behind her average rally ball, so I just feel like that extra time and that thought process got into Maria's head a little bit, and I think this is a better matchup for her to gain that confidence because she's forced to go after the ball a little bit more.
He likes what he sees. So far, does Raymond Sleuter. She doesn't look intimidated, does she, by Elena Rybakina? She's beaten her before. She's played her tough before, even in her defeats, and it's got to help the confidence.
It also helps their previous matches. Rybakina leads in the head-to-head 3-1, but every single match has been so close. Three out of the 4 went to 3 sets, so that's got to give you confidence knowing that you had moments to win those close matches. You were right in it. of changed her mind there. It looked like she was about to hit that ball flatter, and then all of a sudden opted for a higher, heavier ball. Just that slight indecisiveness causing the error.
Not by much, but by enough. Rybakina with the lead again, 3-2. So from just a few hours away, not much. Alexander Shevchenko there in the foreground. He did his job earlier, didn't he? What a lovely, charming young man he is.
He does seem so nice. And I love that he's just smiling. He seems to really enjoy when he's getting interviewed and talking about the matches. And he's been a great supporter. He's actually been on the front bench well, for the last match as well that Rybakina played. So he's in it. He loves this team atmosphere.
Yeah, he said it was a huge goal of his to be able to play the United Cup, and he's so grateful to Elena Rybakina for wanting to play and being alongside him. Must be great to be in a team alongside a Wimbledon champion.
Rybakina just inching forward and inside the baseline there just to put that pressure on the second serve. Zachary actually went for a little bit bigger serve, trying to get that depth.
She is enjoying the Rybakina pace, isn't she? Not troubled by it at all.
I think one of Zachari's biggest assets is her movement. She's so quick. So even if the ball's coming with a lot of pace, she's able to quickly adjust the feet to get in good position. So that's part of the reason she handles that pace well.
She's famously an incredible sprinter, isn't she? Can run 100 meters in 12-ish seconds, I think.
Goodness.
Something like that.
That's a great ball. That little higher, heavier ball. She was on her back foot. Good choice when you're a little bit off balance. Great depth on that as well.
patchy from Rybakina so far, isn't it?
Well, we talk about the time that Sakari had off. I mean, Rybakina doesn't have a ton of matches under her belt either. Took some time off after the U.S. Open. Did play the WTA finals in Riyadh just a few weeks ago, but just played a couple matches there. So she had quite a bit of time off as well. And the start of the year is always tough, right? I mean, everyone's nervous. Everyone wants to start the new season well.
I'm just noticing a lot of the first serves from Rybakina are targeting the forehand of Maria Sakkari on the due side. She's really slicing that serve out wide, and on this ad side in particular, he's using that tee a lot. So something for Sakkari just to keep an eye on.
Third ace for Elena Rybakina and a 4-3 lead in the first set. That does make sense, doesn't it? Bojana has attacked it because it was the forehand that broke down most dramatically in her opening singles match, Sakkari, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. There was a lot of unforced errors off that forehand side, in particular for Sakkari when she was just off the baseline, a normal rally ball. She was pulling off the ball. She wasn't moving forward. And her singles match from when she was playing against Booth Esmanero to today is chalk and cheese. You really can't compare, and I think that's such a positive sign for Maria that she can turn things around very quickly. And she really hasn't thrown in many unforced errors off either side. So for me, it's a really positive sign, and she's right in this first set. I mean, it's on serve. You know, time will tell how she handles the pressure, but she really doesn't have anything to lose. She hasn't played for a number of months. It's all about finding the rhythm, getting the confidence point by point. So for me, she's doing really well.
Because if she hits that heavy kick and then the one she hit on the first point in the last game, it's just very tough to take it on the rise. Keep the energy the same. Very good. Also like the fact that you had one chance to play a little bit of a higher, deeper ball. Fantastic.
He's got good energy, Roman Sluyter, doesn't he? He's a very calm head, very positive guy. No ego, really, never makes it about him. Of course, a lot of success in coaching is about chemistry, so who knows how it'll end up working out, but he has the raw ingredients to bring a lot of good stuff out of Maria Sakkari.
Deep balls, more central from Sakkari, and then as soon as she had a little more time, felt like she was more in position, that's where she really was able to open up the court. Backhand cross is effective for her right now when can create more of an angle and get Rybakina on the move.
What Theodoros Angelino said when you interviewed him, Catherine, during that first game in terms of what Maria Sakkari was looking to do, and he simply just said, keep it simple, and that's what she's doing. She's got a high first serve percentage. She's not going for too much, and she's staying long in the rallies. So I think sometimes we tend to want to overcomplicate things rather than keeping it simple, and it's a clear example of what Sakkari is doing right now.
40.
That first serve percentage has got to remain high for Sakkari, and she knows it. Overall, she has been serving pretty well so far. First serve percentage currently at 62%. She would like that higher because I mean how much damage Rybakina can do on that second serve return.
That will do nicely from Maria Sakkari. Barely hit a forehand like that all match against Jessica Bouthas-Monero. It is already such a better performance from the Greek woman. 4-all opening set.
I really liked that point from Sakkari. All of a sudden threw in 2 slices. That's the first slices we've seen in this first set, but the key was to keep it low. It forced Rybakina to hit up, and that's why she was able to create that time on that forehand to attack.
Already more games than in her previous match for Sakkari. It's very much game on. Fourth ace for Rybakina. She's got a tidy first serve percentage at the moment, 69% that takes her to.
Second serves can be tough. I mean, Rybakina is adding a little bit more kick to that second serve, and it comes from such a high position with how tall she is that that trajectory really bounces up a little bit more.
For Maria Sakkari right now, you'd almost want to hover over that forehand side and expect that the serve is coming to that side. Well, she heard me, didn't she? So she decided to serve out wide. But every time on this due side, she's gone to the forehand. So just something to think about for Sakkari.
It's a lovely shot, the Rybakina backhand down the line, isn't it? Doing the damage there, 5-4 opening set.
Просто левой рукой внимательно и с ножкой вниз. То же самое, когда пустой мяч был, сейчас смотри, с ног справа. Ходи вперед, с ногами. Проходи его, обрабатывай ногами.
Fascinating, the different dynamics within the team. In Team Greece, you've got both the team captain and Sakkari's individual coach having input, whereas in Team Kazakhstan, you've got Goran Ivanisevic, Rybakina's individual coach, very much taking a back seat and just watching on while Nedovizov, the team captain, does the pep talks at the sit-downs. Serving to stay in the first set.
What a start. The first time, actually, she's taken the first serve early.
Not much you can do about that.
No, it's too good. It wasn't a bad serve, had some pretty good pace behind it, but she just took one slight step forward to take that ball early.
Now, this is where the confidence really gets tested, isn't it? How deep is the well? 2 points from the set is Rybakina. Triple set point. Needs a first serve. Tough way to lose the set, yeah. Not out by much, but out by enough. It's a break to love, and it's the opening set for Kazakhstan and for Rybakina.
Тебе помочь?
Да, можешь поменять?
Я могу.
That's what I call coaching.
Great to see Elena Rybakina smiling like that. Not a perfect set of tennis, but a very, very good one.
She got stronger as the set went on, and that was pretty key. And what a good last game from Rybakina. I mean, she's been serving well, converting 75% of those first serves when they've gone in. I mean, not many unforced errors, even from both of them. And Rybakina, I feel like it really came down to that last game. I feel like she set the tone with that first point on the return because she just decided to get even slightly more aggressive. And to me, that was the biggest difference. She took it on and went after in that return game to close it out. So that was a really clean set overall. I think she started off, maybe we were saying patchy a little bit, and Sakkari started off really well. So it was a good sign for Rybakina that she was able to keep the set even pretty much the whole time. And then in that last game, really felt like she took a much more aggressive stance, and that's where she was able to close it out.
Yeah, a real surge from Elena Rybakina to close out that set. She kind of gave Maria Sakkari the opportunity to get tight. And Sakkari took that opportunity. I mean, all players get tight, right, Jill? I guess, is it a case that some players' techniques tolerate that tightness less well than others?
That could be part of it, yes. When you're not as technically sound in certain strokes, they will tend to break down more, especially if nerves can be overwhelming for you. But I think a lot of it is how you bounce back and how you adapt, and also how many times you push yourself to go after it when you're in an uncomfortable situation or when you are nervous. You almost have to force yourself to be like, it doesn't matter, just do it. And the more times you do that, you bet the stronger you end up being. I think that's also why I love the format of the United Cup, where you are playing singles, and then sometimes, obviously, a lot of the singles players are playing mixed as well. And if you lose your singles match, you can come back, play. You're immediately putting yourself in that circumstance again, and I love that. I think that helps you just become mentally stronger every time. Sakkari saw that coming. She was up pretty quickly towards the net.
Really finding her spots on serve, isn't she? Picking up where she left off from the end of set one there, Rybakina.
I know we focused a lot on Maria Sakkari in this match so far, but we have to give credit to Elena Rybakina. She just seems so unwavered in what she's trying to achieve this morning. She's so confident in every single stroke. And she might throw in a couple of unforced errors, but she quickly just picks herself up, moves on. Doesn't show a lot of emotion, but the way that she strikes the ball and how early she takes it has been so impressive.
Yeah, I agree, Boyana. And right now we're just taking a look at the kick-serve comparison between the two players. We mentioned how much Rybakina gets a little bit more kick, and I think that has a lot to do with it. Her height, when it's coming from such a high point, it does tend to kick a little bit more. So that's jumping on Sakkari quite a bit. That's a great graphic we just saw. tried to adjust in the end, but that ball just kept drifting into her body.
Goran will have enjoyed that point, seeing Rybakina finish the point up at the net.
Something that he really wants her to add to her game is to come forward, which I think is a great plan. Because of how clean she strikes the ball and how powerful she hits off the ground.
She'll be chipping and charging in no time. It'll be like grass court tennis in the 90s.
Oh my.
Tough start to this second set for Sakkari. Love 30.
Pressing a little bit, right? Even in the first serve, you could feel it. Just trying to add pace, but not doing it in a relaxed manner. She really put maybe too much effort behind that.
That's the thing with Sakkari. There's a lot of talk about the nerves she feels. I'm not sure she actually gets more nervous or tight than other players. It's just the way that manifests in her game. You can see the tension in her, can't you? It's sort of oozing out of her pores.
I think you see just how much she wants it, and that I feel like is sometimes where she can start to press, because she just wants it so badly, and it's hard to find that balance when you want that so badly and to relax at the same time.
Over-pressing on the forehand, and it is a set and a break lead now for Elena Rybakina. Well in control. A word of caution, though, for Rybakina fans. Sakkari does often play her best tennis from a position of deficit in the scoreline. It loosens her up. I guess she feels like, well, I've got nothing to lose now. So there's a lot of tennis to be played yet.
I mean, that's too good. I was right on the line. I like the way Sakkari struck the ball in that point. Really good forehands, confident, I think, in that rally. It was just too good from Rybakina.
First double for Rybakina. Still in massive credit on serve, 4 aces. Oh. Kind of unplayable. A little pace off it, created incredible angle using all of her stature and frame. That was a better forehand.
I think the two different forehands too, right? The first one was a little higher and heavier and then unleashed a little flatter. So that change in rhythm sometimes can disrupt your opponent's rhythm. That's why the error came from Rybakina.
Another beauty. It's all Rybakina right now. She and Kazakhstan are 3 games away. 3 games away.
Все идеально делаешь, очень хорошо подаешь тему.
Alexander Shevchenko there getting involved at the sit-down. His job is done for the day, certainly in singles. I see him in the doubles. But one of the victories of his career in the opening match of the day over Stefanos Tsitsipas, albeit a slightly subpar Stefanos Tsitsipas, not feeling his best today, but he still took some beating, and Shevchenko did that beating. He was sensational today. He's got quite a down-the-line backhand of his own. Shevchenko really showed it off today. So Maria Sakkari, a set-and love 3 down. What can she bring?
One of her best second serves. I don't know if she meant it, but it was a little bit more off pace, but the placement right into the corner, you got to be able to hit your targets like that against Rybakina. Actually liked the intention on the previous forehand, because she was again looking to take a slighter shorter ball earlier. I just feel like it was a little too central. She's got to be willing to try and spread the court more, try and get Rybakina a little bit more defensive position.
Yeah, Rybakina looks just right in her comfort zone right now. Such margin on some of these big winners as well, isn't there? She's rarely going right close to the line. feels very repeatable.
Just in control.
She is making tennis look awfully easy right now. That sweet, sweet strike that she has. Two more break points. Important first serve.
Yeah, she needed that one. She just needed a nice, quick, easy point just to try and settle herself a little bit, slow things down. Much better from Sakkari. His one forehand that really changed that point around to put her in the offensive position where she just got it off the court a little bit more to the Rybakina forehand.
Well, there's never a great time for one of those, but there have been a few particularly ill-timed double faults for Maria Sakkari this match. That's her fourth in total, and it opens up a third break point of the game for Rybakina. Well saved.
Rybakina has definitely upped the pace on the forehand side. Sakkari trying to dictate a little bit there and was hoping to maybe overpower Rybakina on the forehand, but Rybakina got there in plenty of time. Actually added acceleration to her ball.
Finally, a short ball for Sakkari to attack.
I like that she moved into, just applied the pressure. I think that caused the mistake from Rybakina, just seeing her come forward to the net. Just makes you think about your shot, that little extra. It's too bad. She played such a good point. Rybakina just guessed right. And using Sakkari's pace, Sakkari all of a sudden felt, under pressure, felt rushed on the volley.
Never say never, but it does feel like Sakkari's hopes rest on this game. The longer the game goes, the more important it feels. Making it look easy again.
Good sneaking forward for Rybakina. Still, it looked like she was hesitating a little bit, but as soon as she saw Sakkari actually moving backwards and backpedaling, that's when she started to come forward to the net. Great play.
It is the double break for Elena Rybakina. One-way traffic just now. Had a set and 4-love. Okay, so Rybakina about to serve, hoping to take a 5-love lead. Let's check in with her teammate, who's already done his singles job for the day. Boana is with Alexander Shevchenko.
Alex, thanks for your time. You look like you're really enjoying yourself sitting up front. Are you loving being here watching Elena play?
Yeah, for sure. It's a joy to watch Elena playing, especially when she's playing like this. And yeah, I'm just supporting the team. Let's hope we're going to get it done 2-0. And yeah, just enjoying to be in the front seat for that one.
Well, you know, if Elena wins this, Team Kazakhstan progress to the quarterfinals. Are you aware of this?
Yeah, I'm going to be just happy, you know. We were like, this was a really important match. The winner should go advance, and happy with my performance as well. And yeah, she's doing just a great job, you know. It's just a joy to watch right now.
And talking about your performance, you had a great win against Stefanos this morning. How did you turn around from your singles loss a couple of days ago to then, you know, an impressive win today?
Yeah, obviously I knew the first match is always tough, especially Carreño Busto is a tough opponent for me, and I think he's a great player. And yeah, I just needed to get this match feelings a little bit, you know, to get this, you know, to deal with the nerves a little bit better, and just to have this game process. And yeah, it paid off, and all the preseason and everything, and it's just great to start the year with a massive win for me.
We'll let you go, but thanks a lot for your time and all the very best for the rest of this match.
Thank you, appreciate it a lot.
He's a lovely chap, isn't he? I love the way he talks about Rybakina and the clear respect he has for her.
I think both of them with each other, right? I mean, he loves what we were talking about. He loves being on the front row, cheering his teammates on. I think they are both loving the fact of being part of the United Cup. They're obviously both making their debut here, and they've loved every moment.
He's a big supporter, a set and 5-love now for Kazakhstan and Rybakina. And I assume that was Shevchenko making a hasty exit because he's got a mixed doubles to prepare for. There he goes. Yeah, he is cutting it fine. Maybe he wasn't expecting quite such a one-sided second set.
That's why he's jogging, just to make sure he gets warm immediately. It'll be fun to see them out there again if they do both decide to play the mixed. They looked like they had so much fun together out there. It was a great match.
Yeah, they did, and it is It is great seeing Rybakina have fun on a tennis court and look like she's enjoying herself, because I don't think that was always the case at every moment last year. She did have a lot of struggles, so brilliant to see.
I was hitting my forehand so big, like that's what I want to feel, you know?
Sakkari looks like she's being attacked by a whale shark there, which adding to her struggles.
Not being scared, prepare and go.
Set and 5 love and being eaten by a whale shark.
It's hard because the first set was so close, right? And I think, again, at the 5-4 game where Rybakina returned so well, like it almost felt like it was out of the blue to Sakkari, because she had time, and in that last game, Rybakina just stepped up, and ever since then, she's played consistently stronger and stronger, and I think it's just put Sakkari on her back foot.
It's not often you can so clearly pinpoint the moment a match turned. That final game of the first set, everything changed in this match.
We know she's one of the best fighters out there, and as frustrating as she must be feeling right now with the scoreline, you know she's not going to back down. She's going to keep trying to fight through, and if it just means getting a little bit better each point.
Interesting that we haven't really seen her attempt the drop shot since that first game.
I think it's hard to, with how Rybakina's striking the ball. I mean, when you're playing someone that has upped the pace and is hitting most of the ground strokes, maybe just a couple inches or a few inches inside the baseline, that's not easy ball to pick and choose when you can drop shot. It's difficult. I mean, there was one point I remember you mentioned that she finally got a short ball, right? I mean, that was just a few games ago, I think, so she hasn't really had a ton of opportunities, but gets on the board. Well done.
Yeah, it is suffocating, isn't it? The Rybakina pace and depth and the relentlessness of it. She makes it look so repeatable and comfortable. It's a terrifying prospect for everybody else at the top of the sport when she's playing her best, because she's got good head-to-heads against the top players, against Sabalenka, against Swiatek. She knows the cheat codes, and she's serving here to put Kazakhstan into the quarters.
That's good serve. Sakkari frustrated because she felt like she actually guessed right on that one. Almost was ahead of that slightly.
Good match, man. Come on.
Yeah, you've picked a good one, Goran. You don't get a lot of joy out of the net cords here, do you? So rarely dribble over.
That time covered the out wide serve. Rybakina has used that quite a bit on the deuce court on the second serve.
Well, she does love a comeback, Sakkari.
She does.
It's a long way back, but there's only one place to start. Nothing to be done about that. Snuffed out a great point. The forehand's back.
I like to see that. I like to see Maria smiling now. That was her best forehand of the match.
She's serving so well on these big points.
Oh, she's getting the ball off the court and early in the rally. Like it from Maria.
Getting Rybakina into awkward positions finally. Didn't look comfortable there on the run, did she? Well, the comeback starts here, especially if the forehand keeps firing like that. 2-5. Sakkari trails now.
I needed those forehands a little bit earlier in the match.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we can all go home because you're the best coach yourself. No, but you're telling yourself to go for the forehands. Okay, it's 5-love, different situation, but still, and you're doing it, and that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. So in every instance where you feel that, you're gonna try and tell yourself to do that, like you did. And then you are okay with the result, whatever happens. But you're making the chance on these balls the biggest. Fantastic, fantastic. Well done. I was thinking, fuck, it'd be nice to get a second serve one time on a break point. Huh?
Yes. I was like, she went twice, big wide, and once three, I was like, she's gonna go wide. So.
Yeah. Well done.
I was thinking of serving volley this game. Why not?
It's all allowed.
It's all allowed. In practice,
Keep accelerating and up.
Well, that was an absolutely fascinating insight. Raymond Sloiter, well, basically saying everything that you've been saying, Jill.
No, it was great advice, and I loved his attitude. We've been talking about how positive he is as a coach, and yeah, it is what we were referring to earlier about, you know, putting yourself in those positions that you have to just work through it. You have to go for it no matter how you're feeling. You're not going to feel your best all the time. And if you're able to back yourself in a moment where, you know, you don't feel that great, the more you do that and the more you put yourself in those circumstances, the better and stronger you're going to get. And I love the fact that, you know, he was praising her, saying, fantastic job. Who cares about the result right now? You know, this is a progress. This is what you need to work on throughout the year. It's great advice.
Yeah, I know it sounds like sports psychology waff, but process, not outcome, is something that all the top players say, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it can be tough to understand because, of course, you want to win. Everyone wants to win. But if you do have that mindset of more of a long term, that this is what's going to get you better, that's, I think, the most valuable.
Yeah, the winning is almost the byproduct.
Yeah.
Another non-ideal double fault.
Just got ready too early, actually. I think she was expecting a much deeper return. Steph is back to support.
Well, his hopes of a quarter-final depend on the Maria Sakkari comeback. Doesn't it like he's got loads of energy in the tank for a quarter-final, but amazing what a good night's sleep can do. Good serve. Weighty serve. Oh, she got up from the chair at the last sit down. She threatened to serve and volley in this game. I couldn't tell if that was a joke. I haven't seen it yet.
Maybe it's coming now.
Yeah, I'm on alert for it. Well, she failed to create any match points on her own serve, Rybakina, but she has one here. Trying to stop the Sakkari comeback in its tracks.
That's the one she wanted, though. I mean, she set the point up perfectly. That ball just skidding and staying lower.
decent kick on that one. Point for 5-3. Takes it. 3 games in a row for Maria Sakkari. Rybakina will have one more chance to serve this out.
What a great effort. I mean, at 5-love, you could really just feel the weight on your shoulders, but Sakkari kept her head up, and she's fighting through this. Actually playing well. I mean, the good news for Rybakina is she does have that serve that can just sweep her through some games sometimes. It'll be interesting to see if she's able to do that, because Sakkari's been better on second serves when she's gotten those opportunities.
Wow, well, that was off a first serve.
I feel like the crowd could help Sakkari here, too. A lot of Greek fans here in Perth.
Yeah, they've been subdued so far, haven't they? It was a flat performance from Tsitsipas because he was feeling ill. It's hot out there today. Hasn't been much for them to get their teeth into, but they could get into it here.
Controlled. When you know the speed of Sakkari on the opposite side of the court, and it's actually a lot of time for her to regroup and get back into the court, and so that puts a little pressure on. Sometimes you can rush that shot, but she beautifully controlled it. Wow, that's too good.
Such a beautiful shot, the Elena Rybakina backhand. And it opens up 2 more match points for the Kazakh, the first on her own serve. Goodness, what a way for the match to end. A wobble at the end, but otherwise awesome from Elena Rybakina. She and Kazakhstan are through to the quarterfinals, 6-4, 6-3 over Maria Sakkari. Say something, Joel, because I'm still processing that match point.
You know, it looked like it should have been easy, but it wasn't because of the flight of the ball. So I mean, it was a tough one to miss for match point, but it wasn't actually that easy of a shot. But I like the effort that Sakkari gave at the end. I mean, a set in 5-love. I love that she still pushed. She still fought. That's going to do wonders for her going forward. That'll give her a little bit of a boost, even though it was straight sets. I love that she's laughing about it. But Rybakina, I mean, she played so well. I felt like that's something great to take away from this match, is how much better she just kept getting as the match went along, and that's good. You always want to finish stronger than you started, and she definitely did that.
I'd love to know what kind of tennis player Maria Sakkari would be if you found some sort of gadget that could let her not know what the score is at any point in a tennis match.
Or maybe just pretend you're down, down in the score
or something
all the
that
time.
hypnotizes her into thinking she's 5-love down at all times. It is such a mental sport, isn't it? It's brutal, but we love it. And we're going to get the chance to hear from one of the heroes of Team Kazakhstan. Elena Rybakina is with Bojana.
Elena, congratulations. Another win for Team Kazakhstan, which means you progress through to the quarterfinals here at the United Cup. How excited are you about that result?
Yeah, really excited and super happy for the team. Everybody tried hard, and Sasha in singles. Today was tough match for me also, but I'm super happy to go through the quarterfinals.
And you're up a set and 5-love, and then Maria comes back and wins 3 straight games. What are you telling yourself just to get yourself across the line in that second set?
Just play point by point, because I know when it's 5-love, it's a little bit nothing to lose for the opponent, and she started to play more aggressive, and some good shots was from her. So yeah, I was just trying to focus one by one, and got a bit lucky on the match point, but overall I think it was a really positive match for me.
Now, some people may or may not know that you have a newly appointed coach in Goran Ivanišević. Can you just tell us a little bit about what he's brought to your game in these early few weeks?
Well, yeah, we just working a couple of weeks together, and this is the first official tournament, so I think we're still getting to know each other a little bit, and I think he's a very fun guy also, and he gives some experience, of course, from when he played, and also as a coach. So yeah, I'm just happy to work with him, and yeah, hopefully we bring some good results together.
I have to ask, has he taught you how to smash any tennis rackets yet?
In my career?
Well, in these early few weeks. We know what he was like as a player, but as a coach, do you think he'll bring a bit more of an aggression, or has he taught you anything in terms of his playing days?
Well, not yet. I think, as I said, it's still too early. Maybe he will bring somehow from me this energy which he used to have on the court, but yeah, we will see. For now, I'm too calm, and no one can break it.
Absolutely. Don't change your winging game. Last question, are we going to see you out for the mixed doubles?
I think this time, no. This time, me and Sasha were going to support from the bench, but yeah, I think it's going to be fun also for the guys to play, and yeah, looking forward for that.
Well, we love having you all out here out on court. Enjoy the rest, and we can't wait to see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. С днем рождения, папа.
Oh, lovely moment at the end there. I don't speak Russian, but I do understand Papa, so I think that must have been a message for her dad, which is lovely. And you know, Alexander Shevchenko, Sasha is Elena Rybakina calls him, he stayed courtside and was standing there while she did that interview. There he is. They're my new favourite friendship
so,
on
I know,
on
me
tour.
too. I know, it's awesome to see.
Yeah, they're a really good vibe together. It's really cool to see. Never really seen Rybakina in this kind of team environment before, and it's bringing the best out of her. These are good numbers, Jill.
They are good numbers, yeah, just to take a look. Served very well, 73%. That was high throughout the course of the 2 sets, so that number stayed very good for Rybakina. Goran's going to be proud of her net points won today, 9 out of 11. It's good to see her continually trying to move forward and make that progression forward, so I'd like to see that number from Rybakina. And, you know, similar unforced errors, but I think Sakkari just had a little bit of a back foot in that second set. Like we said, she pushed hard, she fought hard, but Rybakina is too clean in the end.
Yeah, it was good stuff from the former Wimbledon champion. We'll wait and see who we'll see in the mixed doubles. Greece aren't out, but they do need to win the mix to stand even a chance of qualification as lucky losers for the quarterfinals. So we'll be back for the mixed very shortly indeed.
got your name on the back. You had Greece on the back, no. You've got your name, so that's fine. Thank
you. Please welcome for our next match, representing Kazakhstan, Tiebreak Kalambayeva and Alexander Nedovyazov. Opponents for today's match, representing Greece, Despina Papamikal and Petros Tsitsipas.
Well, welcome back to Perth for the mixed doubles. Team Greece in picture. I'll try and add some respectability to the scoreboard. Of course, every set might count for them if they want to be one of the best runners-up to try and qualify for the knockout stages. Of course, that happened to Germany last year, right? Remember, they came second in their group to France. They were one of the best runner-up finishers, and they qualified for the knockout stages. Went on to win the United Cup earlier this year, so still got to try and hang on in here. Kazakhstan have booked their place in the knockout stages, winning both singles. And we've seen an overhaul in the mixed lineup for both teams. Petros Tsitsipas on the left alongside Despina Papamichael jogging up next to him.
James is going to help us with the coin toss. James is a good
Kazakhstan, the playing captain, Alex Nedovyazov and Zibek Kulambayeva.
Say hi to these guys. Okay. So everything's the same as usual. You have the towel boxes, you have clocks 25 seconds. Any questions? So after the coin toss, a picture with James facing that way. Heads, tails?
Yes, please.
All right, heads is AO. Thanks, James. Go for it. Wow. Perfect. Whoa, look at that one.
Tell you what, it's not James's first rodeo.
Okay, yeah, that's heads, so your choice. Gonna receive.
We stay.
You're gonna swap. Let's do a photo first then. So James, you stand in the middle.
Kazakhstan.
There we go.
Winning the toss and electing to receive first. He knows what's going on. He knows how to smile. He knows how to conduct a coin toss. Try that again, a coin toss.
Great job, buddy. Nice. Best coin toss of the week.
I agree. Richard Haig, the chair umpire, getting tongue twisted with all these names that I have to pronounce for this match. Getting my practice in beforehand. My name's Rob Koenig, delighted to have Bojana Babusik alongside me for this one. Mark Philippoussis courtside it is. It is the great man. We'll be keeping a beady eye on those Greeks. We need one to keep an eye on one.
Got the best in the house, don't we?
We certainly do. And as we mentioned, a change in the lineups for the mix. Despina is subbing for Maria. And of course, we've seen her over the last couple of seasons play in the United Cup. She's played some singles and some dubs. Currently ranked in singles at 281 in the world. And she's been ranked as high as 93 in doubles. She's got a couple of challenger titles to her credit. It's always nice when you get a shot at the big time here, playing in front of a nice crowd on a big stadium court.
Oh, absolutely. And we know when you play those lower tier tournaments, you'd be lucky to get a couple of spectators in the stands. So to be able to play in front of a beautiful arena like the RSA Arena with the fans, it would be nice, and one that she will certainly make the most of.
Now, Petros has been on some big stages, playing some dubs alongside his brother. Of course, he's won a tour level title in 2023 in Antwerp alongside Steph.
3 minutes.
That was one to celebrate. He's won a couple of challenges as well. He's won 3 of those. He's been in a bunch of finals and always proudly pulls on the red and white shirt of Greece. As a family, they've done a wonderful job of representing their country. They've put it on the tennis map. Certainly his brother has, and he has helped play a small part as well in the success of Greek tennis. Well, 2 matches played, 2-1. Of course, Elena Rybakina winning the second singles, and Alex Shevchenko winning the men's singles a little earlier against Steph Tsitsipas. Zibek Kulambayeva from Kazakhstan. What do we know about her?
24 years of age. She's won 5 ITF singles titles, 33 ITF doubles titles. Singles is currently ranked 150 in the world and doubles 315. So she's looking to emerge onto the WTA tour. Spent a lot of time playing the ITFs, and we've touched on this earlier. It's just the opportunity to play on a bigger stage and get that experience. So valuable. You can't really put a price on that one.
Yeah, too true. Hails from Almaty in Kazakhstan. There's Alex. I recognize the face. We've been chatting to him during the warm-ups this week. He is team playing captain for his country. Gave us some nice insights as to why they've become a tennis powerhouse in the world, thanks to billionaire investment from Bulat Utamaratov, the businessman who's put so much money into tennis in Kazakhstan, 200 million to be precise, 38 tennis centers that have been dotted around the country in the 17 different regions, and a couple of international bases where the best players can train out of in Italy and Spain. And of course, reaping the rewards of the Wimbledon champion, courtesy of Elena Rybakina. So the weather is perfect. Does not get much better than this. The roof is open, but it is still a roof that covers a huge part of the court. And a chance for all 4 players to get their teeth stuck into this competition.
30 seconds.
Just so you know, the captain of Team Kazakhstan, he also comes from Almaty, 37 years of age now, so plenty of experience, shall we say.
He'd certainly be able to help his partner out too. Still quite young at the age of 24. Zibek.
He went to college in the States. He went to Oklahoma State. It's a very good college. It's becoming more of a popular route these days. A lot of good players, instead of going pro, tend to go to college in the States. A couple more years to just develop their game, mature, perhaps get an NIL deal, make some cash, and then go pro, right? If you don't come from a big tennis nation, that's very much an option these days.
And you obviously don't commit for the 4 years, right? So if you have an outstanding first or second year, you can turn pro straight away. But it gives you that option at least.
True. Got a Cal Berkeley grad alongside me, so I better be on my best intellectual behavior. That's pretty impressive.
Thanks, Robbie. No, it's good times.
Yeah, well done. It's a proper school there.
Mark, I'm not sure if you got the opportunity to watch Tsitsipas Stefanos this morning, but what was your take on his performance? He looked a little under the weather, didn't he?
Yeah, look, it wasn't great. Let's be honest. He was obviously suffering with something in his stomach, but he did not look comfortable. His energy was low from the start. He didn't look into the match, and you know, it was not a good day. It's only start of the season, so he needs to try and find something.
First set.
You know, we've got a couple of weeks here before the Australian Open, so he needs to get something going.
To serve. Ready? Play.
Petros Tsitsipas to get us underway. was Petros, one of 3 kids of Apostolos and Julia, both involved in tennis. Was Apostolos and Julia. And Apostolos currently, Mark, you were telling me, is traveling with one of the siblings.
Yeah, Robbie, he's traveling with the youngest son, Pavlos.
There's also Elizabeth, 2 boys and a girl. Same combo as myself.
Always like when the female player gets involved early on. That's nice. Close in there at the net. Not having to do too much with it, but just enough.
That was awfully close to Papa Michael's head. Yeah, nicely exposed.
40-30.
Panic from Alex here. He's done well to put those lobs in play. He's seen the space on the diagonal. He's got the greatest amount of court area to work with there.
First game.
So Team Greece up and running with the Tsitsipas Jr. The Papa Michael. Nice one earlier today for Shevchenko.
And he's been on the front of that bench for most of Elena's singles and now for the mixed doubles. I just love seeing him getting involved. Almost playing that leadership type of role. He's such a likable character, really refreshing.
He really is. Gives the ball a good nudge as well, doesn't he?
Definitely.
Some nice firepower on him. There's his coach on the right. Those two will know each other. Goran and Joachim Nystrom. What a player he was.
$15 love. Let seconds off.
Played some good doubles in his career. He would have helped playing as much as he did at college.
Well, such a focus on doubles in college because you play doubles first, so you play 3 doubles, and then if your team win 2 out of 3 doubles, you win that big point, and that sets up the team for the singles. So he knows how crucial it is, how important doubles is.
I was playing at his highest ranking earlier this season in May. Ranked 38 in dubs. Won a couple of titles as well in the beautiful Swedish town of Båstad in 2023. He won that. Nice place to win your first tour level title. Backed it up a couple of weeks later in Sofia in Bulgaria. And won again on the clay in Portugal. That was a tour event in Estoril. Clearly loves playing by the ocean. Winning in Estoril and in Båstad. Båstad, if you just stay out of that club there, you've got a good chance of winning the tournament. Hey, Mark, you know all about that.
I've never played there.
Oh, okay.
I have heard good things in a beautiful part of the world. But you obviously have, Robbie, by the sounds of it.
I have.
There you go.
And I stayed away. Yeah, those tournaments post-Wimbledon, there's a couple of beautiful ones. Kitzbühel being another one. Båstad. How well watched.
Just Kevin Tsitsipas honest at the net. He's looking to move and help Papa Michael out with this service game. Maybe just moving a little bit too early, leaving that far gap down the line.
Guys, for me too, as Petros, I understand, you know, you want to try and get close to the net, look to cross when you can, but I believe he's too close to the net. You know, you want to have some kind of body momentum going towards your volley, but he's just going sideways. He's literally standing, once he's done, like less than a foot away. I don't know if that's too close.
There you can see very susceptible to the lob. We'll see how that develops. The Kazakh team can continue to exploit that fact or not. He's been a top 100 player as well in singles, as Alexander Nedovyesov, ranked as high as 72 in the world back in 2014.
You know, it's never an easy thing to come up from the captain's chair to the court. You know, sometimes it's easier to play. There's a lot of emotions you're going through, sitting on the side there, helping out your player as a captain. So it's a great effort for him to be out in this court right now. Obviously playing some great tennis himself.
(30-14).
When you're that close to the net, you don't have a whole lot of time to react, especially if that second serve is coming in slowly.
Jim. Mr. Nedovyesov likes the replay, the call on the right service line.
No call from the electronic line calling system, so it's definitely caught a piece of it. Very back edge.
Deciding
gender
point.
to gender on deciding point, so it'll be a do-over.
Game, Team Greece.
That's an early move.
Team Greece lead 2-1.
But it paid dividends in the end. And the Greeks lead 2-1 in the next.
страшного. Мы ничего не проигрываем, мы уже выиграли. Играй свободно.
Okay, Levique is this beautiful scenery. It's north of Broome. Of course, they've got the beautiful red rock and white sand, the contrast. So easy on the eye. Wonderfully remote beaches and camping. Northernmost tip of the Dampier Peninsula. Reminds me of those red rock that you see in Arizona, but that's in the desert. This is on the beach. Crazy contrast there. So beautiful.
I keep touching on, have you got those pearls yet for your wife, Robbie?
Tell you what, I was so excited about that. Now you've just brought down the mood. Putting pressure on me here.
What about you, Mark? Are you bringing back some pearls?
I have the family with me on the trip, so...
Take them up to Broome then.
Yeah, I wish we going to have the opportunity, but there's so many beautiful places to see. They were just at Adventure World.
Oh, nice.
So, you know, they're having a tough time here.
Time.
Also worth highlighting the importance of the mixed for Team Greece, because you're always looking for that best runner-up position in the group. Still gives you an outside chance of qualifying. If they lose 3-0, they've got no chance of being a best runner-up finish. Got to be at least 3-3 in matches. This mixed of much importance for Team Greece, not so much for Team Kazakhstan. What is on offer though are points and prize money, so it's always a nice incentive. Steph courtside.
Not looking any happier.
$15-all.
I know it's the event that the Greeks, you know, Team Greece loves to play. They love this United Cup, so like I said, I'm not out of it completely yet. Every single match is important. Every point is important. So hopefully they can get a win here and there's an opportunity to keep themselves in this event.
Not an easy return to make that inside-out backhand. Beautifully executed there from Petros.
And in case you're wondering, $8,000 for the mixed. If you get a win, and that's per player, right? $8,000 each. It's a good chunk of change.
Especially if it means you can travel to one more tournament or afford to have a family member or a coach for a tournament. It's huge for some of these players.
Too easy.
15-14.
This almost looks like a left-handed cricket shot straight down the ground. She's hit it. The racket head is perpendicular with the court rather than parallel.
A bit of an opportunity missed there from Petros Tsitsipas, just flying that forehand long. Anything about doubles, and it's all about those percentages, isn't it? High first serve percentage, high return percentage, doing the basics really well.
it's in.
Game, Team Greece.
Papa Michael coming
Team
up
Greece
trumps.
lead 3-1.
Mark, I'd love to get your thoughts on, obviously Petros has played a fair bit of doubles with his brother. How much has that benefited both of them in, I suppose, different ways? Have you seen it's, you know, do you see it continuing, and what does it mean for Petros to be playing with Stefanos?
Look, it's an opportunity for both. Obviously, an opportunity for Petros to play with his older brother, someone he looks up to. And let's face it, and he said it himself, you know, he's able to get into these Grand Slams when he does play with his brother. So it's a huge opportunity if you were to win a couple of matches.
Kazakhstan coming up trumps this time.
Shevchenko loves it too.
What a point, guys. And yeah, so you know, they've had some good results. They won a tournament in 2024 and was it 2023? Sorry. And you know, they do well together. Obviously, two brothers playing. There's a lot on the line. They help each other out. They train with each other. So it's definitely, there's a lot of pluses for that.
Title in Antwerp came in 2023, Mark, October, in the indoor swing.
I could imagine it'd be quite intimidating, though, for Petros to play with his brother at certain times, coming up against some big players. Was there anyone ever that you found intimidating when you were playing doubles, Mark?
Love 13.
Intimidating, look, not really intimidating, but you know, coming up when you're playing the Woodies, and we played them at big moments in Grand Slams, and you just cannot allow any kind of momentum swing as far as lows or unforced errors, because they're all over you. I mean, two of the best to ever play the game in doubles, and so you know, a pair like that, my goodness, was it? You learnt a lot, and it was just a pleasure to share the court with him.
Mark was the intimidator.
Yeah.
He was the intimidator.
He failed to mention that, didn't he?
Yeah. I want to see that guy. Forehand. Presence in the forecourt. I remember Mark more than he would remember me back in the day. Didn't smile too much around the players' lounge. I always found him incredibly intimidating. Big presence of a guy. It's only now, many years later, I've got to know him really well. He's a coconut. It's hard on the outside, soft on the inside. Some good pop on that first serve. 185 kilometers an hour, nice and accurate. That's nicely done. On the brink of going down a break, 2-1 for Team Greece, but they managed to save that deciding point, and they've made it really work for them. 4-1 they lead now.
There's good vision there of all four players getting involved in this last point. You can see Adoisev trying to get involved, but just crossing over far too quickly. And Papamichael recognising the opening. I like their attitude. The fist pumps, they're positive.
Time.
Despina and Petros got a run in mixed doubles last year against Team Canada, where Greece beat them 3-0.
15 love.
A nice use of the body serve there. Just jamming up. Tsitsipas. Serve that does really go. That is underestimated in the game.
$30 love. $40 love. Game, Kazakhstan. Greece lead 4-2.
Okay. So this serve, Team Kazakhstan will feel they've got the best shot of breaking. They had a deciding point last time. Papamichael stepped up to the line.
Kazakhstan capturing the net early on, it really does apply pressure. All set up nicely, but that return and setting up Colin Baeva.
Love 30. $15-30.
Well, it's the right time to use that line. It's just not able to execute. Catching that one a little bit late.
Sergio.
One of the better first serves.
And the importance of the first serving doubles. So crucial to set up your partner at the net. Not always about how hard you hit it, very much about the placement.
Juice. Deciding points.
He's trying to be active at net, trying to help as much as he possibly can. Took a big gamble on the last deciding point at Petros on Papa Michael's serve. Does he do it again? Got to time your cross if it's a slowish first serve. Oh, what a gift.
Okay, Team Greece. New balls, please. Team Greece lead 5 games to 2.
Kolombayeva did make the return. And partner couldn't deal with the volley. 5-2.
Αυτός δεν θα φύγει συνέχεια. Κατάλαβες. Γιατί το 0-15 το παίξει ευθεία, σωστά.
Ναι, αλλά το βγάζει.
Δεν έκανε καλή μπάλα για να αλλάξει αυτός. Αυτός δεν αλλάξει καλή μπάλα. Ξέρει ότι μου άπαιξε.
Mark, are you able to translate what they're talking about down there?
Αυτό είναι το strength σου. Μετά παίζουμε το rally στο strength.
Yeah, just saying that, you hit a good ball. He's not going to, I can't remember if you just said he's not going to try something different, referring to, it was tough to hear with the music, to be honest. DJ's got the music. Can you tell him to turn the music a little lower there, Robbie? I know you got connections.
Yeah, especially if it's this new age stuff. I don't mind a bit of AC/DC being cranked up, Mark. Not this doof stuff, not for me.
This doof stuff. I'm with you, Robbie.
Well, we're back in Perth for day 4 of the United Cup, and Team Kazakhstan walking out here. Had a change in the lineup. They've sealed the tie. They've sealed their spot in the knockout phases by winning both singles. That's why Kolombayeva and Nedovyesov are playing mixed doubles against Papa Michael and Petros Tsitsipas. Team Greece saving a couple of deciding points, winning a couple of deciding points, I should say, on the Papa Michael serve. Also had one valuable break to lead 5-2 in this set.
Love 15.
Oh, he's looking across every time. He's just not able to execute at the moment. He's hitting down on the ball, not moving forward enough. despite missing a couple of volleys, he still needs to keep going for them. Nice.
Love 30.
Papa Michael not afraid to move forward. It's great to see both Petros and Papa Michael working together. And the split steps, the adjustment steps, closing in on the net, taking time away.
Love 40.
Well, this has been a good passage of play. Reset points and then some for Team Greece.
(15-40).
It's worth reiterating. For the best team runner-up here, a team would have to be at least 3-3 in matches. So you don't want to be losing this one 3-zip if you're Team Greece. They've already lost the tie, but still have got an outside chance of qualifying for the knockout stages. They won the opening set here 6-2.
Well, I thought Team Greece did a really great job of keeping the basics, doing that well. High first serve percentage, you can see 81% first serves in. Even though the unforced error count was the same for both teams, it was really converting those breakpoint opportunities, not losing their serve and breaking the serve twice of Kulambayeva. Working well together. Still a lot of tennis to be played, and we know in mixed doubles how quickly that momentum can shift. As we have a look at some of the highlights, you can see Papa Michael moving in early, right at the start of this first set, and it was a great sign to see her continuing to take some risks, use that down the line shot to keep Nedosov honest. There were some signs from Team Kazakhstan that they were holding their ground, but just a couple of unforced errors, especially at the net, not being able to quite execute as well as they would have liked. So they'll have to reset here, look to hold their serve early on and not let this second set slip away.
We have mentioned that Group C has been decided, and it's pretty much a straight shootout this evening here in Perth. And Group E, duke it out. The winner of Team China versus Team Germany will go through and advance to the quarterfinals a little later. Nice and simple.
Second set, Team Greece to serve.
So as far as Team Greece is concerned, I have to copy and paste that opening set in this one.
(15 love).
He's got some nice pace behind his serve, Mark, for somebody who's not very tall in stature. I think over the last 12 months, he's beefed up a little bit, has Petros, especially in the back and shoulder area.
30 love.
You know, one thing I can say about Petros, he's a hard worker. You don't have to tell him to get on the court or the gym. He works incredibly hard. He puts in the hours. Very hungry and, yeah, like I said, strong. Uses a lot of legs in his serve. But he's a strong kid.
Love.
It's pretty much the end of his range. Anywhere between 190 and 200 kilometers an hour. One almost right in the middle, 194. When it's that accurate, probably going to get a lot of free points off of it.
Game, Team Greece. First
That
game,
momentum
second set.
working firmly in your favor with another comfortable hold. It's Team Greece's third appearance here at the United Cup. They were first in Group A back in 2023. They topped the group earlier this season. So for the first time, struggling to make it out of the group phase. Kazakhstan, they played in 2023. And they were third in Group B. They lost out to Poland and Switzerland on that occasion.
$15 love.
Great hands there from Kolumbayeva, sensing that the Greeks were too far back behind the baseline.
Love. Game, Team Kazakhstan. One game on.
Really nice and relaxed there. Alex Shevchenko and Elena Rybakina. Both did so well today in their singles matches. Got the job done. They're through to the quarterfinals.
In case you were wondering how the teams qualify for the United Cup, it's the top 5 players on the ATP will get you in for your country. 5 for the guys, 5 for the girls. Then it's the combined ranking for the next 6 spots. And that's for the first entry deadline on the 16th of October. So we've got 16 teams that occupy those spots, and you've got 2 spots for a second qualification date on the 19th of November. So again, you reassess what's going on there with the rankings, get the final best combined WTA and ATP rankings for a country.
$15 all.
So close here, can't make. Oh, tipped the net, didn't it? Made it doubly difficult.
30-15.
So Team Greece, for example, got in as the ATP number 4 player on the list. So Tsitsipas, he was the 4th highest, I should say, ATP player entered into the United Cup. He took one of those first 5 spots designated for the top ATP players. Take him out. That's the idea.
30-all.
Oh, some hard hitting there from both Papamichael and Kulambayeva. Great hands as well. Always looking for the next shot. And not afraid to almost go right at Tsitsipas. If in doubt, absolutely, go right at him.
Yeah, look how she just keeps edging forward. That's when you make the best reflex volleys, when you're not static. Oh, how good's that? How good was that? She just floated forward.
30-14.
She has been impressive, hasn't she? What a great game. Look at this, moving forward the way she is. Nice technique on the volleys, no swing, just a nice little punch.
Boom, how do you like that, partner?
Time violation, warning, Team Greece. Juice. Deciding point.
Well, Papamichael has served 3 times. And 3 times, it's been a deciding point.
And she's been lucky too, hasn't she? A couple of missed volleys from Team Kazakhstan. Almost sitters.
See if she can get out of jail here.
Team Greece.
That's brilliant from Tsitsipas. He has been steadfast and looking to move, and he does again on a big point and is rewarded for it. 2-1 second set. Ningaloo, I like that name. Ningaloo, it rolls off the tongue.
Sure does.
So to some of the best hikes in Western Australia. I mean, how's those vistas? Just immerse yourself in nature, sleep beneath the stars. This is a spectacular part of the world.
Well, I know you spent 2 weeks in Sydney prior to coming over here, coming to Perth, Robbie. I think you should spend 2 weeks in Perth and explore the north and south.
I'll tell you what, I'm getting it in the ear from Matt Ebden. Now I'm getting it from you as well, you Western Australians.
We're persistent, aren't we?
You love your territory. No, understandably so. Big South African contingent here. And of course, big Greek contingent in Melbourne. And we'll be heading there in a couple of weeks' time. Maria started to find something at the end of the match against Elena.
Time.
I thought she played a lot better today than she did a couple of days ago. Still trying to find her form, but she's showed glimpses, and nice to see that she's relaxed and having a smile. It can be tough coming back from an injury, especially when you've played at the highest level.
Yeah, called it quits after the US Open this year, didn't she? Just wanted some time away from the sport. Get the shoulder fixed up. It's always ongoing. You can see her just icing it. I'm sure there's precautionary. Well, we mentioned the Greeks got in courtesy of the ranking of Stefanos as far as Kazakhstan was concerned. Elena Rybakina on the WTA side, being the third highest player to enter, means her country got in. Let's remember, 5 on the men's side and singles, 5 on the women. 6 best combined, lowest combined ranking, and then 2 at a later stage.
Oof. Take that.
30-15.
Have a look at how early Petros takes that backhand. Short backswing, body weight moving forward. Gave it a real punch.
No kidding. It obviously didn't even move. It was just cemented, rooted to a spot.
40-15. Game, team, Kazakhstan. 2 games all.
Nice and solid from Alex in the forecourt. Wow, talk about using the full width of the service box.
170 kilometers per hour on that second serve.
I guess, Mark, in Greek, ne is yes. I keep thinking he's rejecting the call from Papa Michael, but clearly not.
Yes, ne is yes, ohi is no.
Okay. That man in picture came out the first Kazakhstani in the open era to lift a doubles ATP title when he won in Borstad back in 2023. Nice milestone for his country.
Okay, Team Greece.
That's some good heat on the serve.
Team Greece lead 3 games to 2.
199 kilometers an hour. to punctuate the 5th game. Team Greece looking good here, setting 3-2 up.
Good job.
We're not having a lot of long rallies in this match so far, so you can tell that the point really comes down to the first serve and the next move. I really think that Petros Tsitsipas is doing such a great job of holding his serve and also getting involved at the net, as too Papamichael have really complemented each other in this match so far.
Γενικά white είναι με spin serves. Οπότε να ανοίξεις πιο ψηλά και να κάνεις λόγο, μπορεί να κάνεις λόγο. Και αυτός αλλάζει εσένα, θέλει να έχει ξέρεις πότα. Όταν μπορείς να κάνεις λόγο διαγωνία είναι το καλύτερό σου.
Seems like he's really positive, Mark, isn't he, Petros?
Oh, he's a very positive person. Like I said, works incredibly hard, very positive. You know, with his body language, with his words, out in the court, no matter what you ask of him, you know, he'll give you that and more. And yeah, even with the words, you know, he's telling his partner, it's no matter what she does, it's bad luck. That was good shot, no problem. Next one, it's very positive.
Love 15.
Oh, that is beautiful. Not for the first time. Kalambayeva has been outstanding in the forecourt. She's shown us she's got the shtick volley. She's got some gorgeous feel too. It's not easy off a hard ball to show touch like that.
She's got great instincts, hasn't she? She's got really good court sense, especially out here in the doubles, of realizing where her opponents are on the court, not to overplay certain shots. She has been, she's been impressive.
And again, showing that nice touch. And
40-15.
Not surprising, she's won 33 ITF doubles titles, currently sits at 150 in the world on the doubles tour. So she can play.
Game, team Kazakhstan. 3 games all.
Not a lot in it either. 38 points won for Team Greece, 36 for Team Kazakhstan. Despite what the scoreline says, it's really close.
It shows you how important those deciding points were on the Papamichael serve, right? I mean, 6-2 3-all feels very one-sided if you didn't know the scoring system.
Love 15.
Kalambayeva hasn't done too much wrong today.
Take that.
Love 13.
Yeah, just think of the... Mind you, the 2 returns she did miss were both on deciding points. She saw Petros go. Fortunately, just had too much of an eye on him rather than the space she was heading into.
$15-30.
You know, one other thing that's been impressive about Mikhail, who's serving, you know, just gotten the first serve in very important stages. Gotten out of a lot of trouble with that first serve.
Perfect play there.
15-14.
And enjoy yourself. Sensing a little bit of a momentum shift here. Again, set up by Kalambayeva, and that return. Nice and deep. Giving a bit more time there to cross.
Well, finally they make inroads against the Papa Michael serve.
Team Kazakhstan lead, 4 games to 3.
Team Kazakhstan has finally got a lead in the set. It's 4-3 in the second.
Потому что она, не особо линии тоже переводит. Наверх сидим, что, подать водичку?
Team captain can relax now. He can be coached. Let somebody else do the hard yards.
Потому что она все закрыла. Сейчас они мало будут играть. Ну, только если не Петруня со всей силы.
I say the hard yards because it's way tougher being on the sidelines than playing.
Well, it's exhausting, isn't it? You're sitting around all day, you're riding the emotions, the ups and the downs.
Got no control over what's going on.
You're planning things. And then you have to jump out on court.
That's the relaxing part. Playing, just do what you love.
But I guess that the eye on the ball wouldn't be quite there because you're spending a lot of time sitting. You know, you're not getting that reaction time in. But it seems like they're slowly starting to get it now. They've been building up that pressure.
Time.
Oh, well left.
15 all.
It's a great get off the return, just to get a racket on it and guide it down the line.
Nicely done. Easy when you're that close to the net. Still think both teams could use the lob a little bit more frequently.
They're using that lob there, but really not hurting the Greeks at all. Still serving at a very high first serve percentage, so in order for them to consolidate the break, she will really need a first serve here.
Okay. To Kazakhstan. New balls, please. Ball change. Team Kazakhstan lead 5 games to 3.
Just came away from a 10-point match tiebreak. That's what would happen if it's a set apiece. Listen, quick trivia. Both of you, Mark, if you're listening in. We've heard all different versions of come on in tennis. I'm going to give you the equivalent. You tell me what country. Davai, davai.
Russian?
Yes. Vamos. That's easy.
Spanish.
Komien. Komien.
Slovakian?
No.
No, I've heard of that one.
Of course you have. There were plenty of them when you were playing. Scandinavian country.
Swedes?
Yes.
You're not supposed to give him any tips.
Oh, get out of here with that return. Here's a tricky one. Podge. Podge.
Podge?
Podge, I would say.
Oh my
That's what it sounds like.
Podge.
I think it's Sipulkova. Slovakian.
Close. She might have used it as well. Might be the same in Czech.
Okay.
The Czech players.
Okay.
Oh. Good hands.
Love 30.
What do the Greeks say when they hit a good shot? What's the equivalent of come on in Greek?
Bame.
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 And then you've got idemo in Serbian.
Yes, of
Ajde.
course.
Yeah.
So the Aussies are obviously come on. What are the Americans? Let's go.
They're come on.
Go.
They're come on as well. And the Brits are come on. And the South Africans, Mark.
Are they also come on? But the Americans. lets go more often. Or, you know, a lot of the players too, if they happen to have a coach who's a Spanish coach, a lot of them you hear use the vamos too, non-Spanish players.
Yeah, that's true. It's 3 set points here for Team Kazakhstan. Yeah, it's almost like vamos has become the universal one now. It's taken over from the come-ons.
You also hear that a lot. Who's got the check? Come on. Dinner sometimes.
No, you don't want that. 2 more set points here for Team Kazakhstan. Oh, that's a little naughty, but oh so nice.
30-40.
Really cuts under this ball, doesn't he? Gets a lot of backspin. That's not an easy shot. He's right behind the service line. And it lands twice on the opposite side before the service line. That takes touch.
2 set points saved. Oh, it's a little cheap.
Kazakhstan.
So it will indeed be a 10-point match tiebreak.
A 10-point match tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
It'll determine the outcome. Set apiece, 6-3. Kazakhstan win the second set.
Let's have a look at the set 2 summary, and again, not a lot in it, but I thought it was the Team Kazakhstan that cut down those unforced errors. High first serve percentage. High first serve percentage 1, should I say, when that first serve did go in. Forehand winners, 5-1. Now look at the breakpoint opportunities made, only needing to convert 2 of those to get ahead in this second set. So it really will come down to the wire in this third set match tiebreak. I thought Kulambayeva did an amazing job in that second set just to hold her ground and really use her court craft. Not a lot of rallies, but a lot of exchanges at the net and reflex volleys. Remembering this match means a lot to both teams. Prize money and ranking points. And also to keep Team Greece's hopes alive in this year's United Cup. So this is what it all comes down to.
Final set, match tiebreak.
Mark, how do you see this one swinging? In whose favour?
Oh, I might have to go with momentum right now, but look. Just, you know, I'll let you know after the first 4 points. How's that?
I mean, this guy.
1-0, Team Greece.
As I said, momentum, so I'm going to put my money on Team Greece.
I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that now, can you?
I had to be cut off. You let me finish my sentence.
Second serve. Team Greece. Team Greece.
After a great start, the Greeks started with that mini break in that first point. I think Petros really trying to get Papa Michael engaged, fired up.
Just remember, there's plenty of prize money up for grabs in the mixed. These four players. The winning pair will split $16,000. 8 each. If my maths is any good. Beaten by the pace. Nedovyasov. Given the open palm ham again, that suggests that Petros is going to cross yet again.
Team Greece.
Oh, nice court awareness there from Kurumbayeva, noticing that Tsitsipas was moving in the opposite direction.
Just wouldn't mind seeing, it's a couple of times Petros got caught, but maybe going a touch early. You guys got the better angle, but I mean, there was a hell of a return in the highest part of the net. But one mini break back now. Team Greece still have a 4-2 lead. This is where Macau would love to see it. Focus on a first serve. Take off that pressure.
Just got to be careful here. I have a time violation already. This one's down to 3 seconds. he's down. He's up.
Oh, no.
What a lob from Kulumbayeva.
4-3.
But I thought the lob from Papa Michael was unbelievable as well.
It was.
Right there, and then you can see Tsitsipas wanting to get involved.
Yeah, perhaps it should have been Papa Michael's smash, yeah. It's drifting towards her forehand. It's going over Tsitsipas's backhand side. That's what made it so awkward. Just like that. It's on as even. There it is. Davai, Davai.
Team Kazakhstan.
She got it. I think she has.
6-4. Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Shevchenko likes it too.
Red hot. Great awareness. Oh, they've dovetailed beautifully in this match tie break.
Let's for serve.
1 or 2 points. Kulumbayeva's been right on it. And then she hasn't been quite on it. It's Nedov who has stepped up, team captain. Turned this match tiebreak around beautifully.
Good hands. That was coming in hard and fast. Redeeming himself from the previous point. Just keeping that racket out in front, not having to swing too much.
It's probably one of the toughest reflex volleys to make. And you're moving one way, but you have to reflex behind you. It's a good eye.
7-5. Team Kazakhstan.
Team Kazakhstan just 3 points away now from a clean sweep against Greece.
Team Kazakhstan.
Had the right intention, didn't he?
Team Greece, let's call the 60-second timeout.
It's our first one of the competition that I can remember here in Perth. Certainly the first one I've been part of.
So they have 60 seconds to have a chat in their team zones. And you would say just to break that momentum.
Yeah, and of course, Petros might be furious with himself. Frustrated that he's missed that easy volley, and it just buys you a bit of extra time just to calm down a little bit, blow off some steam, and hopefully reset. There's not much wriggle room here, down 5-8.
Team Kazakhstan.
They're not converting on a number of deciding points in the opening set. Team Kazakhstan have turned this match around magnificently. Got 4 match points.
Nice 6, Team Kazakhstan.
Not only have they won both singles ties, but they get the better of Team Greece in the mixed in the 10-point match tiebreak. They win it 10-6 and are secure in going through to the quarterfinals. That was decided before this, and it makes it nigh on impossible now for Team Greece to qualify for the knockout stages. They really needed the win here, but they come off second best today.
Well, they had a bit of a slow start, didn't they, Team Kazakhstan? But the longer the match went, the better they got. And I thought Shibek Kulambayeva was exceptional throughout that whole match. Didn't seem to waver. She just was consistent. Really showed her court craft. What a way to progress through to the quarterfinals.
Captain Fantastic. He's getting the job done on the bench and on the court.
He'd be feeling really good right now, wouldn't he? Still some work to do though, it's not over. Nice to get some court time though.
Yeah, so they will top Group C. Feel good vibes for Team Kazakhstan. They'll certainly enjoy their dinner this evening. They will sleep well. Always nice to be a winner. Winners or grinners. of course, the man who's put so much time and money into Kazakhstan tennis, Bulat Urmatov, will be delighted that his country and his tennis nation has done so well in this year's United Cup, and still more to come.
You miss everything. What was possible? I tried. But that big yeah, thankfully I had first.
And I think we're going to get a chance to speak to Captain Fantastic. He is with Mark Philippoussis.
Well, guys, congratulations. First of all, congratulations on making it through to the quarterfinals. And a bit of a slow start in that doubles, but it felt like as the match went on, you guys got more comfortable. Is that the first time you played with each other?
I mean, honestly, yes, it's the first time. I felt like we started slow, obviously, but I felt like the only one thing we should have fixed going into the second set and hopefully decider is how to find the effectiveness of Zhibek's serve, because we got 2 breaks on the first set. But otherwise, we were playing well, I felt like, and yeah, she showed some incredible skills at the net in the second set, and especially in the super tiebreak.
I've got to say, it looks like you were carrying him for a while. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, I don't think so. Maybe for a moment I had like some good volleys, but I was a bit struggling on the back, especially on the first set with the serve. But yeah, in the second set we like changed a bit. Like I tried to be more aggressive, and I think it helped.
It absolutely did. Let me ask you, it's not that easy on the captain's chair to be sitting down and coming out to play. What's easier, to be playing or sitting on the captain's seat? Well, what's easier?
I mean, to play 100%. I mean, I'm getting way too emotional sitting and cheering for the guys, especially Sasha. He is the guy who needs a lot of energy. So, but yeah, I feel like going on court and play is way easier for me than sitting as a captain there.
Well, look, guys, I don't want to take any more of your time, but congratulations, and it's time to enjoy what you've done. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations to Zhibek and team captain Alex Nedov-Yasov. 3 out of 3 for Team Kazakhstan. Boj.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that, and that would certainly be their goal, is try and get as much court time as possible and get the wins, and every point counts. And we've touched on a number of times, Robbie, it's the prize money for some of these lower ranked players. And look, match summary, overall it was in the favour of Team Kazakhstan. Just looking at that first serve percentage is 80% when that first serve does go in, and that certainly helped Team Kazakhstan, especially as that match drew on. Forehand winners, 6-4. You just think that conversion, when they had the opportunities, they took them. Bit of a slow start in the first set, bit of a slow start in that third match tiebreak, but they found a way and converted when it really counted. So really, really great start there for Team Kazakhstan.
So confirmation of today's results. Shevchenko beat Tsitsipas, who was a little under the weather. Straight sets. Rebecca was too good for Maria Sakkari. Made a nice comeback. She was down 5-love in that second set, won 3 games, but was shutting it out on the second time of asking, and then Team Kazakhstan winning the mixed as well. 3 out of 3. That's a good day for Team Kazakhstan, and as a result of winning both their matches, they finished 2-0. Will be safely through to the quarterfinal stages. So let's take a look at tonight's schedule. Zverev and Zhang will lock horns for a second time. They played earlier this year, and I think it was Sasha who won, against Zhang in his hometown of Hamburg. Beat him in straight sets there. The mix should be fascinating. How will the body of Gao be holding up after her epic first match against Haddad Maya? And then the mixed, will it be all to play for again this year for Team Germany? Well, we'll have to wait and see. That's 5 p.m. start time, local here in Perth. So they are the winners of Group C.
Hello, commentary unit 2. There is an iPad. There's an iPad on this, right on the bottom of this unit, like with stats on it. That wouldn't do anything, would it? Okay. Just move this iPad. I don't know whether it's the unit 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is commentator 2. Yeah. Well, that's. Yep. Yeah, I'm on 2. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can touch the unit. That's. I don't know. So leaning forward. All right, I'll just try leaning forward. Oh, no one's had anything charging up here, have they, or something like that? There's no. I'm not seeing a charging sort of. Yeah, I can't see any actual power boards here to charge it though. I don't know what they would be plugging into. There's only stuff on the floor, so I don't know. It's not very convenient to actually try and plug anything in, so I don't know if they would have been charging anything, to be honest. Yeah, Stats laptops here. It's right next to it. There's one next to each unit. There's an iPad in front of this, a Stats iPad. I'm not sure exactly what that is. I'm assuming it's... Well, there's 2 of them here, actually. Well, one's charging. Actually, where's that being charged? Oh, that's from something else. Well, there is a laptop, a Stats laptop. I'll put it over the top of the laptop and at where the headset. Yeah. Tensioning. I'll just give it a bit of grief at the back as well. No, at the connector. At the joins, there's a Y-shaped sort of connector there. I'll just give it a bit of a nothing. This, what is that? Is it the power? Oh no, there's just a USB to Ethernet adapter in the cable. That's I don't know. I'll sit in a chair. We can test that. Oh. There is a metal grate here, actually, that the chair is on, and only underneath where commentary position 2 is, there's a exposed metal grate. Well, it's... Yeah, I can feel aircon coming up. Yes, it is. So I'm kind of on it now with the chair. Oh, hang on. Let me just get the chair really on it. Okay. So it's sort of on there now, and I'm... you can't even reach the foot thing on this stool, but I'll try and touch the metal on the stool and muck around and lean forward and touch the commentary unit, touch the floor and the commentary unit with my hands, adjusting level or something just to see if anything does that. No? You're not hearing anything? Bloody hell. Like, that I can't answer. I cannot answer. Who was on 2? Was that Boyana? Possibly. Yeah, touching it. Could it be something to do with, that stuff that's in front of us there? I don't know what they're doing down there. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, because I even suspended the spare mic on the umpire's chair so that the metal of the actual the electorate was not of the back of the lapel was not touching the metal on the chair. I know what you mean. Sometimes you just get weird buzzes and noises on that sort of stuff. No. I'm assuming you're looking at me on camera there, waiting for me to do that and then replay it. No, I'm not doing that. I don't know. This is weird, isn't it? I'll just start touching other stuff. I don't know, monitors and turn the light on. I don't know. I don't know. I'll just try doing it on and off a few times. Just tried pressing. I don't know. I don't mind. I'm happy to do it. Yep. Just try it. Yep. All right. Sure. I'll just switch it over and then check them both. Okay, new headset. 1, 2, 3. And off and on. Okay, yep. Try touching everything. iPads touching. Oh yeah, in case they're looking around or something, I don't know. Like you wouldn't go any more than that. I've just moved the Riedel comms unit back a smidge so that there's a little bit of space between the this iPad and the unit. It was actually really touching it, so I don't know whether that was touching it or anything. I've just moved it back. Okay, it's touching it, and I'm touching both and doing something. I don't know what I'm doing here, but I don't want to move the screen, but I'll just. All right, I don't know. All right, I'll just double check. I'll turn on the spare and check that again, just make sure you're happy with it. All right. And spare comms unit, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, happy? Alrighty. No worries.
bis 35, 40, 45 so, also im Endeffekt ein bisschen runterschmeißen. Hier gibt es keine Uhr. 29.
Okay.
Little lanyard. So
Yep.
if you just want to go out that door, there's a little desk, register, and when you register, you guys can go in this bar right behind you.
of boom, 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 boom. I know it feels like dirt on your face, doesn't it? Icky.
Some serious wheels, Alex Simonov.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Oh, stop it. He has come to play. Coco Gauff, too good. You won't see better tennis than this all summer.
Long encounter, there's no doubt about that. It's interesting, the individual player preparation. He's an entertaining player.
Oh, he is.
Good personality, and he's got a big battle here against the world number 2.
He's good for the sport, this guy.
Because Team China softened a little by a lot, in fact, by the late withdrawal of Zheng Xinwen, Olympic gold medalist. But Zhao has held up her end of the bargain well. So we're just about ready for the introductions for day 4. Robbie Figg's the man downstairs. We'll hand it over to him.
Please welcome our first team representing Germany. Team captain Alexander Zverev Sr. Vivian Heisen. Tim Quitz. Lena Papadakis. and Daniel Masur. Laura Sigamund and Alexander Zverev. And their opponents for today's session, representing China. Team captain, Wu Ti. Sun Feijing, Zhang Shuai, Yan Bai, Xinyu Zhao, and Zhang Zhijian. If you're able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Germany and China.
Anthems completed, handshaking to come, and then we can get things underway for this opening encounter, men's singles. The Boffins have been working out the back, Fitzy, and it's beyond your or my mental capacity to work out the lucky loser scenario, but if China or Germany, it's 2-1 either way, then both teams can still advance to the quarterfinals. And even if the result is 3-0, the losing team, if they're able to get 2 sets in the tie, might be enough to advance them as well. I do need to just double check the mathematics on that with Croatia and USA tomorrow. Of course, the winner of that one will go through, but we'll keep it simple for the time being. Whoever wins will go through as the winner of the group for the quarterfinals here, which will be played on the 1st of January, New Year's Day. Way to start the year. Get the night off tomorrow. Remember last year, Novak Djokovic ended up finishing his match at 2 minutes to midnight. The crowd sang Auld Lang Syne. He kept them all entertained. I think you joined in. You were singing Auld Lang Syne too. I think you and I were. We watched the 9:30 fireworks and go to bed, as we've discussed. But no play tomorrow evening to celebrate the new year. Dalnura in the chair at the net, ready to go. One of the features of Alex Vera's play yesterday against Thiago Monteiro, 6-4, 6-4 was his pace of play. He was very swift.
That got your attention. You liked that, didn't
Well,
you?
it still was different. He didn't, you know, after the warm-up, he just stood there and was ready to go. After the first game, didn't go back to the bench. He's got a few issues with the headband, just needs to make sure it's in place. Might introduce Mark Philippoussis, who's courtside for us, given we've got a little bit of time here. Good evening, still afternoon, almost evening to you, Mark. And well, Vera was impressive yesterday, but we like Zhang Zhizhen's work, and it's a great opportunity for the Chinese player here.
Yes, good evening, David and Fitzy. It's yeah, I'm looking forward to this match. There's going to be some fireworks, big hitters, two great athletes, and they both played some great tennis in their first match.
Hello, how are you? So, gentlemen, good luck. A few stuff. I just need to remind you, we have a net device, electronic line calling, shot clock, it's automatic. Any question? Okay, we have Australian Open or John Wemka? Wait, Australian Open, yeah, okay. Kel, you receive. Can we have a photo, please?
It's like a heavyweight bout. Look at these two guys.
Yeah, they're big boys, aren't they? He's giving away a couple of inches. You know, I have to actually check that because I thought they were both 6'6", but 6'4" and 6'3". But he must have a little bit of extra padding in the shoes, Triple Z, because they looked like they were pretty close in terms of height. Got a bit of extra kilograms on him.
I tell you what, I stood next to Sasha Zverev yesterday and interviewed him. If he's not 6'6", well, I reckon the statistician's got something to answer for. I mean, he's a tall man, tall. And I would, my guess is that Triple Z is 6'4",
yep,
maybe a fraction over.
So 193 v 198, according to the bios. For the world #2, what a year he had last year, 69 wins. He won the Roman Paris Masters, taking his number of titles to 23. Grand Slams runner-up, the French Open, second Grand Slam runner-up finish for the German, but he had great results at the Australian Open semi-final, quarter-final at the US, fourth round at Wimbledon. So he had a tremendous year. And for Zhang Zhizhen, well, he went from 99 to 31 last year. He's lost a centimetre in typing out his height, down to 193. Has been up to 31 in the world in the middle of last year. Currently playing at 45 in the world, but he had a great year last year. A couple of ATP semi-finals in his career. Hangzhou last year was his highlight. Olympic silver medal in mixed doubles with Wang Jinzhou. So he has got a bullet against his name, and we're hoping to get back into the top 30. And the Chinese team will be looking forward to watching both of their players tonight. Zhang courtside, and welcome to you. And well, we enjoyed watching you against Brazil, and this is a little more of a severe test, but what good fun it will be, hey?
Hi. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi. You'll be looking forward to this match. It's a big test against Germany.
Oh yeah, for sure. Zhizhen played so well in first match. You can see how he good.
What do you think is the key for him? Have you discussed what sort of tactics he needs to use?
You know, when they play mixed doubles, I feel like he's so strong at baseline, serve so strong, good return. So I think he's ready for this match.
And so he's such a character, isn't he? He's a lot of fun for your team. He brings a lot of energy. It must make the rest of the team want to follow him, I think.
Yeah, he's the funny guy. So
can you tell us some of his jokes or not?
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Before the match, he said, "Come on, let's go." Yeah. So he said tomorrow going to Adelaide. So.
Well, you know that if you win here, you're in the quarterfinals, so he might have to revise that plan.
1 minute.
I did see him eat a very, very big bowl of pasta in the player dining just before, so he won't get hungry, that's for sure.
Yeah, we have nothing pressure, so yeah, we know he can do really well.
All right, thanks for your time. Good luck. Enjoy the match.
Thank you.
That was some of our best there. You ask a question and get an answer, and the two things had no correlation, which is more our fault. That's for sure.
I think it's the interviewer, not the interviewee, that had a problem there. Yeah,
that's good.
She's beautiful. Yeah, that's lovely.
We've had great access, and it's first year of the ATP Cup and the United Cup. It took a little while to get going with the courtside interviews, but they've been really good.
I think if Triple Z wins tonight, he's going to go big at the Outlet Mall tomorrow. He's going to,
well, I thought
he's going to buy the whole store.
I thought she said she was going to Adelaide.
Oh, I think Outlet.
Oh,
no,
okay.
I think the Outlet store.
End of form up.
I was thinking, hang on. Okay.
Maybe we're both wrong.
Yeah.
She can play some doubles.
It might come down to that.
Yeah.
So Zhao was tremendous against Hologic. And their similar rankings in the singles. Roof Open was closed last night. Had a little bit of rain unexpectedly. Caused a bit of a delay to proceedings for the evening match. The understated Alexander Zverev Sr. is the team captain for Germany.
Yeah, he's not a man that wants attention. You've got to love that, don't you? As a father and as a coach, he doesn't want to be in the spotlight. I actually asked him this morning, would you talk to us one day, Alex Senior? Because I played him when we were 19 years of age.
I remember you telling me.
A long time ago.
Who won?
Yeah, you shouldn't ask that. My memory is I lost 7-5 in the third. He might remember the score line as being different, but he was representing Russia then. So I asked him this morning if he wanted to talk. He said, no, please, it's not for me, John.
Team Germany.
Modest man.
He's there to be the dad.
Yeah. Good on him.
Of the team.
Ready.
So here we go. Winner will qualify for the quarterfinals. Team Germany. Zverev, the world number 2, to kick things off.
Well, one thing we know is that both of these players possess world-class backhands. Not only that, by the way, but their backhands are quite extraordinary, both of these players. So we'll see some heavyweight hitting from that side across court, I'm sure. Test each other out.
So as is the case, we tend to focus on the underdog and what you might have to do here, Zhang. And Mark, what's the key for Triple Z?
Look, it's not a bad start. He looks very relaxed. He's not intimidated by this occasion at all. And what a nice feel that was for that slice forehand coming in. He had an incredible first match. I think he's just got to play his game. He's got the game to you know, he's got weapons to hang in with the best, and he's just got to go out there and just let it loose, let it go, and enjoy himself.
Had a couple of wins against top tenors in his career.
15-14.
US Open, Medvedev and Haller last year. 30-14.
Oh, brilliant play to get the opening service break. Well, the drop shot's always dangerous. Zverev was a long way back and was well executed.
Gee, I thought he'd overplayed it. He got a lot of height there, gave it some air time, and Zverev had time to get in there. But pinpoint accuracy. Well, he's got the break early, hasn't he? And he served awfully well in his first match, David. So that's an advantage. Really is. He tends to go down the middle a lot on both sides. He likes to go over the low part of the net. So there's something in that. If opposition players see these stats, they'll know to cover that one a little bit. In the middle on the first court and again on the second is where most of his aces come from, and most of the balls are directed down there.
Asian Chang representing Team China to serve.
Let's see if that plays out again. And that was all from his first round match against Thiago Monteiro of Brazil.
15 love.
So Win Predictor is busily recalibrating after the opening service break. Pre-match 90% in favour of Zverev. Fair enough too, the world number 2. Into the net, but there's a lot of pop off the racket of Zhang.
15 all.
Coming out of the middle.
Very 15. Net for service.
He served well in that first match, you know, against a player of less stature, but I think it's going to play a major role tonight because we know Zverev will serve well, get his fair share of free points. But Zhang's got the ability to do the same thing.
Team China.
Fast start, best possible start for Team China here.
Team China leads 2 games to love.
Polar Pasta seems to have worked a treat.
You won't be happy with that slow start, Sasha.
15 love.
And that's some big hitting, guys. It's just such a great angle to watch a tennis match here, just to see the physicality of these rallies and the ball speed and the trajectory over the net. Some big hitting.
Put it low.
In a way, I find facets of this sport a little unfair. I mean, can you imagine being 6'6" with an arm that looks like a telescopic one? And the angle that creates down into the court? Wow, what an asset.
Game, Team Germany.
So Zverev gets on the board for Team Germany. John with the break leads 2-1.
Team China leads 2-1.
This is the Kimberley region in the northwestern corner of Western Australia. Plenty to see and do there, from luxury escapes to those that enjoy more simple pleasures. Again, the beach is superb. Camel rides, helicopters, not that keen on that myself. Be more comfortable in the back of a dromedary rather than in a helicopter.
Have you been to the
No, I've never been.
The colours there are incredible.
I haven't been to Broome. Yeah. Every time I see one of these, been to Margaret River in Perth. I need to get to Broome. I need to get to Ningaloo Reef.
Yep.
I need to do all of those things, and the little tourism vignettes that we read out.
You'd swim well with the whale sharks.
I'm not a great swimmer. I'm more like an anchor. Thighs are too strong and big. They act as a...
I reckon the Kimberleys would be like a geological heaven for a geologist, wouldn't they?
It was one of these things that said that the pinnacles.
Yeah.
30,000 years old. A little bit of work to do early here for Alexander Zverev. It'll be a good test for him and good test for Zhang as well. Getting the early break.
I'd love to see Triple Z crack the top 10. I'd love it. I wonder if it's possible. I mean, he needs a good run to get. It's a big step to go from where he is. Imagine the interest that'd create in the sport. Be awesome.
So he's 28, but he's a young 28 in terms of his tennis years.
Yeah.
He hasn't been on the circuit since he was a teenager. He's a relative latecomer. So in terms of the athletes' careers, they're like a sparkler. They start burning and at some point they extinguish.
Yeah.
That can happen pretty quickly.
Some players mature later than others, though, and sometimes that's an advantage. Not always, but it can be. You know, some minds and bodies are not ready for that all-out assault, you know, the media coverage, all of it, that goes together with being a high-ranked player. And players, Dave, not only do they mature at different times, but these days they can go well into their 30s. You know, years ago we all thought, gee, if you lasted 10 years, that was a mighty long career. Our great champions in recent times have gone to their late 30s, so he's got time.
He's holding serve well already here. Still maintains that break. First Grand Slam was Wimbledon 2021. It's interesting that the Asian players, he played the Asian Games and won a gold medal there. He's such a massive name in China. First male player to qualify for the main draw at Wimbledon. First in the top 100, first in the top 50. You know, we've seen it with Li Na and what that interest can bring, but you know, he's the male version, the #1, the best they've ever had, and that's a huge amount of attention.
They've got some young ones coming.
Well, that's what happens when you've got some talisman to follow. The young kids come through. They see it. They want to be it. Mark Philippoussis is in the Team Germany team zone.
So I've got Daniel here. Daniel, this feels like a heavyweight kind of a boxing game. Both physical players hitting the ball incredibly hard. It's not the start that we normally see Sasha have, but missing a little bit more than normal. What would you like to see him do differently, or is he having some trouble picking up with a little bit more speed in the game with Zhang?
Yeah, I mean, you're always coming in with 1-3 down. Yesterday was the same with Laura, so I think we all know Sasha's capabilities, and I think obviously he's had kind of a slow start, but yeah, I totally trust in him. He has to definitely raise his level a little bit, but yeah, we all know what he's capable of, and obviously he needs a little bit more cleaner hits, and yeah, I think when he is possible to raise his level, then he can also come back in this set, definitely.
That was a great service game there, and Team Germany done such a great job of being strong and standing with each other and giving that energy that you need, and I'm sure that is to come. But anyway, Daniel, thank you for your time, and good luck.
Appreciate it.
They've got good memories, tennis players, haven't they? Daniel Masua there. 3-1 yesterday, 1-3 yesterday when you came in and spoke to me. You remember the scores at any point of any game, at any time.
It is a strange thing. As you get older, you know, well, I can speak from my own experience. You start forgetting a few things a bit more, but you do remember scores and times and when it happened in a match 25 years ago. It's a strange thing. Yeah, they're embedded in your memory bank.
Daniel Masua, I've been letting Mark off there. Came yesterday, 1-3. Come back when we're winning.
I think I would have led with Daniel. I said, do you know we've got our Australian version? Wally Masura, do you know? Can you remember him?
Uncle Walt.
Uncle Walt. Well, Daniel's he's a lot better looking than Wally, so come on. Hey, back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, Wally, he was, oh, yeah.
Time.
Send Wally and Susan our best. Got to 15 in the world, Wally. Not an easy thing to do.
No.
this man would like to be. He's got to get back into that career high, just outside the top 30 at 31, middle of last year. You can yo-yo around a little bit at that level. You have a good week, and then the next year you have to defend those points. He's got a good opportunity at the start of the year, and great opportunity here against Zverev with the points that are on offer. But second round at the Australian Open last year, so that opens the door for a fast start.
Yeah, you sort of, a breakthrough in one of the majors is a big deal. That can really put you on a rocket north in rankings. Early preparation. All of these modern players are highly likely to put that ball away if it's sitting there short in the court. Here we go. He's got his own line of shoes, look.
And a tag line as well.
What was that? Amazes.
Yeah. And as we know, in the men's game, you know, Roger had his own logo and Rafa had it, but they didn't have a tag line that went with it. So Triple Z's in front.
Oh, he's a marketer's dream, really,
Yeah.
isn't he? He's changed the colour of that ponytail since last year, I think. There they go.
You're across what was going on there, Mark. He wasn't happy with the illumination of the board at the back yesterday, Sasha. What's the issue now?
Oh, gosh, I want to know if it was lights or something to do with a monitor. I didn't quite understand. I was trying to catch on to it.
Seemed like he was pointing to the big screen at the top. Not a good service game from Jung.
It may be the same issue. I mean, he was a little unsettled yesterday, not badly so, but a little bit by the brightness of the advertising at the back of the
guys,
court.
I just found out that he wants to have the court. They were showing the shoes of Zhang, and he wanted to have the, instead of having on his shoes, he didn't like that.
Oh, he wanted to see the
court.
Okay, well, that's John Fitzgerald's fault because he called for the shoes. So if you can just walk down and let him know.
Oh, look, I've got to say the shoes were a good shot.
Yeah, correct. Sasha's obviously not in the entertainment business. That's actually, so he's watching, see this a lot in track and field, Fitzy, when the athletes are going around the middle distance races, they use the big screen to see the athletes behind them and where they're positioned in the race. So that's a really, if it's not on, sometimes it might go to a different screen. You can actually watch to see where you are. And he maybe wanted to see where Zhang was positioned, what he was doing, what was going on. But we're much more interested in the shoes. Interesting.
Oh, that's a shot. Wow. He's come to play.
Love 13.
Gee, there's a big moment here. This is getting interesting, this first set. That is as good as it gets. The backhand down the line. If you possess that in the modern game, it's one of the best assets, because most of the winners for a hit down the line here, it's a harder shot to hit than a cross court, like less percentage, but it's where you can do the most damage.
3 break points for the double break.
Obviously, you mentioned that you'd love to see Triple Z in that top 10. I'll tell you what, he's certainly playing like a player in top 10 right now.
Well, there's only one of us three, David, and if Mark, you and I, that knows what that feels like, I can tell you that.
Please. And that's got the Chinese fans in full voice.
Time.
So the world number 2 under duress here, down 2 breaks. Serving for the set with new balls. Was some fresh strings, new racket for Zverev. And this will be interesting because he would have dreamt up a scenario that he got off to a good start. Maybe not 2 breaks of serve, but to serve for this opening set elevates the temperature just a little bit more.
New balls here too. Makes it. Often it makes it a little easier. The ball's faster through the air when they're brand new. More compact. Well, it's always a tough shot to hit when you're backing away so far 30, and your body weight's moving sort of backwards and sideways, and you try to hit it, hook it down the line. That's this next one. He's way back, body weight going back, and you try to go over that high part of the net. That's low percentage. He's good enough to make it, but still a tough shot. So sometimes you live and die by that one. You know, it's helped him a lot in this first set. Or certainly 2 or 3 times at big moments he's made that shot down the line where you can hit a lot of winners. But it's fought with a bit more danger.
It was long, just paused a fraction. Had Zheng under pressure. Some good defence.
He thought through the air the ball was going long, didn't he? But he made a mistake and hesitated and realised he couldn't argue with the technology because it must have caught the outside edge.
Down the middle.
Well, that's his favourite by Bolt 8's opinion. It's where he wanted to go. He didn't quite get it there, did he? I think he's a bit flat. Sasha, just off a few percentage points, just a little bit flat. That's a bad miss for him on that big point.
He was visibly getting frustrated when I was down the other end for that interview. He was just looking at his dad, asking him the question of what he's doing and what he thinks should he be standing a little bit further back on the return or coming forward. So just maybe a little lost right now.
Oh, brilliant catch.
Yes.
Not what Zheng was looking for on his second set point. Unforced errors for Zverev. Uncharacteristic third set point now. Tremendous opening set for Zhang Zhizhen.
But 6 games to 2.
Takes it off Alexander Zverev. 6-2. That is a statement. A little bit bemused. Team Germany bench. That was impressive.
Well, it was, but to be fair, Sasha was not at his best in that set. And he opened the door, and Triple Z was good enough to go through, but you know, he's going to have to maintain it now. If one set is one thing, but a match is a different ball game. So, and I'd be very surprised if Sasha doesn't get better. It's a good opening stanza, though.
I thought Zhang had the better of Zverev at the beginning based on good play, but towards the back end of the set there, those unforced errors started to creep up, didn't they? And second break of serve made life even more difficult.
You know, when a guy that serves as big as Zverev gets 89% of his serves into play, he wouldn't lose a set 6-2 too often. So the rest of his game wasn't quite up to scratch, and too many unforced errors.
Had a couple of opportunities in that last point to come into the net, but not his go. I'd like to see him come in a little bit just for some variety. I'm sure that's from my fan perspective, Fitzy. Your expert opinion would probably be similar, I would have thought.
Sasha?
No. Triple Z.
Yeah, well, I think for both of them.
Yeah.
I think for both of them. And, you know, I think the great players of the world have to have every facet covered. They need a total all-court game, I think. I mean, yes, you can be better at some parts of it than others, but I mean, the great players we've seen over the last few decades, they all defend awfully well, but they can attack and they can play an all-court game.
Second set.
So I think both of these players could come forward more.
Team
and
Germany
one of them's already 2 in the world, by the way.
So let's see if he can shake off the little funk that he's in. Alexander Zverev, a little out of sorts. Close attention from the spectators.
You can never tell in a 2-horse race, but you would imagine that if Zverev wins this second set, which is the only one he needs to worry about right now, he then starts favourite again, because he'll have a bit of momentum going into the third. It's the highest ranked player. So Triple Z, to win this, probably needs to keep the foot down early here in the second. He can still win the third, but I think the odds swing heavily back to Sasha if he doesn't. Triple Z doesn't win this set, I mean.
And James got to maintain that momentum that he built up. Zverev presses. Win predictor still in favour of Team Germany. Long way back from 80% margin at the start. Fitzy, when you come to the tennis, when you're really keen as a youngster, you sit in the front row, and just to make sure you don't miss anything, you bring your binoculars from the front row.
Well, I would have thought at that age, if you are young, your eyes would be good enough.
Well, you just don't want to miss a thing. That's keen.
that's where I think he can improve. I mean, he's okay, but for a player of his ilk, I still don't think he's quite good enough with his I don't know about his technique, that's probably a bit unfair, but he's got such long arms. He needs to, I think, compact his volleys a little bit to increase the margin for error, get the racket face a bit closer to the eyes. Those arms are so long, and he gets a bit loose on the volley sometimes.
Those long arms help the serve, though, don't they? They dropped the opening service game in the first set. Holds here. Better start mark for Zverev here, and he'll be looking to just try and find a little bit more energy. He talked about him being a little lethargic. Even the way he's walking here doesn't quite have the same pep in the step that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, look, I think he's just frustrated. He's missing shots that normally he can hit in his sleep, and a lot of unforced errors. Oof, I think the stringer just went down. Sasha's racket, it was okay. Look, yeah, that volley he missed, Fitzy coming forward, what is, for me, is someone like that coming forward into the net. I think he came in on a wrong shot, first of all. He didn't give himself a chance to come in. He came off a really hard shot. Didn't have a lot of shape on it to give him the opportunity to get closer, and then he misses a volley like that. Yes, it was a big swing. I guarantee he probably won't come to the net for a while. You know what I mean? So to get someone to keep coming forward even when they're missing it is another thing. But that is certainly a part of his game. That is that missing green. That would help him, I think, with his first Grand Slam. You're right, Fitzy.
Well, he's so good at so many facets of the game, isn't he? I just think, and he's so good from the back of the court. But you know what? He lost last year to Medvedev, didn't he? At the AO, and it was a grind. And playing his game, he went down. If there's just that little bit, 2 percentage point difference, if it makes that by coming in more.
So Mark suggested he may not come in. That's probably what he needs to do, isn't it, to come in? You know, this is the...
Well, over time, yeah. I think I just think it would help him.
Got to shake that one off and just reload and go again.
Just win a handful more points over a long match. It makes a big difference at the right time. So, yep, just an opinion.
Look, he's one of the best hitters of the ball on the tour. I think an incredible mover, considering he's 6'6", one of the best movers on the tour as well. But if you can add that net play game to what he already has, that's just going to make him even more dangerous. You know, it doesn't mean that this guy all of a sudden becoming a 7 volleyer, but to add one sneaky 7 volley in, I mean, he's 6'6" with that serve of his. You know, he's going to have to. It's an easy put away for a volley now and again. It also, you know, keeps his opponent guessing too. You know,
yeah, it does. It keeps the other guy guessing. I just think if he practices it in matches a little bit, you know, he'll get better at it, and then we know he's going to make the volley when it's an easy one, when he's got time and he's got the other player out of court. But when he's under duress coming into volley, when he's caught there sometimes, it'll help him make the more difficult one. See, good depth there. That's given him an opening.
I want to add one more thing onto that. If I'd give him advice, I would say I'd want him to play more doubles on smaller events, because that's a perfect way to work on the volleys.
You can see the interest level of Zverev's rising rapidly. Change of demeanour.
This is the stats on his forehand. This is Zhang. So he goes. This just shows you he goes both ways. He can go both ways. Interesting, he's not super close to the lines, the sidelines there. He plays it with a bit of safety, but he goes equally across court and away with his forehand. Yeah, we might see a different Sasha now. Might loosen his shoulders up a bit. For sure, he looked flat, didn't he? First set. He didn't have the bowler past him, maybe.
That might have been the issue.
It is a fine line, I think. That particular forehand from that position in the court is a fine line about the safety and the reward that you get going down the line with that one. He's hit the tape a few times with it. It is safer to loop it across court over the lower part of the net and maybe wait for an easier one than that to try and hit the winner.
That point before, not only is it one of the tougher shots you can hit, but that was off a really good slice from Zhang there, and it stayed really low, and he went over the highest part of the net, and he tried to hit it pretty flat too. So if you're going to go, you need to get under it, especially off a slice.
Yep. And in contrast, Flipper, he hit two really high percentage forehands the next point, one. I like it when he uses his forehand, gets the opponent out of court, then goes in down the line with another forehand and comes forward. He can shorten some points with that. And last year at the Open, he did a lot of work through the United Cup and the AO. And if you play more with that attacking style, you can keep points shorter and therefore matches shorter.
Net 7 serves. Net for service.
Well, Zhang missing the odd one of those now. He made a lot of those early on big points. Backhand down the line. Sometimes you live and die by it.
Sizzle there.
Yeah, well, it's been mentioned earlier, both of these backhands are better than world class. They're exceptional. When he gets set here, Zhang, he lets it rip.
One second. Ladies and gentlemen, the line calling system is down. We have to wait.
Had a reboot yesterday on that.
Well, puts a little halt to proceedings for a few minutes.
Yeah, Juicy's had 3 opportunities to close out this game. Obviously at the break. And to make him a little more uneasy than he has been, a little out of sorts, is world number 2. IT support on their way, and as always, you turn it off and on. That's the first step. After that,
I'm not sure who I'm not sure who this break actually suits more. The guy with the huge serve, probably.
So while we reboot, let's head off to parts of Western Australia.
So David and Fitzy, how's this? I just found out that, did you guys know that there are lines people here, just in case the system will not be able to get back on and there's an issue with that, they can come on court and ready to go.
Okay, well, I presume that's standard operating procedure because, you know, technology, as we know, sometimes it doesn't work for whatever reason, as best as it can be. So,
well, look, we've got Jerry Armstrong on it though.
Yeah,
a man of experience.
And one of those line judges is Mark Philippoussis, who's just ready to go in case he needs to.
I can see the baseline here. I've got the baseline. I'm almost.
Would you be good, Flip? Would you be good as a line judge?
Oh, I think I'd be terrible, to be honest.
Fitzy? Well, like if you actually had to sit, not judging your own calls, if you're sitting there on the line watching and waiting, how would you go? It's a skill.
I think you need to have some serious practice of that because you've got to anticipate where the ball lands. You've got to see it through the air. Sometimes your peripheral vision has to catch it and see what the flight of the ball's doing.
Now, let me ask you this.
Sure.
What would the technique be? Would you be watching the rally? Let's just say you're on the baseline. Would you be watching the rally, or would you just be like a dog with a bone, just sitting looking at that line?
Yeah, I'm not the dog with a bone, no.
You'd be watching the rally?
I'd watch it come through the air.
I think you'd want to watch.
I think I'd watch it through the air and then quickly revert my eyes right on top of the line. That's what I'd try to do, I think.
Yeah,
but I've never done it before, Mark, so I'm not 100% sure.
I can see a late call coming for you on your way, Fitzy. I can see it already.
And what about your stance? Are you like in the ready Freddy as if you're returning serve, or are you just standing casually?
I think I'd go the casual, and I think I'd call unsighted a lot of the time.
You rely on the chair umpire to get you out of trouble.
I'd rather him take the responsibility.
Or her. Okay. Well, just stand by, you two, because you may be called into action here. And Del Nor's out of the chair.
It's going to be very interesting when it comes, you know, when we're back in play, because it's been a while now. So how long is it before they're allowed some kind of warm-up? Because it's been 12 minutes and 35 seconds since.
Well, that's the game duration. So that's
the game duration.
Yeah, so that's the game plus the delay. And we've had Zverev's had 3.
So it's been over 5 minutes, though. Safe to say.
Yeah. But I think it'd be a lot longer yet.
Zverev's taking an opportunity to look at the stats. Stats from the coach's box.
I think he might be watching some YouTube videos.
Yeah, there might be. Well.
But anyway, it's going to be interesting when he comes back. You know, I mean, he's 2 in the world for a reason, and very good about focusing, but certainly a very important situation once they do. Deuce.
Have you talked to Jerry Armstrong, Mark? He's on camera now on the right of camera there in the dark blue shirt.
No, I haven't. Would you want me to say something? Would you want me to ask him a question from you, Fitzy? What would you like?
Well, Mark, the Lions judges are sitting right in front of you, and just as you were talking there, looking at what was going on down the other end, there was movement at the station there, so we might have the introduction of we might be going old school here.
I might be able to see some arguing, some questioning, like old school tennis.
Yeah. Challenges?
Actually, the challenge wouldn't be working, I would imagine, right, guys? If the system isn't working.
Oh, no, all lines, I think we just heard from Adele Nur there, the central umpire. So Jerry Armstrong there, former Wimbledon referee. Been on the road a lot of years, Jerry.
Well, a huge amount of experience. But, this is tests a good sense of humour, but
likes the odd motorbike tour. By the way.
Like with you,
not with
vroom,
me.
Vroom.
No, not yet. No, not with me.
Well, this is when you need the big experience and be a little cool and calm under the pressure, because with the world number 2, who's down a set, up a break at deuce. winner of this encounter goes through to the quarterfinals, so the stakes are high.
It does leave a few of the players a bit cold, though. Probably not literally, but it just slows them down, doesn't it? And yeah, to kick-start the motor again straight away after 10 or 15 minutes is not always easy.
The other thing in this stadium is that you can get a little cool because of the air conditioning, the flow of the air. The roof is open, but you do feel a little cool in some parts of the stadium as the airflow hits you. Triple Z's changed his shirt, so he's got a fresh one on. Zadev's just going for the towel. So just as the spare line judges thought that they had free tickets to the tennis for 6 days, all they had to do was come and sit in the courtside box and watch from the best seats in the house. They had to be called into action, it seems.
Well, there'd be some nerves there, wouldn't there?
So that's I think the spare lines judges, because there was a group of them that jumped up and left, went outside to make final preparations. Well, it's reality TV at its best, live sport. You never know what you're going to get, Fitzy. It's
no, you don't.
Turn up and see what happens.
That's why I love it. And a good idea, I think, to get up, start to move the limbs, walk around, and be ready for that first serve. I mean, his serve is so good. You'd think, as we've just heard, maybe 3 minutes away. You'd think if he just worked hard on getting that first serve into play, the guy returning would be a little cold, wouldn't you?
Well, I think Zverev's demeanour would be a lot different if he was love 2 down in this second set. I think the fact that he's got the break and he's telling jokes.
He's pretty relaxed. And Triple Z is normally the entertainer, and he's quite serious.
I had the opportunity to talk to him before we kicked off and asked him what his special skill was, and he said sleeping. He said, I can sleep anywhere at any time.
Well, maybe he's a stand-up comedian as well. Not while he's sleeping, but
doesn't matter where if I need, I can sleep. Very handy on aeroplanes. Not very handy at sit-downs.
No. Or when you're returning after being sitting down for 10 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, hang on. He's getting sleepy. Triple Z.
Yeah, he was listening in. Of course, still got the women's singles and then the mix to come. Finished at 20 past 1 last night, Fitzy, after a rain delay. The evening session didn't start until a little over an hour late. And we had a couple of long matches. So that was way past my bedtime. I was here until 1:15 doing the mixed doubles again tonight. So I'm acclimatised now. I'm ready. I'm on the whatever time zone that is. So here we go. Well, we've got the thumbs up from Kerry Armstrong. Nora's about to clamber back up into the chair. Players coming back on court. So they've worked out that Control-Alt-Delete has worked.
So no spare linesman needed.
We can confirm the line calling system is back. We're ready to resume play.
Well done.
Yeah. I've got no applause from the crowd whatsoever.
It's not about the hiccup, it's how you deal with the hiccup. Here we go. No warm-up needed.
Use.
pretty good rally for two guys who've been sitting down for quite a few minutes there.
That's going to impact the stats at the end of the season, isn't it, when they go to the longest game, 20 minutes. 10 of which is probably a delay, and Zverev's demeanour might change here depending on what happens with this point. Break back point.
I like the aggression. I mean, he wanted that point to finish on his racket. And if he doesn't take charge, then Zverev will. Just got a bit anxious on that last forehand, overplayed it. So nod of approval from the coach.
So we finally get there. 20+ minutes all told, and Zverev holds and leads 3-love. Now they get to sit down. Just joining us, it's the opening singles encounter. Team Germany versus Team China. The winner of this encounter tonight will top the group and qualify for the quarterfinals. Yang Zhizhen got off to a fast start. 2 breaks of serve in the opening set to take it 6-2. Zverev, after dropping his opening service game in the first set, held opening effort in the second set and then broke Zhang's serve, and we just had a long delay, close to 10 minutes. The timing system had a little conniption, line calling system. So Zverev was able to hold serve. So Zhang serving here, trailing of 3, second set, having captured the first 6-2. Fitzgerald alongside me, and Mark Philippoussis courtside, and Zhang has been impressive so far. Zverev was a little scratchy in the opening set, starting to reduce the number of those shots, Fitzy, the unforced errors which were banking up in that opening set.
Yeah, I think with the early break though in this second set, it's going to help him loosen his shoulders a bit, I think, Sasha. There's a nice volley. Mark Philippoussis will like that one, but you know, he is down a break, and that's when he decides to use it. Not a bad play. Less to lose at this stage, probably, in his mind. Beautiful serve volley. gets away with it, but that first one was just Harry casual, wasn't it? Just a bit too casually. Probably deserved to lose that point with this first volley.
Harry casual.
Harry casual. Just too loose. I mean, Sasha was down the line all day there for the winner, I think. Yeah, so he's showing signs of going a little bit wayward mentally here. Zhang.
Development this game, just looking, the intensity in his body language has dropped. I mean, we've had 3 serve volleys. Normally, I'd be smiling, happy about that, but very out of character for him, and he's got to be careful. He's only down a break. He's going to try and hold here, and he had break point in the last game, and give himself an opportunity to get back on track in his second set.
Well, from Ferrer's point of view, that it brings a smile to my face to see him do that, and I like it. I like him incorporating that into his game. Just a fraction more. Not tons, just a fraction.
And you know what, Fitzy? And on those occasions, those exact occasions, because his ground strokes are so big, you know, he's going to have opportunities to do that, and that'll make sure that it'll tell these guys that they can't just chip it back and play deep and get back into the point.
Well, his mental approach has changed in this game. He's gone loose, hasn't he, all of a sudden? I actually don't think that would have been, that's a bad play from inside the baseline here. He gets into position pretty well. He just doesn't make it. It feels like he's, and he didn't even look close to making that, actually. He's just dropped off his concentration.
So Zverev breaks, second time, leads 4-love.
Team Germany leads against 2-love.
We talked at the outset, same number of points won. Fitzy, about Zhang and where he's in the ranking, high of 31 in the middle of 2024, currently at 45. Started off this match like a top 10er.
Yeah.
What does he have to do to get up into that and not have games like the previous one? It's probably.
He's got to maintain. Yeah, he's got to maintain his level for longer, doesn't he? You know, there's a lot of players in the world that can play really super well for one set, but you've got to be able to do it for 3 or 5 at a major. And he's dropped off here, which is. It's like he doesn't want to have to concentrate for the full 3 sets here, maybe. I'm not sure.
Certainly physically walking between points is a little more stilted, stiffer than he was earlier. Maybe that sit down of 10 minutes has contributed to that. Certainly Zverev has had a reset after the break.
One's locked in now and the other's gone wayward.
You know, I guess just thinking, you know what, this set's gone, let me just relax and start focusing on the third set. But it's a dangerous mindset because he can't think that he can just switch on the intensity like 1 second to the other with a player like Sasha on the other end, even if he does start fresh in the third set.
I agree, it is dangerous, and you see some good players that get away with that, but you don't see too many great players who let themselves or give themselves that leeway of just turning off for a set and saving themselves for the third. It's so dangerous. The great players compete from start to finish usually. That's what it does. You lose your concentration, you don't move your feet as well, you lose your intensity. I mean, he missed that by a long way, that one. If he switched on, he's probably going to make that or only just miss it. That was a bad miss.
Having it all his own way in this second set is the world number 2, Alexander Zverev. It's 5-love.
Team Germany leads 5 games to 0.
我都想用06战术，但可惜他妈的，你不是不是尝试一下，可以用这儿给他抠。
Time. Love 15. Love 13.
This is not a good look at the end of this set, and it will be interesting to see if he can snap his fingers and get back into the action at full speed in that third set.
Thank you, boy.
Well, if you have this mindset, it is difficult to get to the top 10, David, I can tell you that. So it's been a disappointing second set here for Zhang. Not over yet, but
I mean, if you want to focus on the third, okay, but you'd like to think, okay, let me start serving first in the third set. Let me hold here. Try and break if he holds, no problem, but I'm serving first in the third set. Keep the pressure on. Just try and get ahead in this match again.
even that backhand slice, I mean, that's not full throttle. He's just taking the foot off the throttle here. Don't know why.
He needs to find a way to send that to the locker room, that sort of play. Worked hard to get back in this service game. Saved the 2 break points, but that had no velocity whatsoever or intent.
Dave, if you were his coach right now, you wouldn't be happy with this second set. And I always go one step further, Mark. I always think if a guy does this in one set, he doesn't deserve to win the match. He might come back and win it, but I'm not sure he deserves to.
Strange old set. Look in the back half. Zerev completely dominant. So we're tied up at a set apiece after 6-love for Team Germany. ...51 minutes, probably 15 of those during a timing / line judging issue. System went down, lost all data, but that was particularly that last part of that last service game bemusing. Zhang Zhizhen going to exit and change the shirt. We can take a look at the statistics here of in second set. Not sure we're going to get much on the left-hand side. Unforced errors 22 to 12.
Well, I'm not so sure about the stats, Dave, but I'm not happy he's even left the court. I'm a little punchy actually up here in the commentary box. Well, it just prolongs matches. Like that was unnecessary. He didn't get out of a trot in the second set.
I think he's changing the outfit, Fitzy.
Come on.
He's sweating, he's changing the outfit.
Yeah, sweating. What from?
Don't shoot the messenger.
Well, it's hard to change your shorts on court.
I mean, he's played 14 games. Come on.
It's 30 degrees.
Yeah, well, tennis matches go too long, full stop.
Okay.
And we need to try and do everything to improve that, is my opinion.
Yeah. If you're just joining us after a break, John Fitzgerald's feisty because he's not happy with Zhang Zhizheng leaving the court to change. He wants him to show a little more fight than he did in the back half of this second set.
And he's
do you need to step outside for a moment?
I'm just
have a few deep breaths.
I need a towel to wipe my forehead. He's left the court after 14 games that, you know, couldn't blow a candle out after this.
It is, come on, it is humid out here. I mean, I'm on my second change too, and I'm just commentating on the side.
Come on with you. It's Colbert, Philippoussis v Fitzgerald.
Let's just see what he's like. Let's see what he's like when he comes out. But hey, Fitzy, I'm with you. Obviously, there was a complete lack of effort towards the end, and you know, it was very obvious. I understand at times, as a player, maybe you just want to focus on the third or for that set to be over, but at least focus on holding your serve and then coming back and serving first in the set. You know, there is an advantage to that. If you can hold serve, always be ahead and keep that pressure on.
Okay, Flipper, now that I know you're on my side and we're against David Colbert, the two of us, one thing that really irks me is that players will leave a court after a 6-love, 6-1 set. What for? I think the rules
to change his shorts.
To try and change some kind of maybe it's also a rhythm thing too.
It's tactical, but it's tactical, and it's tactical. I don't think it should be allowed. The rules should change. This is a joke.
His bathroom break. He's still got another 3 minutes. The clock is only just tucked. You can see it in the other corner. There's a time clock. We might see it here. Zverev's end. Not quite, but
David, this is a joke.
Listen, Fitzy, don't get upset at me. I'm not the one who lost 6-love, all right? I'm on your side here. I'm just trying to call a match.
Boutros Philippoussis down here is the peacemaker.
You know, David, this is what happens when you eat his piece of cake. You know, he hasn't been the same since.
This is the repercussions. I'll never do it again. It's about the 5th year in a row I've worked with Fitzy at this time of year, and I ate his cake once.
Fitzy, I thought you went back to the hotel and had a nap before this match. I thought you were going to be a little more cheerier, you know.
I did, and I came out here and my pacemaker's about to explode.
Zverev's ready to go.
He's
still got 2 minutes.
But David, in all seriousness, I mean, this is totally unnecessary for our sport. And I think he should start 2-love down in the third.
Right. Mark, can you just march over to Adil Noor in the chair?
I'm just happy I'm down here on the court side, not next to him in the commentating booth. It's very dark up there right now.
Steam coming out.
Well, these people pay good money to come and watch, and they're sitting there looking at the stars through the top of the roof.
I feel for the audience that are listening to us have this debate. Zverev's he was up and ready to go, even though he knew that. And the clock's still 1:20. It's going like a glacier. The clock. And there's the tunnel.
I think he might be coming out. There he goes.
Side door. He's got the new kit on. Yeah. Tradesman's entrance for Joan Fitzy. Just going to have a walk up and down.
Oh, mate, I'm punchy about this. Mate, get on the court, mate.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Do you want to swap with Fitzy to do the post-match interview if Zhang gets up here?
Time.
No, I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of him, but a big fan. I want him to be a top 10. I've already said that. But that was a joke. Let's move on.
Right.
Final set.
So Zverev's been out ready to go for 4 minutes. Zhang now fresh shorts. Shirt.
Now he's running.
Well, he has to.
Team
He's
Germany
got
to serve.
15 seconds to go. So, set a piece. Complete change of fortune. Chang the first. 2 service breaks, 6-2. Zverev 6 games in a row to win the second. Zverev headband, the coat of arms of Germany.
This is a big serving from Sasha, and it's exactly what he needs. He wants to keep the momentum going in this match. It's huge first serve. I just love the ball toss. Very consistent, allowing that 6-6 frame to get into that serve down on the court.
So despite the long delays, the old serve continues on his run in the opening game of the third set. Makes the most of the levers, doesn't he, in the height.
Gee, look at how high that ball toss is and how high he gets up with the long levers. Increases the trajectory down into the court dramatically.
Almost at the top of the ball toss as well. It's a long way in the air. Zhang doing his best to really frustrate Zverev, who's up and ready to go once again.
And to be fair, I blame the rules. I blame the rules of tennis for this.
Well, the change of ends after the one was for the sun, wasn't it? That's the original reason for the players changing ends? Not to get a towel and have a drink. And
no, exactly.
Well, I dare say, Fitzy, this will continue as a topic of conversation because, as we know, Australian Open, long matches, long nights. Matches, it's an endurance test for all concerned.
But, you know, if you make a rule, the players will reverse engineer it so that it suits them. And the shot clock is part of that problem, I think. They all look at it and then they run it down to the maximum. So that's where his volley needs to improve. It's a high-risk attempt at a drop volley. That one, he tried to slide the racket face under it, create a drop volley with spin. That's difficult in anyone's language. Should have pumped that volley deep, I think. It's a safer shot, and it's a high percentage chance to win it.
First game for a set. And give him a little bit of confidence, get back on the scoreboard, look up and see that it has a game next to his name. Just a reminder, this group well and truly alive. Group E, the winner of tie tonight advances to the quarterfinal. Depending on the results, the loser of this match still a chance to proceed through. The winner of the three groups joins the best of the runner-up in the quarterfinals. And the winner of those two encounters heads to Sydney for the semis.
By the way, 217 Ks on that first serve.
Germany. Some purpose in the play of Alexander Zverev. They've served to lead 2-1 in this third set.
Team Germany leads 2-1.
City of Perth is the host of United Cup once again. From Kings Park in the heart of the city that overlooks the Swan River to Cottesloe Beach. Rottnest Island not too far away. Swan River intersecting all of that. And then the quokkas. They are incredibly cute. Only on Rottnest Island. Only place in the world they are found. Good crowd in at RAC Arena in Perth for New Year's Eve. Chinese fans are plenty. Had a lot to support and cheer about in the opening set when Zhang Zhizhen. Pretty comfortable, really. 6-2 in just 33 minutes. Then the tables were turned. Zverev, 6-love. Set went for 51 minutes, but at least 15 of those were caused by an outage of the line judging system. In fact, we had the real-life line judges called off standby. They were about to come out. Not working again. We're on serve in the third set.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you. Love 15.
Well, I think Sasha's lost his rhythm too. He's a little flat again. And I understand why.
He's definitely found that rhythm again, Zhang. Some big hitting, what we saw in the first set. It's good to see the intensity is back.
Much better intensity from Zhang. He's under assault from Zverev. Anti-serve. Crowd now will get increasingly vocal.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not sure he needs to unload on that one quite so early in the rally. You know, if he hits a winner, you say, great shot, but his backhand at cross court is so heavy, it's pretty hard for Zverev to do much when he goes there consistently. Hit it pretty well. It was coming at a rate of knots, wasn't it? Tough to control that volley. Looked pretty good though.
Just ramping up the intensity. Holding to love. Team Germany 3-2.
Последняя логика, 630, я его сдвинул пока, потому что я подлял, мне со всей дыры ударил слева.
So speaking his father's native tongue, original native tongue. Played for Russia as an under 21-year-old.
Once again, Zverev off the chair early. Still counting down, so Zhang taking the full allotment of time. Young fans enjoying their night at the tennis. Serious little component of the match now. Kind of get the feeling that Zverev, who hasn't had a break point on his serve since that third game of the second set before the delay, he's been very strong. He might go on the attack here.
Zhang's going to need to serve well in this game, you'd expect. Just an inch of daylight here for Zverev. Just a little off balance, wasn't he? Not quite there to make that one. So two big errors, and you know, I can't help thinking that by not competing hard enough in the second set, it can cause that a little bit. It remains to be seen, but it worries me. 5:30. Three bad errors.
And Zverev's taken the pace off a bit just to keep the ball in play, it seems, and see what pressure that can build on Zhang. It's been some smart and clever play from the world number 2. 2 break points.
That's a good close at the net. He's got good instincts coming forward, Zhang.
Really pumped up now. Gets the break, leads 4-2 in the deciding set.
Team Germany leads 4 games to 2.
Well, he didn't just miss those balls by a small margin. They were big margins, and I just wonder whether the lack of concentration when he took the foot off the pedal in the second set, it can come back to haunt you. And this match is on Zverev's racket now.
40 love.
Well, what was going on at the start there before the serve? He just had to little pause and
14, 15.
Stretch the back of the court. So despite that, consolidates the break, hold serve, and now out to a 5-2 lead. Something with the wrist, is it, or?
Team Germany leads 5 games to 2.
Right arm. 5-2.
Потяни, подержи руку.
Jammed up, perhaps.
Я сейчас мяч начал бить. Я не знаю, поэтому и говорю, тебе надо выбираться. Что ты хочешь? Ты 2 месяца играл в теннис. Так как ты в Париже, ты не будешь так играть. Главное ногами работать, поднять низкий сегодня. Не играй удобно, куда тебе удобно. Не играй куда тебе не важно, даже если он так стоит. Просто дави. Ты вот выше. Выше нет. Вот. Чувствуешь?
It continues on various body parts of the right arm of Sasha Zverev. Not sure he appreciated Dad's thumb, and interesting.
Well, he's a strong man, Alex Senior. He doesn't seem too concerned, but it's always a little bit of a worry. There's always niggles, isn't there, for an athlete?
So Zhang now serving to stay in it.
Love 15.
Mark, it's not looking like a good scoreline, is it, right now? I mean, when it's all said and done, Zhang led by a set, and since the end of the first set, he's won 2 games.
Yeah, especially the tennis he was playing that first set, to win that first set with 2 breaks. Yeah. I know Sasha, a little more unforced errors than he normally does, but my goodness, he was playing some big tennis.
Yeah, I tell you, guys around the world, they see these score lines, they take note of them, and there'll be a lot of people put this in their memory bank. Yeah, okay, he won the first set and then he went away. But it works against you over time, surely. Especially if he loses this game. I mean, still in the match on paper.
How difficult it's going to be to just turn the tennis back on like a switch from one thing to another, not just also the intensity too. You know, hitting the ball big, mixing up the play. Yes, that backhand down the line is a gamble. My goodness, was he hitting it well.
Point there, but and he got a little bit of luck, Zhang. When he wanted to go down the line, just hit it slightly, and it actually worked in his favour. This next ball, he wants to come in down, wraps it around the frame, and it drops short because of it. Good intent there, though. Pinpoint on the slice, wasn't he? He was forced to go forward. Zverev handled it beautifully. What an approach. That one. Look at the depth.
And a nice volley here to finish it off.
Advantage Team Germany.
That is big time hitting. And that gives him match point.
Thank you.
It was a slow start, but it was a very fast finish. Totally dominant over the last two sets. He takes the win here and gets Germany off to a good start. Looking for a spot in the quarterfinal. Alexander Zverev. 2-6, 6-love, 6-2. Over 2 hours duration, impacted by the delay. At the end of the day, Fitzy, as you said, scoreline after winning the first set, Zhang won 2 games in 2 sets.
Yeah, I was disappointed with that. I just thought he went away. He didn't compete from start to finish, and that worries me with a competitor. And maybe, you know, I think if he, I can't see any reason why, if he's flat strapped going hard from start to finish, he can't be ranked considerably higher than where he is. But not after seeing that. I mean, he's got to be better than that. And this guy's too good. You can't take the foot off the pedal. So in a way disappointing, but I am a fan. I want him to be better, Zhang, and I think he can bring so much to the sport. But it wasn't to be today, and I reiterate, that scoreline is not a good look for a competitor. It's an ugly look, because he won the first convincingly and then won 2 games from 14 after that. Other players see that.
Mark Philippoussis is down there courtside. Sasha, watch on, ready to go. Let's join the winner with Mark Philippoussis.
Well, Sasha, congrats on a tough win. It wasn't the start we normally see. You're missing shots you normally don't miss, but also Zhang was playing some top tennis. What in your mind will you think about when you're going through, sitting down, losing that first set 6-2 and coming back so strong?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't start off well. I was missing a lot of shots from a backhand side, actually, which is normally the most stable shot that I have. Yeah, and then obviously he was playing extremely well. He was playing so aggressive. He was not letting me into the match, so he was not letting me find my rhythm. I kind of did that in the beginning of the second set with some long rallies, with maybe just actually pushing the ball back a little bit, just so I run a little bit, just so I get some rhythm from the baseline. And afterwards it worked well, and I thought then afterwards I found my rhythm. I was much more aggressive. I was much more fluent in my shots, and I'm happy with my performance then in the second and third set.
Yeah, during the match, I think it was 2-love in the second set. You were up, and we had that long break with. It's not an easy thing. You had quite a while to wait and not a chance to warm up. What goes through the mind in a situation like this, just for the crowd to understand?
Yeah, especially it's, you know, I just broke him, and then the first game back, it's deuce on my serve, and then it's kind of a long wait and a very important moment. And I lost the next point, so it's break point him again. So obviously in your mind you're like, oh, I don't want to lose the service game again. I don't want to. You kind of give the lead away. But during the break, actually gave me some time to look at some stats, to look at some speeds that I had, some serve speeds that I had, some ground stroke speeds, just to have an idea of what I'm maybe doing wrong, what I'm maybe capable of doing better. And that actually helped me. That helps me a lot. And I've realized that, you know, my speed on my backhand can go up quite a lot. My serve placements were maybe too readable for him as well, so I changed that as well. But yeah, all in all, I think it was a very good second and third set. I'm happy with the win, and I think everybody's tired of listening to me giving such long answers.
Not at all. It's a great insight for me to listen to. But anyway, what is it about the United Cup that gets you going? I mean, you guys are defending champions. I think you're playing some of your best tennis. An incredible year last year. What is it that you love so much about the format?
To be honest, it's the team spirit and the camaraderie that we have in our team. We get along outside the court so well. We kind of do something, you know, something together every single day, and that helps. I mean, the support from the bench is tremendous, and of course, we have the memories from last year, and we want to ride that wave. We want to keep going, and hopefully, you know, get to Sydney and play for the title again.
Sasha, congrats on giving your team a 1-love head start.
Yeah,
Great play.
Thank you.
And great insight there with Mark Philippoussis and Zverev. Interesting having a deep dive into the stats. We don't see it happen all that often. The coaches can use that all the time, but he had the opportunity to take a look, and his analysis was fascinating, really, how deep it was.
Not bad for his third language either, by the way.
Well, yeah, well, and as you say, they remember points, they remember moments, and it was a good summary as we look at the tail of the tape. 2 hours and 5 minutes was the official time. Unforced errors were building for Zhang after a fast start.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that tells us, David. I mean, it's the unforced errors changed. I'm sure Sasha was probably leading after the first set, but there was a significant turnaround in that line, and I think that had a bit to do with the intensity that Zhang lost, and I think that hurt him a lot. But you can't give a player like this. Serve is #2 in the world. The only thing he hasn't done yet is win a major. He's been in a couple of finals. I think he might win one this year or next. And I think he's good enough to win one. He probably deserves to win one.
So Team Germany get the opening encounter here. Sigerman against Zhao. Still to come, women's singles, mixed doubles will round out the tie. But for now, it's Sasha Zverev taking the win for Germany.
我突然想起这件，去国外，去国外，去国外，好好好，好好好，你给我先拿一点，等会儿签不了，这给你打开，签不了，签不了。掉了也掉了，掉了，可以。
Please welcome our first player representing Germany, Laura Sigemund. And her opponent in this women's singles match, Jinyu Zhao from China.
Here we go then, the match to decide the fate of China in this competition. The world number 175, Zhao Jinyu, aiming to pull off more heroics for her country, just as she did
a few nights ago. This her opponent today, Laura Siegemund of Germany, one of the most gritty competitors on tour. Expect fireworks tonight. The matches that both these players have been involved in this tournament so far have been spicy. So we are buckled up and ready for some fun in this second singles match with a mixed doubles still to come. I'm Catherine Whitaker, alongside me in the commentary booth, Bojana Babusic, and we have Barbara Schett courtside. We'll have the coin toss conducted by our Hot Shots kids. They've been doing a stunning job all week long. Zhao Jinyu is ready and being made to wait by Laura Siegemund, which is something she should probably get used to, because that is a tactic that Siegemund likes to employ.
And Laura, we have Betty Zap doing the coin toss for us today. But first from me, of course, you got the towels in the corners. Other than that, any questions? No, Betty Zap did want to ask Laura on this side. And what are you asking? Can you remember? Yeah, so do you want to ask her? Oh, so we're going to swap over to this side. John or AO? John is the call, John? Yep, John is the call. Give it a big toss. And what is it? It is John. Serve. And just a photo facing this way, thank you. If it's facing that way, Betty Zap.
Some superstition there, I think, from Laura Siegemund on the coin toss. She didn't want to call it, so she handed that pleasure over to her opponent, Zhao Jinyu. Not sure, Bojana, I've ever seen that before.
Well, she did it yesterday when she played Beatrice Haddad-Maia. So whether it's a superstition or not, from the very start, she's looking to get inside her opponent's mind.
So here we go. No pressure, Zhao Jinyu. If she wins today, she puts China through to the United Cup quarterfinals. Whether they qualify as group winners or lucky losers would be decided in the mixed doubles. But the fact is that a win today for her puts China through to that quarterfinal. She's 27 years of age, turned pro more than 10 years ago, ranked at 175 in the world. But Bojana, that match against Haddad-Maia the other night, she did not play like the world number 175.
No, it was the biggest win of her career, that's for sure. 3 hours and 22 minutes. It was an epic three-set battle. Both players experienced cramps, fatigue, anxiety, nerves. It really had it all. And one particular person that was riding that wave was Bubsy.
I was, yeah. I was sitting courtside for 3.5 hours. Nearly, I was exhausted afterwards. I nearly cramped, actually, I thought. But it was just an unbelievable match to witness and to watch. It was so dramatic. And I wonder how Zhao is feeling today. I mean, she had a couple of days off now. She had time to recover. I'm sure she got a lot of work done with her physio as well. And yeah, and I think that's the key. Both players are wearing tapes, which makes me a little bit nervous. Zhao on her left knee, which she did last time as well when she played against Haddad-Maia, and also Laura Siegemund, who had also a long match against Haddad-Maia. Haddad-Maia must be devastated. Lost two long matches here at the United Cup.
Yes, indeed. Here is Laura Siegemund, 36 years of age now, 80 in the world. Got no thoughts about retiring, I don't think. She'll go for as long as she can. She's still as fit as she's ever been.
2 minutes.
I was hearing that ahead of the 2 matches that she played yesterday, she played in singles and doubles, she was in the gym at 6 a.m. at the hotel doing weights.
That's unbelievable, especially knowing that she was coming out again to play. And yesterday, she didn't have that right thigh taped, should I say. So whether it's just precautionary or something to keep an eye on, we'll just wait and see. But her match yesterday against Beatrice Haddad-Maia went for 2 hours and 33 minutes. It was a long battle as well. So physically, we'll see how the players turn out. But it is their first meeting.
Yeah, first meeting between these two, as you'd expect. Zhao Jinyu with very little experience at tour level. Babsy, Where's she been? How can a player be this good and be ranked 175 in the world?
I find it unbelievable. I mean, it's all about consistency in tennis as well. We know that if you play one good tournament, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be top 100 right away. But I mean, I was very impressed, I have to say, especially her mindset against Hologic Maya. She never gave up. She pushed through. She fought through, and she was playing solid tennis from the baseline with a fair bit of power. She found the right balance, when to hold back and when to play aggressive, like she's never done anything else before. So I wonder if she can back it up today, because Laura Siegemund is a completely different opponent. Anything can happen with her. She can come to the net. She can play drop shots. She has a lot of variety up her sleeve. So we'll see. But obviously, if she plays the way she did Zhao against Hologic Maya, then she should definitely be in the top 100.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wu Di, the Team China captain.
Team China won the toss and chose to serve.
And as you heard there, Team China winning the toss, electing to serve. Team Germany, there is their captain, Alexander Zverev Sr. He's just seen his son through his singles match. Been through a tricky opening set against Zheng Zhizhen, but very comfortable in sets numbers 2 and 3. She's your proverbial tricky opponent, isn't she, Laura Siegemund?
Yeah, 100%. She's tricky, she's feisty, she'll pull out all the tricks and trades. And like Bubsy touched on, just the variety that she throws in, you never really know what you're going to get when you're playing someone like Siegemund. She fights for every point. They're the defending champions as well, let's not forget. Last year, she predominantly played the doubles with Alexander Zverev, and now she's in a position where she's playing singles and doubles.
Prepare for play.
Yeah, you might not know what you get tennis-wise from her, but you know what you're getting emotionally from her. You're going to get that fist bump right away when she wins that first point, I think. Straight in your face.
Robbie called it the emoji fist pump.
Yeah, in your face is the perfect way of putting it. Laura Siegemund will do anything to win a tennis match. She's not there to make friends, and it is a fun watch.
Play.
Yeah, that was one shot that Siegemund played so well, and she did that yesterday, was hitting that forehand back behind her opponent. Always has that continental-like forehand grip, so really likes to flatten it out.
Let's listen. (14-30).
Team China.
Well played, a real nerve settler for Zhao. I'm sure there will be some nerves. Pretty uncharted territory for her, all of this, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think it was such a great win the other night up against Beatrice Hidajima, knowing that she can match her with these top players. But if you look at the tournaments that she played over the 2024 season, she really did play a mix of the ITF events and the WTA events, and had a lot of success on the ITF tour, but it really is that transition onto the WTA tour, which is the next step up, and it's the challenge of, like Babsy touched on, being consistent week in and week out and accumulating those higher ranking points. She did qualify at a WTA 250 event in September in Thailand and made the round of 16, so it's just playing at that level consistently, which will certainly help her get inside that top 100.
No great surprise that the higher ranked player is favoured by the win predictor, not counting Zhao out though, which is good to see. Of course, when she signed up for this United Cup, she would have perhaps been expecting not to actually play, because we were expecting Taojun Qinwen here as China's #1 female player, but unfortunately she needed a little extra time in the off-season, and Zhao has filled her big boots ably.
Really likes to take her time in between points, Sigemund. The clock almost stops.
Yeah, she's had a few time penalties already this week, so watch out for that.
Yeah, she's that focused that it's almost, you almost feel like she's in her own little world there, and she doesn't really pay attention on the time, on the clock. I think she gets sometimes very negative with herself, very critical. So she has her own little routine in between the points, always before the serve, steps into the court and then steps back again. It's pretty funny to watch.
And of course, as we were just showing there, the reason she doesn't get penalised more on the time front is that so long as she starts her motion by the time the clock hits 0, then she's in the safe zone. But of course, once she starts her motion, there is then a big pause when she holds that position with the racket up. You'll see it in just a moment. But this is starting the motion, so she's safe.
And that's the forehand drop shot that Sigemund likes to use. Unfortunately for her, just sitting right up and not short enough, and Zhao getting to that ball extremely quickly.
It was a good idea, but just the execution of that drop shot was not good enough. Sometimes I wonder what's going through her head. She has so many options, you know, in what shots to hit, that you feel like, okay, just keep it simple.
Slice of luck on a huge point. Not the cleanest hit on the return, but who cares? China and Zhao with the
Team
early
China
break.
leads by 2 games to none.
Zhao is an excellent returner as well, and that could be a big problem for Laura Siegemund today, who doesn't get many free points in general on her serve.
Well, it wasn't the fastest serve, 160 kilometres per hour, but it was the placement that really jammed up Siegemund there. A serve that really does go, the body serve, quite underused.
She really leans on that two-hander, doesn't she, Siegemund? Again, perhaps not the cleanest hit, but they're going in.
I think it's a good positive sign from Zhao early on. She's clearly not overwhelmed by the moment. There's a lot playing, there's a lot on the line here to be played for. She's in a great position.
Let's go.
Siegemund that looks the less settled early on, isn't it? Just over-pressing. 2 points for a 3-love lead here for Zhao.
Better way to move forward and look for the next shot. So she's not necessarily looking to paint the lines. She's taking the ball early, Siegemund. That's what she did so well against Haddad Jumaya.
Bit of indecision there.
I don't think she committed to the shot. Almost pulled off it and maybe was wanting to go one way or another, but having 2 game points to take a 3-love lead, you don't want to let those opportunities go.
Rushing Laura Siegemund on that forehand. Sometimes she's, again, rushing so much that her body is already finished with the shot, but the racket not. You know what I mean? It sounds weird, but...
I do know what you mean.
Not in sync.
She escapes that game and does take a 3-love lead. So Siegmund needing a bit of a pep talk, needing to turn things around early on here at the RAC Arena. This, though, is Cottesloe. I've been to Cottesloe. I'm imagining you've been to Cottesloe, Bojana.
Just the other day, actually, with the kids and the family. It was just a beautiful day. We've got crystal blue waters, and it was packed. All the people was just soaking up the sun, and it was hot that week too. It was about 40 degrees. So you had to get there early, but it's just stunning. There's lots to do, cafes, gelato, pizza.
The water's where you want to be when it's 40 degrees,
100%.
isn't it? Yeah.
I was there this morning, girls.
That's why you look so fresh, Babsy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm as fresh as a daisy. I had a coffee there, had breakfast there, had a swim. I was checking out the people. I loved it. It was so good. While you were working here, I think.
You're not supposed to tell us that.
Sorry.
I did think Babsy was looking disgustingly fresh.
A little more tan maybe as well.
50 to 103.
So Zhao is up from the sit down early, raring to go. It's been the dream start for her. And some really clever tennis. She's kind of not taking too many risks, playing with a bit of margin, whereas Lara Siegmund, yeah, as Babsy said, looks a bit rushed just now, aiming to get on the board.
I feel like for Segerman, this match just has a different feel because when she played Beatrice Haddad-Meyer, she'd played her a number of times. They had similar rankings. The match could have gone either way, but she's up against an opponent who is who's ranked a lot less than her. She's expected to win, and she doesn't really know anything about her. So I think she's still trying to suss out Zhao and how she plays and how heavy that ball is. Sure how you felt, Babsy. Did you prefer playing players that you played a number of times before, or?
Well, it depends. I played 10 times against Devonport, and I never figured out how to play against her, so it depends. I mean, obviously nowadays it's easier because you can watch YouTube videos, so you can actually find out how they're playing a little bit, but that's the beauty about the sport as well, right? That you sometimes don't know your opponents, and you have to push yourself to find out how to play against them. Already. That's 3-love a warning. And we always talk about Zhao playing that really long match against Haddad-Meyer 3 days ago. She played 3.5 hours, but then don't forget, she's a lot younger than Lara Siegemund. Lara Siegemund is 36. You need more time to recover as well. She also had a really long day yesterday with not just only the singles, but also the doubles as well. So she might feel it. She might be a bit sore today.
Don't forget the 6 a.m. gym session.
Yeah, I was asleep. That's incredible.
20-15. Team Germany.
On the board for Germany.
Team Germany leads by 3 games.
Collected a time violation along the way, but she's well used to that. If she gets a second, she'll lose her first serve on the next point, or the next service point. And after that, it would be a point penalty, game penalty, and so on and so on. Rarely comes to that, but just something to keep an eye on, given it's so early in the match.
That's just that footwork, maybe not 100% at the moment from Laura Siegemund. Just tick too far away. Doesn't look smooth just yet.
That's a lovely point from the German.
And she waited for the right opportunity, didn't she? She got Zhao a little bit further back behind the baseline and sensed the right opportunity. And when she can execute that forehand drop shot, it certainly is a weapon. Has so much backspin where the ball travels high over the net, but then as soon as it hits the ground, it stays low.
She doesn't get too many free points at Laura Siegemund, so that one must feel good for the confidence level as well.
Coco Gauff-esque.
That was a great return. But an even better response there from Zhao. Great angle created, and then it was an all or nothing shot, really. Maybe for a split second she sensed Siegemund was moving forward and had that slight opportunity to open it up down the line.
Should like that one back. Second serve return. 30 all.
Yeah, it's just like the footwork. The footwork's just letting her down a little bit so far tonight.
All box of tricks from Siegmund in that rally.
Well, that shot was there to be hit. It just probably didn't need to hit it that hard. She was well inside the court. It seemed like Siegmund's shots were landing shorter and shorter, so just had to play with a little bit more margin. First serve, nice free point. First serve percentage sitting at 76% for Zhao.
That's high.
Team China.
What a hold. 4-1 the lead now.
Team
for
China
Zhao
leads
and
by
China.
4 games to 1.
She hasn't done a whole lot too wrong tonight, Zhao. Really playing within herself.
And I'm amazed because there is pressure on her, even though Laura Siegemund is the higher ranked player, but she needs to win a point, or China needs to win 1 point, so they will, are they qualified for sure then, or a lucky loser or whatever in that group? Did I understand that right?
If China wins a match in this tie, then they are guaranteed to at least be a lucky loser into the quarterfinals.
So Germany is already qualified.
Correct.
So she's handling this situation pretty well, because she's not just playing for herself, she's playing for her country. So far, very calm, very controlled.
Yeah, very much so. And it's interesting because I do think she looked nervous in those opening stages. Facially, she did look like she was feeling it, but she was playing through it, which was particularly impressive.
And I think it also helped getting a few loose unforced errors from Siegmund, which allowed Zhao just to feel like, hang on a sec, I'm actually in this. Take a few deep breaths, loosen the shoulders. And now, before you know it, she's up 4-1 in this first set.
You had confirmation there of the group standings from this Group E. I'd love to take credit for the maths that has been done.
You should.
To determine what the scenarios are, but let me tell you, that was not me. But basically, the fact that China won their previous tie 3-0, that puts them in the position tonight of not actually having to win this tie. They just need to win a match.
Thing to do, but once again the execution not working for Siegemund. So far she's surprisingly calm as well.
There from Zhao. Really anticipating that drop shot.
Yeah, she's got pretty good court coverage, Zhao. And I mean, you always have to be ready against Siegemund, who's grown up on clay. That's why she has all that variety in her shots.
Wow. Really patchy from Siegemund so far. And 2 more break points, which, if taken, would leave Zhao serving for the opening set.
Team China.
Wow, got caught out a little in no man's land, did Laura Siegemund. And Zhao was there. She's everywhere. It's a 5-1 lead for the Chinese.
You have to give credit to Zhao. She's
by 5 games to 1.
Managing everything from the racket of Siegemund. She's anticipating the drop shots. She's staying tough in the rallies. She's hustling forward. And then when she does move forward to get to these shorter balls, she has the control.
Yeah, and I love her intensity on the court as well. Every single point, she's giving absolute everything.
Serving for the set then.
And 12th unforced error for Siegemund in this set so far. Only 2 winners. So she's already in the negative. Certainly not an easy volley to make when she's just on that service line on the stretch, and to get the control to produce a volley like that, that was impressive.
First serve percentage 72 for the set, Zhao. Most players would sign for that.
Let's focus.
Lovely wrong footer. She likes that backhand down the line.
34.
And this is what you get from Laura Siegemund. She's going to fight tooth and nail for every single point.
Oh, she won't give away it. She won't give it away for free, that's for sure.
So a point to retrieve one of the breaks.
Yes.
Handily saved. Second ace.
Coming at the right time. That ace. She also, I mean, even against Hologic, she's playing the big points, the important points really well. Zhao, isn't she? That was aggressive.
Just a half volley. That ball's so early. Right at the apex. Another break point for Siegemund.
Serving so well, isn't she? Especially when under pressure.
Advantage, Team Juice.
And using a bit of variety on that serve too. She's not always going into the same spot. So always keeping Siegemund honest.
Advantage.
She really is. You've seen that, or spotted that really well, Rihanna. An unbelievable variety. Capable of really hitting those lines if it's out wide or down the tee. And that keeps the opponent guessing at all times as well. 3 big serves in a row here.
An awesome set from the world number 175. 6-1 for Zhao and for China. I just still don't understand why she's ranked 175 in the world. There's so much to her game. I mean, she's obviously not been playing this level of tennis week in, week out, and it is incredibly tough to do that. But what a set of tennis from Zhao.
Let's look at the first serve percentage. I mean, 75% is extremely high. And Siegemund had a better first serve percentage, but it just goes to show how well Zhao is returning, taking that away from Siegemund. And she really just played such a clean set. Zhao, she had a few winners, maybe a couple of unforced errors, but really converting those breakpoint opportunities, moving forward. Really relying on that first serve to get her out of trouble as well. And you would just never think that she was 175 in the world. And tennis is just a funny game. When you've got your confidence, anything is possible.
It's not often you'll see 94% first serves in and 44% of those service points won. But that is the set that Laura Siegemund has just played. What can she do differently, Babsy, in set 2 other than just play better?
Well, she's starting the second set already really well because she's just taken a toilet break. She left the court.
That's one of her signature moves, isn't it?
She did it against Haddad Maya. She'd won the first set and then took a toilet break and then lost the second set. So clearly it's something that she does often.
Sorry to interrupt you, Brianna, but there is an incredibly cute dog on the screen that demands our attention. A service dog. I think that is potentially a Cavapoo. Answers on a postcard, please. I think
that's called Sasha.
Oh, a cavoodle, I think you call them here. I think that's a cavoodle, maybe a cockapoo. Whatever it is, welcome to the tennis. What a
oh, look at that.
What a good boy. Oh, that's love.
I actually did. Can we talk tennis again, or should we talk?
We're back to tennis now.
You two can. I'm going to be thinking about the cute dog for a while.
No, I just did a little bit of research, maybe, and I noticed that Zhao didn't play any matches in 2020 and 2021. We know there was COVID. I'm not sure if she was injured as well. She was pretty much out, did not play at all for 2.5 years. So she only started about May 2022 again to play tournaments. So that's obviously not ideal when you have such a long time away from competitive tennis. Maybe that's a reason, you know, why she hasn't or is not higher up in the rankings. She needed maybe a year to get going again, and
that's a really good point, Bubsy, because I know that's been the case for a lot of Chinese players. They didn't play at all during the height of COVID. For a period of about 2 years, Chinese players just didn't travel pretty much. Even when tennis was making efforts to make tournaments happen in extraordinary circumstances, really, looking back, Chinese players were locked down at home in China, and for a lot of them that came at a really critical development point, you know, taking 2 years out of your competitive career, essentially. Yeah, well,
that would have made her 25, so it's not like she was just starting her career. She would have been well into
no, there's obviously more to the story.
Yeah.
But that it sounds, Babsy, like that's a piece of the story.
Yeah,
well,
sure. I'll do some more research, okay?
I'll look at cute dogs.
Okay.
Babsy will do the research. That is
I'll focus on the match.
Excellent division of labour.
Yeah. We're going to spread our strengths.
All while Laura Siegman goes for a loo break. She's back.
Well, she definitely has to cut down on those unforced errors.
Time.
That's for sure. It seems like she's almost panicking a little bit sometimes during the rally. She needs to find her calmness, if that exists in Laura Siegemund.
Second set.
To a certain degree.
Team Germany to serve.
More of the same for Zhao. Don't change a thing, I imagine, with Wu Di's advice to her.
She's in the lead in the second set. It's a good start, even though if it's just the first point.
Incredible rally tolerance from Zhao there. She was asked a lot of questions by Siegmund.
And this game is so huge for both players, but for Zhao, it would really be staying tough and winning this first game so that she can continue to establish herself and let Segmen know that she's not going anywhere. And then for Segmen, it's about getting in front and getting on the board and trying to break that momentum.
Not many players in the world would use that technique.
30-15.
Choose that shot, but she's one of a kind, is Laura Siegmund. Very effective. She'll quite often use that scooped slice forehand as an approach shot as well. Didn't need to volley there. Incredible first serve percentage. Less good winning percentage on those points where she gets the serve in, but it is climbing.
Game, Team German.
Well, that'll feel good because she wasn't ahead at any stage of the opening set. And she's nosed in front of the second set.
It's also always nice to get on the board early on, especially when you haven't been playing your best tennis, and you know, it's not about always winning pretty. Sometimes it's ugly and scrappy, but it's about finding a way as well. And for Segmund, it's just about being scrappy, isn't it? Getting on top.
So a big swing from the win predictor, as you'd expect after a set, especially a set won by the underdog. Big swing in Zhao's favour. Anyone got any issues with those numbers?
No, I don't.
Seems about right, doesn't it?
Yeah, seems about right. It would be awkward if the win predictor would still be for Siegmund now in this second set.
So I just want to have a look at the serve placement from Zhao, in particular for first serve, and it's so interesting to see that on that due side, how many times she's going to the Segment backhand. 91%. We don't see that often. Obviously uses a bit more variety on the ad side.
Is that a smart play?
Well, it's working at the moment, isn't it? I mean, she's got a high first serve percentage. She's winning a lot of free points. You don't change a winning game.
And I see the team coach constantly on the iPad. Maybe, you know, he's looking at those numbers as well and just telling her, keep on doing the same thing.
It's interesting because I don't think at the backhand is a weakness for Siegmund, but the numbers don't lie.
Big point. So say, for example, she's under pressure, she's down a break point on a due side. In your mind, you almost have to keep a tally of how many times you serve down the tee. So something for Segmund to certainly think about if she is in a situation similar to like she was in the first set, you just hover over to that backhand. Look for it. And as we say that, she decides to serve out wide.
It's always like that, isn't it? But that's what she's done, Zhao, so well today, mixing up those serves.
And it caught Siegmund out, didn't it? Very smart play.
It was just wide.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was.
But what about that return from Siegmund? That was a saber, wasn't it? A sneaking attack.
Yeah, it was one of Zhao's shorter second serves, wasn't it? It was irresistible for Siegmund. Now, that's actually a touch.
Oh.
It's been called. Wow. Or is it?
It wasn't
not called.
Yeah, that's why Zhao was asking.
I did think that was a bit optimistic of her to ask about the out call, because it definitely was out.
Great job there from Zhao, keeping the ball nice and low after sensing Siegmund was moving forward.
Advantage, Team China.
She's done so well tonight, Zhao, of making Siegmund play that one extra shot. And she knows Siegmund likes to move forward as well. So when you hit that ball really down low to the feet, it's not an easy shot to make.
Everything's very tight now.
It's the first double from Zhao. This is a closer look. Oh, I think she did touch that, you know.
You almost need like that cricket review, you know, when you can tell whether the ball hits the bat.
Snicko,
Yeah,
yeah.
Snicko, that's it.
Well, it's going to be fascinating if that does end up being a turning point, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely could be a change of momentum in this match here right now happening.
We'll get you to take a look at that replay again at the next sit down, Babsy, because I don't trust my eyes anymore.
Oh, it's so hard to tell.
There it is. The game, and it feels like the momentum going the way of Germany and Laura Siegmund.
By 2 games to 0.
Well, the last two returns off that ad side, Siegmund used the slice forehand, so she's changing up the pace, not giving Zhao that height because she likes to hit up above the shoulders. So we have a look at this, that last couple of points ago. Did it tip the racket or not?
It's harder to tell from that angle. I think perhaps this one is the one where you see the flight of the ball changes, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I'm leaning towards that she hasn't touched it, but my eyes are worse than yours probably because I'm older.
If I had to say, from that angle, I would say it looks like the flight of the ball changes ever so slightly as it passes her racket. My question, I guess, is if she did touch it, would she definitely know? Do you always know?
Yes,
she would know for sure.
Absolutely, you know.
Okay.
But would you tell?
Apparently not. Because I think when Snicko was introduced in cricket, it revealed that you don't always know when you've nicked it.
In tennis you do. You know it.
Interesting.
It was right in front of the eyes of the umpire as well.
Mm.
Oh, she's finding a forehand, isn't she, Segment? Different feel in this second set in terms of her energy and how she's making contact with that ball. She's found a touch on that forehand, hasn't she? And it's a mirror image of the opening set, but the second has given a 3-love lead for Germany and Siegmund. Oh, just the most enormous shift in momentum. We might never know whether she did just touch the ball with her racket, but she's channeled that moment, hasn't she? And she kind of is a master of doing that kind of thing. Oh yeah, I think she's loving it. It almost needs to get to that point for her to have gotten fired up, because I felt like she was really flat in that first set. She just could not find any mojo, and then just something small like that has just shifted that momentum. That's what happens in tennis. You know, you think of some players that really need to get fired up in terms for something to happen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. She's never happier than when she's in a scrap.
Correct.
Now, my Mandarin isn't up to much, I'm afraid, but I would be fascinated to know what was said there, because there's been such a tactical shift from Siegmund in terms of how she's deploying that forehand. I wonder if Zhao now makes her own tactical change. We will find out.
too far behind baseline. Zhao, she's trying to create something, but she's moving sideways as opposed to looking to move forward.
Yeah, she's a little bit more defensive now in this second set, isn't she? Even if it's a couple of percent, it changes things.
This is one-way traffic.
15-40.
Well, we had a 6-love already earlier on today when Sasha Zverev played. So, might see it again. He lost the first set too.
Well, finally a gift from Siegmund.
13-40.
It's still a break point to face. Getting a lot of support now from these Chinese fans who are numerous inside the RAC arena. They always turn out for the United Cup here in Perth, and they're always very vocal, which is great because I think Zhao needs it just now. Sublime. Because Zhao did well.
Advantage.
She sure did, and that
Team Germany.
lob was just played perfectly. Look at the feel she has there. Just that flick of the wrist landed right on the baseline. It is an important game.
Fascinating when players can slide on the hard court. Just that controlling their ankles, and I watch it and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm in awe.
Didn't used to happen, did it?
No.
Kim Clijsters.
But watching Coco Gauff last night, and her ability to turn defense into offense.
Djokovic, of course, become a master at it.
But then also having the control with the racket to produce shots like that.
Was Clijsters the first?
Yeah, she was. It was incredible. US Open, the way she was sliding around, just like it was a clay court. Nice steps from Siegmund. Yeah, we were never taught that there was even an option to slide. We just, you know, took those little steps and we never even thought about it. Until she came along, oh, you can actually slide a little bit, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Your ankles might be thanking you now, Babi.
Yeah. I can still walk.
Second serve here on another break point.
Team Germany.
Just missing the mark with the forehand. It is one-way traffic still. A 4-love lead. Oh, for Siegmund. That's how close that was.
How much space is that in between? Half a millimeter?
that is just about as close as a call gets, I think. But unfortunately, you can't argue with the technology. Some have tried.
I do miss those discussions, I have to say, with the umpires sometimes.
By 4 games to love.
So it was pretty funny and entertaining. But Siegemund, incredible. I mean, you watch her play here, courtside especially. Every ball has a different pace, has a different length, has a different spin. She doesn't play the second shot in a row, or 2 shots in a row the same.
She also made a nice adjustment off that second serve return segment. Instead of taking it nice and early, which she has been doing and not being quite successful, she actually chose to stay back and let the ball drop and just return that ball back into play to start the point. So clearly she's thinking out there and she's recognising what's working and what's not.
Well, it might feel to Zhao like this set is gone, but there's been such an enormous momentum swing in Siegemund's favour. Just stopping that momentum in its tracks a little bit would feel significant, I think. Previously, her first serve percentage was extremely high segment, but she wasn't doing so well when that first serve is going in. Well, those numbers have changed. She's now winning 75% of her first serves when they do go in.
She was a bit confused what the score was there, Siegemund.
Game.
Fantastic way to seal one of the breaks back. It's a long way back, but she's on the road. 4-1 to Siegmund.
Team Germany leads by 4 games to 1.
So Zhao sits down feeling slightly better about things, gets to have a chat with Captain Wu Di as we head to Lucky Bay. Now, I'm very lucky to have a Western Australian next to me, so you can tell me all about Lucky Bay.
I'd love to, Catherine, although I've never been there before.
You've never been to Lucky Bay?
No, but look, it's got
the whitest sands in all of Western Australia.
It's stunning, isn't it? Claims to be Australia's whitest beach, and it's 8 hours south of Perth. I've been to Esperance, but not to Lucky Bay. It's a big state, Kath. I can't get there. Yes, if I had maybe a morning off like Bubsy, I could maybe visit some of these nice beaches.
Time.
Taking a lot of information on board is Zhao Jingyu at that sit down. Siegmund's deep in conversation on the Germany bench as well. She's still in firm command of this set, is Siegmund, but perhaps that momentum, which was so strongly in her favour, perhaps that dam is just burst a little bit. So serving to narrow the gap just a little bit more.
Found the range off that forehand side segment.
Yeah, it is dangerous now for her. She needs to be very, very careful, because if Zhao wins her service game and then she gets a little bit tight, Siegmund, then it's all open again in this second set. So she hasn't made these unforced errors in the first 4 games, has she, Siegmund? Now just slightly erratic again in her decision making. When to go for it and when to hold back. There's not a lot of holding back.
It's almost when she has a lot of time on that forehand return.
Well, I actually thought she was going to hit a slice forehand return, and it looked like she changed her mind in the very last second, and then it was all too late.
Yeah, been a funny game from Siegmund, but just what Zhao needed.
Game, Team China.
The perfect game for Zhao at the perfect time.
Team Germany leads by 4 games to 2.
And that gap is getting ever smaller. Is Siegmund someone that does get tight, Babsy?
Yeah, I mean, she does. We know that she plays so many 3-setters, so I don't know if it's tightness or if it's just, you know, not disciplined enough with the way she's playing. Only she knows. I wouldn't say now she lost the last couple of games because she was tight.
But she could be now.
Yep, this is certainly a must-win game for her.
15 love.
Right shot.
You know what? She's been winning 3 points just by being in the rally. So you'd almost have to say you have to make that return. Make Siegmund play. Otherwise, you're just giving away too many free points. Just like that.
Yeah, what is the expression, don't interrupt your
15.
opponent when they're making a mistake, something like that. If Siegmund's making errors, then let her make them.
Yep. And that was a perfect example. Zhao just got a few extra balls back and Siegmund overplayed.
Yeah, Zhao's annoyed with herself on that one, and I think Wu Di might be as well.
But she didn't make any return errors, really, for a set, the first set anyway.
if you're Zhao right now, you have to be telling yourself, make the return, start the point.
Exactly, and she's telling herself, as you can see, move forward. Especially with Siem on serve, she doesn't get many free points. It's not a huge weapon or a weapon. Don't have to be scared for serve.
Let's second set.
Well done, Zhao Jinyu.
30-40.
How good was her hustle to that drop shot?
Yeah, she saw it really early, didn't she, Zhao? But I'm still not sure about the decision to play that drop shot. It's very risky at the point at 30 all.
I was almost saying that she wasn't happy to stay in a rally. She just wanted the point over and done with.
Big fist bump directed towards her box, but also in the direction of Zhao Jinyu. Producing some of her best when it mattered most there. Still juice, still an opportunity for Zhao.
That was a tentative forehand, wasn't it? Yeah. No rapid speed on that shot whatsoever.
Team China.
With the forehand, she does have the tendency sometimes to just push it, not with the backhand so much. I would think that she feels a lot more comfortable on that backhand wing.
Suddenly it's break point again. Has deserted Laura Siegmund. Another huge shift in momentum in the direction of Team China. 4-3 now, the lead for Germany.
Germany leads by 4 games to 3.
Wow, well, a penny for the win predictors' thoughts.
Must wait and see, won't we?
A lot of swings over the past few minutes. What a roller coaster of a match.
But we almost felt, didn't we, at 4-love, that despite what the scoreline said, it was still a close set because there are only a couple of points here or there determining the outcome. And in a way, not surprised that it's now 4-3.
So what's going to happen now?
That's a very good question.
I still feel like that Zhao is more within herself and more calm out there at the moment.
She's swinging through her shots more. She's playing to win as opposed to playing to lose.
Okay, so that's what the win predictor's saying right now. You can only imagine how much it's been changing over the last few minutes. Why has Laura Siegmund abandoned the game, the tactics that got her into the lead in this set. That slice forehand, more variety.
It's almost as if when she was up 4-love, she lost that game, and then the doubt crept in again, and the unforced errors came back, and before she knows it, it's 4-3.
Please take your seats at the back of the court. The players are waiting.
Well played, nice hands there from Sideline, but still risky, I think. I mean, that could have easily landed in the net. And that's the harder option, to hit a drop shot down the line. Usually she uses that inside out with the forehand.
Love it.
She's back. Oh, what a funny sport this is.
Oh, she's almost giving this game away, isn't she, Jael? Oh, those unforced errors. Aside from that first drop shot winner from Sideline.
An absolute gift of a game from Zhao Jinyu. Momentum back in the hands of Siegmund. She'll serve for the set.
By 5 games to 3.
Yeah, that would have been very disappointing for Zhao. Not even winning 1 point on her serve. I think this time she felt a little bit tight, you know. It's so funny. You play more relaxed when you're down 4-love, and then it's 4-3. And you feel like, okay, now I still have a chance again. And once you start thinking like that, that puts pressure on you. It's all in the mind, in the head.
She set that point up beautifully, didn't she, Siegmund? I always get nervous when players hit that bounce overhead, especially when they're so far back in the court. It's not an easy shot to make.
Especially when you're not tall. When you're Sasha Zverev and you're 2 meters, it's much easier. Funny, that looked long to me as well, but I guess it wasn't. Just touched. Just touched.
just been looking to, yeah, sorry, Babs, so she's just been using it, looking to use that backhand down line all match, hasn't she?
Exactly, she has. I just was thinking Zhao needs to stay away from that backhand at the moment. That was her.
I'm not too sure on that serve volley attempt. She just hesitated again, didn't she? She wasn't moving quick enough towards the net.
Yes, got stuck in a strange part of the court.
No man's land, that's called.
Yeah.
Oh, she's just giving it away now. Incredible. Both of them, they're just unforced errors piling up.
It's not high quality, is it? But it is utterly compelling. Just don't know what's going to happen next.
Well, as soon as we think someone's got the momentum, it just shifts quickly.
Didn't let it bounce that time.
It's still not an easy shot to make, considering the circumstances.
I have a feeling there was a lot of anger in that overhead. A big loud grunt as well from her. And look at Zhao, she lost balance there. It came right at her. She was on the ground.
Forehand. Looking to move forward.
Advantage.
Really ripped that forehand. Wasn't passive at all.
Yeah, real conviction on it. 143 Ks. Another break point. I think there's some anger in all of these Siegmund shots now.
Will that support of the crowd make a difference?
Did Zhao run around a backhand to hit a
slice forehand?
A slice forehand there.
She sure did.
Did anyone know why?
Oh, only she knows why. Look at that.
That was so strange. Surely that sends a message to Siegmund that she does not trust her backhand right now.
But she actually hit her a couple of really good backhands.
Yeah,
throughout that rally.
I think she was on the way to run over there. It was really hard to stop, and she was kind of had to change direction midway through. It was awkward. She's got it.
Game and second set, Team Germany.
This match is a riot, and we're going to a decider. Siegmund takes the second set, 6-3.
I think the look on her face kind of describes how we all feel about this second set. It was just so topsy-turvy, wasn't it? And so we just have a look at the summary segment. A much better high first serve percentage, sitting at 75%. Maybe not converting as many as she would have liked, but her numbers were a lot better than that first set. 18 unforced errors, still quite high, but look, she managed to find a way to win that second set. She was up 4-love. Zhao got back to 4-3, and then from there on, it was a real tussle. But you have to give credit to Segman. She's a fighter, and it's not necessarily about how pretty it is. It's just about winning that last point, isn't it? And we can see the type of variety that Segman does have in her game. She can flatten that ball out. She can come to the net. She attempted a serve and volley. She's hitting overheads from the middle of the court. Again, that drop shot of hers is such a weapon when she does use it effectively. And she did a number of times in that second set. Always keeping her opponent on their toes. I guess for Segman, it's just about finding that range and that consistency going into this third set.
There was a short exchange between Lara Siegmund and the umpire just a few moments ago. We think that she was asking whether she could take a second bathroom break. And the fact that she's, well, not in the bathroom right now suggests that
was denied.
Request was denied. She, of course, took a bathroom break after winning the first set. She does like a reset bathroom break, doesn't she, Siegmund? Whether she's won or lost a set.
Yeah, I just remember that she did that yesterday after she won the first set, and it went against her.
So maybe the umpire's done her a favour.
Yeah, I just question when she uses it and does it. I always like to think if you win the set, just keep the momentum going.
Final set.
Yeah, players. There are certainly players that have reputations for more tactical bathroom breaks, but when you got to go, you got to go. Set 3. Where are we going with this?
This is really crucial, the beginning of this third set for both players.
I think that's the type of play Zhao needs to do, is create the opportunity. So if it means playing 5, 6, 7 shots to get that response from the Segmund, not paint the lines, but just work the ball around.
Just lifted her body a little bit there on the forehand, but yes, she needs to play with controlled aggression, I think, and that's where she wasn't happy in the second set, especially the first 4 games. Zhao, she was not aggressive enough, and she kept on telling herself, step into the court. She's done that well in the first 2 points on this third set.
14-15. Officer.
Team China. First game, final set.
Okay, well, the player that's won the opening game of each set has gone on to win it. So there we go.
Yeah, even though it's just the first game, but it's mentally so important to get on that scoreboard.
And you think for Zhao, if she wants to keep her foot down the pedal, the first 2 points of this game is so crucial, just to send a sign or a signal to Segmen that she's not going anywhere.
And once again, make that return. I think that's what she has to tell herself.
Yeah. Yeah, start the point.
Yeah, it's very early in the set, but it does feel like a really crucial game here, because although there was a little fight back from Zhao in that second set, the early stages of these sets have set the tone.
Let first.
Choice of where she's returning Zhao for that last forehand going through the middle, because it's really hard to redirect when the ball's coming hard and flat in the middle. And for Segmen, who's not quite found her range tonight, it was a good choice in terms of where Zhao returned there.
Forehand.
Yeah, that backhand down the line from Sigemund was not a bad backhand. And look at her telling herself, step in the court, move forward once again. And that's what you have to do as a tennis player when you sometimes lose your path a little bit. Just remind yourself constantly what you got to do.
Bojana, you said the returns were crucial. Boy, were you right.
Love four.
We're just waiting to see what response Segmen had after losing that initial first game of the third set. And she's thrown a couple of errors, and credit to Zhao. She's stepped up and she's playing to win, isn't she?
Big time. 3 break points. The same mistake 2 points in a row from Zhao.
And that's just a regulation forehand. She's not under any sort of pressure, so she doesn't need to overplay it by that much.
Still break point.
Team China.
What a roar from Zhao Jinyu. And from those Chinese fans. There are a lot of them inside this RAC arena. And I think they know that a win for Zhao would send China through to the quarterfinals.
Team China leads by 2 games to 11.
I think the bench certainly knows Zheng Zhizhen there. Did his best against Zverev, but no win for him. Okay.
Love 15.
Do we like the moonball tactic from Siegmund?
Well, you've got to do what works, right? And so at the moment, she's not able to match it with Zhao, so throwing in a higher heavy ball just gives her a little bit more time.
And the roof is open, so there's plenty of space. Smart, very, very smart. Siegmund noticed right away that Zhao was moving backwards on the back foot. Trouble.
Suddenly the quality has gone up several levels.
Well, I think it's showing Siegmund that she's not afraid to go for it, in particular when it's off a slower ball. So it plays in the mind of Siegmund for her to think, well, hang on a sec. The high heavy ball's not working, my slice isn't working, so what do I do now? So then she starts to press a little bit more and start to hit the ball a bit harder, and then that doesn't work, and then all of a sudden you're a bit confused as to what to do.
That is a lot of backhand unforced errors for 2 and a bit sets. The worst thing about this call is that it was delayed by just long enough for Laura Siegemund to start her fist pump, which she had to kind of reverse out of.
Yeah, Team China.
Love 30 down, out of trouble. Zhao and China
Team China
have a 3-love lead.
by 3 games to love.
So let's leave Zhao and Wu Di for a moment, having a chat about how well the deciding set is going, and we'll head to Broome. Now, I don't want to throw you under the bus again, Bojana. Have you been to Broome?
I'm going to sound like I've never been to Western Australia's beautiful sights, but no, I have not been to Broome either.
Well, it is 2,000 kilometres away, which isn't much in this part of the world. You can have sunset at Cable Beach. This is another one that's on my bucket list because the dinosaur footprints catch my eye. I would like to see some dinosaur footprints.
I would too.
Well, it feels very achievable
Perth,
for
I
you,
promise you.
Bojana. It is a mere 2,000 kilometres away.
Time.
I don't know, though, whether Laura Siegemund was just sort of having a chat while also wiping her face, or whether she was kind of double style trying to shield her mouth so that we couldn't hear.
Yeah, I think that's what she does. She does it all the time at the change events. Here, especially, where there's microphones everywhere, I think she doesn't like it. Somebody hears the conversation, and it's good to see. I don't know if you've noticed, Sasha Zverev and Tim Pützer out. I'm still thinking who would play the doubles between the two of them. They've had a long rest.
Yeah, I mean, will Laura Siegemund definitely play the doubles?
Pooh. Does she need to? She doesn't, really. They're qualified.
Well, you keep saying, Babsy, that drop shot is a really high-risk strategy, isn't it? And some have come off, and they've been beautiful, but some aren't going to.
It would be interesting to see the difference, you know, of how many points she's won with the drop shot and how many points she's lost, actually, with the drop shot.
I just feel like she uses the drop shot because she doesn't feel like she can hang in the rally.
Kind of a bailout.
The longer the point goes, Zhao's winning almost every single one. So Siegemund's resorting to the drop shot as if to say, look, I can't rally for long, so I'm going to try the drop shot, make the point short, and hopefully you miss. So it's just, it's the mentality that she's got at the moment. And we haven't really seen Siegemund finish inside the court like that last forehand. That's how she likes to play, isn't it? She likes to be aggressive and look to move forward.
Yeah, I also think that, I mean, variety is a good thing, but I think key is to just be a bit more aggressive, and I'm not a big fan of those forehand slices. When you're in the defense, it's a different story, but when you have time, go for it.
Hesitated twice on that point, didn't she? When she had the opportunity to move forward and take the ball out of the air, she let it drop, and she did it again on that last shot.
Yeah, I think she misjudged it. She thought it was going to go long or wide, but it didn't. But it's nice to see that she has this big smile on her face afterwards. It's a tough competition, but at least she's still having fun.
She's seriously going for it now, Zhao, isn't she?
And why wouldn't you?
30-40.
She's going out swinging.
$126 Ks, boom, down the line. Break point.
Team China.
She can't miss now.
Team China leads by 4 games to none.
Love to see her just going for it like this.
Well, it's the only way she's going to get through this match, isn't it? She's not winning her points by being passive. She's winning it by being aggressive and going for it.
It's a double break now. You never count Laura Siegemund out. There could be a lot of tennis to go here, but my goodness, Zhao's in a good position.
I wonder if Zhao is thinking, be careful, you're up 4-love. That's was the score in the second set as well. You know, Siegemund was up 4-love, and then it was 4-3. She certainly doesn't want this to happen, I'm sure.
She'll keep using that drop shot, won't she?
Love 30.
There's a big difference between hitting a drop shot from behind the baseline and from when you're inside the court. And certainly better court positioning to use that drop shot. She's still using that fist pump segment. She's not going away.
Well played.
15-30.
Not the pace that time, but lovely placement. Wrong footer back behind Siegemund.
15-4.
Prowling at the baseline here is Laura Siegmund. 2 break points.
Game, Team Germany.
High risk, but high reward. Siegmund is on the board. 4-1 deciding set. Matches like this make me feel like I don't understand this sport. Dear, oh dear.
I always feel like, despite it being 4-0, the match is not complete without some sort of storyline behind it. I guarantee you there will be something else happening in this third set.
Yeah, we just don't know what it is. As you said, Zverev and Timput back out to support. We could see either of them in the mixed doubles. So Timput's yesterday. Zverev very conscious of the amount of tennis he played en route to that United Cup title last year when he was playing singles and doubles.
Time.
Okay, well, there's only one way to find out what's next in this bizarre and compelling tennis match, and that is to watch. I'm not sure a 4-1 scoreline has ever felt this close. It just feels right on a knife edge somehow.
Yeah, especially in the second and third set, when either player has been in the lead, they've really struggled maintaining the lead. So now I feel like Siegmund's found a little bit of range on her shots, and the unforced errors are coming from the racket of Zhao. It's really hard to predict which way this third set will go.
Yeah, and with Zhao, it's related to footwork. Once again, she's just going away from the shot, in the middle of the shot, kind of towards the middle, and that's why she has no control. Same thing on the return.
14.
Once again, moved away from that forehand.
Team Germany. Team China leads by 4 games to 2.
needs to focus for these first 2 points here, Zhao. It's so hard not to think ahead when you're up 4-love, but you also know that you need to play every point for what it is, and it's such a mental battle, isn't it, out there?
I think the hard part is just to, I know the hard part is to stay in the moment and not get carried away, think about the past or the future. Just have to think about that point you're playing next.
Yeah, it's such a kind of buzz phrase, isn't it, of modern times. Stay present, stay in the moment, and it sounds so easy, but in tennis, as in life, I think it's a superpower, being truly able to do that and not think, oh, why did I say that? Or why did I do that? Why did I hit that shot?
That's where I think it's so important to plan the point. So plan where you're serving, plan where you're hitting your first shot, and then go from there. Rather than just getting the ball back into play. Smart.
That was cheeky.
Can you do that, Bayana, as a returner as well as a server? Because a returner,
Plan the point?
Yeah, a
100%.
returner won't know what ball they're getting first. They won't know.
But you plan if the
going.
serve goes to my forehand, I'm going to go through the middle. If it comes to my backhand, I'm doing this, and then I expect the ball to come here. So
multiple plans.
If you're good, yeah.
Babsy, how tense does it feel down there?
Very tense. Very, very tense. You can really feel it also on the players, the team benches. It's very quiet there now. Really dictating with her forehand, perfect footwork.
40-30.
You could tell that she wanted this point and she believed in it as well.
Just watching those little adjustment steps between each point. Right before she was going to hit the ball, she had really good intensity.
Puffing and blowing, both of them after that point. I do just wonder about, the physical aspect of this match. 2 hours, 3 minutes. They've both played marathons against Beatrice Haddad-Maia. Siegmund's played doubles as well and been in the gym at 6 a.m. Clutch serving from Zhao.
Advantage.
And that's another moment for Siegmund where you go like, okay, you have to give yourself an opportunity. You cannot miss that return. Especially when you feel it that your opponent is a little bit nervous now, a little bit tight. She knows it now. The baby's back.
It's a bit late, isn't it?
That's okay. Thank you.
Team China.
That feels huge for Zhao and for China. She gets a huge reception. She gets within one game of putting China into the quarters.
Team China leads by 5 games to 2.
I mean, what an effort from Zhao just to stay in that last game, but I just question the use of the drop shot from Siegmund. It just, I feel like it's really gone against her in tonight's match.
I can see Babsy nodding in agreement down there.
I totally agree. It's just she's panicking. I think she's panicking. That's why she's hitting a drop shot. She doesn't know what to do. She wants to do something special, and it's the wrong choice. You know, she's trying it too often.
It's strange that she's doing it in rallies where she, you know, she's constructing a good point. She seems to be on top of the rally, and then the bailout drop shot seems...
Yeah, she could easily just step in and hit her forehand.
Yeah.
She has a great forehand, and she likes to move forward, and she could follow it into the net and then maybe hit a drop shot, but...
It's one thing if you're playing badly, you know, hit the panic button, just throw the kitchen sink at it, try something. But when you're playing well... She hasn't played well at every stage of this evening, but the drop shots have been a consistent feature, and it's been variable in terms of outcome. She is not out of this, Laura Siegmund. I'm not sure she's ever out of a tennis match until the umpire says game, set and match, but this is a handsome lead for the world number 175, Zhao Jinyu. A late call-up to replace Zheng Qinwen, the Australian Open finalist, as the #1 singles player for China. And my goodness me, has she heeded the call. A victory in her opening match against Beatrice Haddad-Maia, and now a game away from being the hero for China. A victory that would put her country into the quarterfinals.
She keeps on sticking to this game plan. She's stubborn, Laura Siegmund. This time it worked.
Living and dying by the sword. quite sure if that was a drop shot or just a short slice forehand.
Oh, more of a, yeah, shorter slice forehand, but still she's using, not only is she using the drop shot, but she continues to use that slice forehand. To take away the drop shot and that slice forehand is to keep the ball nice and deep with a bit of pace on it and not give Segman that time to set up. Just like that last point.
If you play to Siegemund's backhand, you have to have depth. And you don't have depth, then her backhand is dangerous.
Well, that's all she can do at this stage. Fight, hustle, show a bit of grit. She's asked Zhao Jinyu the big question, can she serve out the match and book China a spot in the United Cup quarter-finals?
This has to be the hardest game to play, serving it out, given the circumstances.
No need to say anything, Brianna. I'll just tell the viewers that you've got your head in your hands right now.
Just a little bit baffled.
She's stubborn, isn't she, Siegmund? For better and for worse, she is stubborn.
Perfect start for Zhao. A couple of free points, and she's only 2 points away now from winning this match.
It's a tricky shot over the highest part of the net, but I do love that she's going for it.
Yeah, I think you have to pick your moments.
What serve is she going to come up with now? Zhao, she better thinks about that. Well,